If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Hello out there. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire. This is the beginning of a Mothman series. The Mothman. An enigmatic figure. Possibly a cryptid. Possibly an alien. Possibly an interdimensional creature. One of the most enigmatic of all time. Made famous in the film The Mothman Prophecies with Richard Gere. If you've seen the movie, you know it had a great creepy vibe and just a really, really well-made horror movie with a great atmosphere. Now what's even creepier is that the residents of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, where the Mothman was sighted over 100 times, possibly more, by witnesses afraid to come forward. In 13 months of eerie terror from November 1966 to December 1967. Famed ufologist John Keel, one of the most foremost experts on the Mothman, covering the phenomena, had written the Mothman Prophecies in 1975, which sparked interest in the Mothman worldwide. One of the reasons the Mothman case is so interesting, so bizarre, is that there are many aspects of the Mothman account. One of the first mentions of the Men in Black, supposed U.S. government agents dispatched to maintain the secrecy of UFO or alien visitation to Earth. Various supernatural and paranormal phenomena occurred throughout these months, and it's all intertwined, adding to the mystery of what the Mothman was and why he appeared. Now, what is the Mothman? Witnesses describe a terrifying presence, a humanoid figure with wings, piercing glowing red eyes, which have been the stuff of nightmares for witnesses throughout their entire lifetime after seeing it. Most witnesses described it between 5 and 7 feet tall, roughly the size of a man, gray, humanoid, and of course, the piercing, glowing, paralyzing red eyes that sometimes witnesses suffered medical trauma as a result of looking into those eyes. One of the most unique aspects of the Mothman is that the theory that its presence is an omen of doom, a harbinger of death and destruction. The 13 months that it stalked Point Pleasant, West Virginia and the surrounding area preceded the collapse of the Silver Bridge, where a cable snapped and 46 people perished. Supposedly, the Mothman was also spotted before and during the Chernobyl meltdown in 1986, and also before 9/11 at the Twin Towers in New York City. Mothman continues to be sighted to this day. There have been 55 Mothman sightings in 2017 in Chicago and the surrounding area. Clearly, Mothman has not been confined to Point Pleasant, West Virginia. What is going on with the Mothman, and why? Some people think the Mothman is the devil himself, manifested in a flying humanoid form. Others theorize that the Mothman is simply a psychological projection of some kind coming from the human psyche itself and does not physically exist in our reality, just in the mind of the witnesses that project it. But regardless of what you believe, it's undeniable that this is one of the most mystifying cases of the paranormal ever. Also, one of the most frightening aspects of being a Mothman witness is that on anyone that had a close encounter with the Mothman is the fear and psychological distress that occurred afterwards. Sometimes, if you were lucky, just for months, but many of these witnesses who had close encounters suffered for years, if not decades, to the very end of their lives. Just really, really frightening. Other theories place the Mothman, UFO, and supernatural phenomena that occurred in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, as a result of it being some kind of a window area. An area where a geographical location prone to supernatural events, UFOs, monsters, and just general bad energy activity that wouldn't necessarily occur elsewhere. And we'll examine that as well. These Mothman encounters were very real to the people it affected. But it's now been half a century since the Mothman sightings in West Virginia. And Mothman has become the stuff of myth and legend. There's even a statue of the Mothman in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. There's an annual festival devoted to the Mothman legend. Also, Mothman was sighted before the 66 and 67 accounts in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. So, in this episode, we're going to take a look at these pre-official Mothman sightings to see if they could shed light on the mystery of the Mothman. So obviously, flying creatures and monsters of all kinds have been reported since the dawn of man. But for the purpose of this Mothman series, I'll just be going into accounts very specific to Mothman and the characteristics of a Mothman sighting, like the Omen of Doom. So this first sighting, or one of the first sightings, was during the Crimean War, a very bloody and brutal conflict, a series of battles that lasted between 1854 and 1856, and it preceded the bloodiest battle of the Crimean War. Franco-British forces were fighting Russian forces over the Turkish Holy Land. In the 6 days preceding March 15th, the Ides of March, soldiers from both sides were superstitious. So they begged their superiors for a 24-hour peace truce for the Ides of March, March 15th. So this was agreed upon. So there was a 24-hour truce. As nighttime came around, 5 Russian soldiers, 2 of them who were brothers, were planning an ambush. However, in order to honor the truce, back in the days of honor, I guess this wouldn't happen today. In order to honor the truce, they would ambush right after midnight. So they went toward the enemy line using lanterns, and as they were about to reach the enemy camps, they saw a creature in the sky, and they described it as a giant headless crow-like animal circling above them. So as they were watching this creature, they kind of came into a trance, and the leader of the 5 men said they have to attack, and the creature had distracted them, so now they got lost. They started going back the other way towards their camp, and the guards of their camp thought that they were the Franco-British troops and opened fire on them. And 3 of them were killed immediately. One of the brothers was injured and died in his brother's arms, who had to use his dead brother's body to shield himself from the friendly fire. Now, what's really, and there was only one survivor, that brother, and he was the one that told the tale. But what's interesting is that, so this was the Franco-British account. The story from the Russian side is that the Turkish soldiers were the ones planning the ambush, and the Russians said they had robes and turbans, and that the Turkish soldiers ran screaming toward their camp, and the Russian soldiers opened fire on them, and this is when they saw multiple bat-like humanoids flying after or chasing the Turkish troops. So what's next is that at the end of the truce, this battle became the single most bloodiest battle of the entire Crimean War. So this was all the way back between 1854, 1856, over 100 years before the West Virginia accounts transpired. Next, we have another tragic tale of catastrophe. January 19th, 1926. Xiante Dam in China. A winged figure titled Man Dragon was sighted near the dam in the southeastern foothills of China. So in the farming communities and little villages surrounding the dam, beneath the dam, there were sightings of this creature, a large black figure with wings. And people began seeing it in the days leading up to the afternoon of January 19th, 1926. The dam had a massive structural failure, collapsing. 40 billion gallons of water burst into the villages below. Some villages were completely destroyed by the force of the water. The death toll was estimated at over 15,000. Now, this would be one of the first sightings of Mothman, if it was Mothman, and this man dragon obviously preceded disaster. What makes this interesting is that there's a conspiracy theory that states that the Communist Party destroyed these villages, and that's what the records reflect, but survivors of the disasters say it was from the dam, and they also reported the man dragon. It's very hard to find solid facts about this due to the political climate at the time. However, the MO of the Mothman is that it appears leading up to the disaster, possibly sighted at the disaster, and then it disappears and no longer shows itself. And that's what seems similar across all these cases. When it was sighted, it was... So witnesses that survived reported sighting it, and also they had stated that the victims that had died has also seen the man dragon, that a lot of people had seen it, and it was seen hovering above the dam and obviously scared a lot of these people. Next, we find ourselves in the first days of May, 1951, Chicago. May 5th, Chicago experienced its only earthquake in history. But in the days leading up to it, people sailing on Lake Michigan reported seeing large black-like creature. One of the witnesses called it one hell of a pigeon flying around the Chicago skyline. Workers late at night in the high-rise buildings reported seeing strange dancing lights over the lake. On May 5th, right before the quake, people reported unexplained knockings at their front door. There's not a lot of information on some of these, possibly urban legends, but one young couple opened their front door and saw a large gray figure with glowing red eyes that put them in a hypnotic trance, and they followed it out their front door into a nearby park. They snapped out of the trance, and the creature disappeared, and immediately the earthquake began. The apartment building that the couple had been lured out of collapsed, and 12 people in the building died. Supposedly, these were the only deaths during the earthquake, or caused by the earthquake. Once again, this fits the MO of the Mothman, and also the strange mystery of, is this creature or entity warning of doom and destruction and trying to somehow prevent it and save people, or is it causing these events? And we'll get into that as well in later episodes. A mere 3 years prior to the West Virginia accounts, on the other side of the pond, in Sandling Park, Hythe, Kent, in England, John Flaxton, 17 years old, and 3 friends, one of which was 18-year-old Mervyn Hutchinson, were walking by a park on their way back from a Friday night dance when they spotted a flying object. So they thought it was a shooting star or something like that in the sky, but they watched it hover and then go behind trees. So they were scared, so they decided to get out of there. And then this light came back. So it was about 200 feet away from them and hovered about 10 feet off the ground. One of the boys reported it was bright and gold oval. And when we moved, it moved. When we stopped, it stopped. So then it moved out of sight again, and they heard twigs snapping behind some brush. And that's when it emerged clearly. Mervyn Hutchinson described it. It was the size of a human, but it didn't seem to have any head. There were wings on its back, like bat wings. And then they just full out ran away. Understandably terrified. But that wasn't the end of this account in Sandling Park. 5 days later, Keith Croucher saw an object floating over a football field. And 2 days after that, John McGoldrick and a friend checked out the location and saw impressions in the ground, and they believed something solid landed there. Neil Arnold made a comment on this case, stating local UFO experts believed that the case was nothing more than a misinterpretation of natural phenomena. John Flaxton, the original witness at the park with his friends, also stated that he recalled, "I felt cold all over." Neil Arnold also stated there were 3 giant footprints were also found in the vicinity, which were said to have measured 2 feet long and 9 inches across. On December 11th, various newspaper reporters accompanied McGoldrick to the area and found that the woods were illuminated by an eerie glowing light. No one investigated any further, and the case faded as mysteriously as it had emerged. So this was in Kent, England, 3 years prior to what occurred in West Virginia. In the next episode, we'll be getting into the famed Scarberry Mallet accounts of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, which sparked the entire Mothman phenomena that would last 13 months leading up to the Silver Bridge collapse. We'll also go into the other mysterious aspects of the case, the Men in Black, and Indrid Cold. If you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, you can donate to our PayPal so it can help us bring more podcasts to you guys. Also, check out our Facebook and other social media sites on our channel page. We hope you enjoyed this edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. This is Bruce McGuire. See you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Hello out there. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is part 2 of Mothman. The enigmatic creature that terrorized Point Pleasant, West Virginia from November 1966 to December 1967, culminating in the collapse of the Silver Bridge on December 15th, 1967, giving rise to the legend that the Mothman somehow was either giving warnings of a catastrophe, possibly caused it, or was just an alien or interdimensional entity hanging around in an area that was about to have a catastrophe. In the previous episode, we discussed several potential Mothman sightings and encounters throughout history before West Virginia. This is part 2 of the Mothman series. I am your host, Bruce McGuire, and we'll go over the West Virginia accounts. Now, the Silver Bridge links West Virginia to Ohio. It connects Point Pleasant, West Virginia to Gallipolis, Ohio. It was completed in 1928. It spans 700 feet and is 2,235 feet in length, and it stood for 39 years. In the interest of preserving the chronological integrity of the history of sightings and encounters, before I get to the famed Scarberry Mallet accounts on November 15th, 1966, I will briefly go over sightings that occurred before November 15th, 1966 in the West Virginia, Ohio area, of which there are a few. In John Keel's first book mentioning the Mothman, Strange Creatures from Time and Space, in 1970, he took an account that occurred sometime between 1960 and 1961. A woman in West Virginia who requested to be anonymous due to her position in civil affairs no longer remembered the exact time this happened. So it was somewhere 1960, 1961. She was driving on a Route 2 along the Ohio River on the West Virginia side with her father, and she was already in late middle age, it looks like. They passed the edge of a park known as the Chief Cornstalk Hunting Grounds when she said a tall humanoid figure appeared in the road in front of them. She said about the incident, "I slowed, and as we go closer we could see that it was much larger than a man, a big gray figure. It stood in the middle of the road. Then a pair of wings unfolded from its back, and they practically filled the whole road. It almost looked like a small airplane. Then it took off straight up, disappearing out of sight in seconds. We were both terrified. I stepped on the gas and raced out of there. We talked it over and decided not to tell anybody about it. Who would believe us anyway?" So apparently she told John Keel this account several years after it occurred, so probably at some point 1970, so this would have been almost 10 years after it happened, several years before the Silver Bridge occurrence. Now, what's strange about this account is if she requested to be anonymous, you can't say she's making this sighting for fame and fortune and to be interviewed on TV. And apparently this is the only time she gave her account to John Keel. So that is very interesting. So she's not after fame and fortune. Supposedly she has a good paying job in government, you know? So it is a little bit strange why she would make it up. And then of course what we hadn't discussed in episode 1, suppose the so-called rational explanations was that the Mothman is simply a sandhill crane, a very large bird. clearly these people are not so delusional and insane that they're mistaking a bird for a humanoid man with gigantic wings. And especially people that are used to seeing large birds, or the sandhill crane if it's that prominent in the area. Now, the sandhill crane is a pretty big bird, and its wingspan can get anywhere. It's usually only average a little over 5 feet, but the largest ones can get up to 7 feet in wingspan, which again, that wouldn't really be enough to cover a gigantic 2-lane road, but it only stands at about 39 inches tall. So that's a little over 3 feet. So possibly from a distance in the sky, the people that were strict with the panic of the Mothman sightings, it's possible a couple of those might have been a sandhill crane flying in the air or another bird. But to explain away these close encounters with a 6 to 7 foot humanoid man with glowing red eyes, yeah, that's a little bit of a stretch. Another vague sighting reported by John Keel in the same book, Strange Creatures from Time and Space, in 1970, a woman living on the Ohio River, so this is several miles from Clendenin, West Virginia, said that at some point in 1965, her 7-year-old son ran into the house excited and told her he had seen an angel, a man with wings. So she just thought it was his overactive imagination and never thought about it again until the following year, when the Mothman sightings started being reported in Point Pleasant. Clendenin is about 70 to 80 miles from Point Pleasant, so not exceptionally close. John Keel also took an account from a woman in the Ohio Valley, did not specify the exact location. In the summer of 1966, so several months before the big sightings, which occurred in November, a woman in the Ohio Valley, she was the wife of a doctor and was in her backyard when she spotted a giant butterfly. She said it was 6 feet long and it soared past her very rapidly. She only told a few people about it. Until John Keel. Again, no name. Are these people looking for fame and fortune, notoriety, and they want to remain anonymous? I don't know. So let's get into Point Pleasant, West Virginia, November 1966. There were actually 2 accounts in the area prior to the Scarberry Mallet accounts. There were actually 2 sightings in the area prior to the Scarberry Mallet accounts. On November 1st, 1966, at the Armory by Camp Conley Road in Point Pleasant, a National Guardsman said he saw a large brown humanoid figure perched on the limb of a tree. Apparently, he only reported this after the Mothman story exploded. Again, were these people just simply too scared to come forward, or they didn't think anything of it, or they thought their mind was playing tricks on them, and then when the Mothman legend and the Mothman news accounts, reports, sightings all came flooding in from 50 to 100 people, they decided that maybe it wasn't their mind playing tricks on them. So, here is a more known sighting. It's the Kenneth Duncan sighting, November 12th, 1966. Kenneth Duncan's father-in-law, Homer Smith, had died and they were digging a grave for him in a cemetery near Clendenin, West Virginia. He was being helped by 4 men, Robert Lovejoy, William Poole, Andrew Godby, and Emil Gibson. So Kenneth Duncan said he saw a humanoid figure that flew out from trees and glided really low over their heads. He said it was gliding through the trees and was in sight for about a minute. It didn't look like any kind of bird, but it seemed to be a man with wings. So supposedly these men discussed the sighting with a few friends and that's it, until the Scarberry and Mallet sighting 3 days later. Now, I can't help but find this encounter suspect, because Duncan claimed to have seen it for about a minute. And so he didn't care to alert his comrades. None of them saw it. Very suspect, unless they were quite far away from him when this was occurring. If he misjudged time and it was closer to about 30 seconds, and the other men were not right next to him, then maybe. But it's still suspect. And the fact that he didn't report it until after the official Mothman sighting isn't as suspect. As similar to UFO and Bigfoot and other phenomenon, people don't want to seem crazy, so it's easier to come forward when others have reported a similar experience, especially when there's a lot of others. But I still can't quite, were these other men interviewed? Who was actually doing the digging? If they were digging, if all of them were in the grave digging, if one was on top, one was getting supplies, like where exactly were they situated? And if it was even 30 seconds, it's not 2 seconds, after about 5 to 10 to 15 seconds, he could have said, hey, look, there's a flying human with wings. That's amazing. That's insane. Look at that. Look up at the sky. Especially if it really was closer to a minute, like what's his excuse for not having them look? So it's little bit suspect, this sighting. So now for the main sighting, the sighting and encounters that caused rise to the Mothman phenomena. So, this was November 15th, 1966, Point Pleasant, Virginia. So this was the first story about the Mothman in the news. So we have two couples joyriding. Linda Scarberry and Roger Scarberry. Linda was 19 years old, Roger was 18 years old, and these teens attended Point Pleasant High School. They were married. So they were joyriding in a black 1957 Chevy, and they were hanging out with their friends Steve and Mary Mallet at the TNT area, which also included the North Power Plant. So this area, it's called the TNT area by locals, and it's currently a wildlife preserve. It's about 7 miles north of Point Pleasant. It was used to manufacture and store munitions during World War II. There were nearly 100 large bunkers that housed explosives. The power plant operated from 1942 to 1945, cost $45 million, and employed 3,500 people during its main operation. A bunch of sightings occurred around this TNT area, unofficially dubbed Mothman's home. So, later on it became known that the TNT area was really polluted, and a lot of the byproducts of creating the ammunition, there was also red water seeping into ponds nearby, and that contained levels of TNT explosives. In the 70s, it was declared an environmental disaster area. The North Power Plant building was destroyed in the 1990s. On May 17, 2010, there was actually an explosion when an underground storage bunker went up in flames. So there's a lot in the Mothman lore that points to the TNT area being why Mothman was attracted to it. If it was an alien interdimensional being upset with human polluting and other stuff, or just saw the danger that it might explode, whatever, whatnot. Other theories say that this creature was some kind of mutated cryptid due to the pollution, some kind of mutant freak. Anyway, so this was a popular hangout spot for teenagers. It was also a popular drag racing area, and this will factor into the story shortly. So the first aspect of the report is that Steve Mallet noticed large red eyes being reflected from the car's headlights. So then he pointed it out to everyone else, and they noticed it, and they saw that it was glowing red eyes belonging to a creature. And they saw this creature, a large gray humanoid like a man with wings, going around the corner of the power plant. It didn't run, but it was wobbling like it was off balance. Linda Scarberry, who would be the most interviewed witness, described fiery red eyes and a body like a man but with wings, 6 to 7 feet tall. The wings were folded against its back. She said you could see muscles in its legs. So all of them were scared now, so they quickly drove off down Route 62. Linda told Roger to go faster. As they were going around a curve, they saw the creature again on a hill. It spread its wings and went straight into the air. So everyone was telling Roger to go faster. Now I'm going to preempt a few of the skeptics' claims about Roger Scarberry's 1957 Chevy and his driving ability. Apparently, he really was proud of the car, he worked on the car a lot, and he was a very skilled driver through drag racing. So he was very capable of performing vehicle maneuvers that most would not. So at this point, he's going faster, and the Mothman is going back and forth, attacking the car. Supposedly there were even scratches found on the car later. Linda said, "We didn't know what it was. I don't think we've ever been so scared." During a straight line in the road, they were supposedly going over 100 miles an hour, but the creature was still following with them. And its shadow went across the car as it flew. And they could also hear the wings hitting the top of the car. Mary Mallett said it squeaked like a big mouse. So when they reached Point Pleasant, the city limits, the creature disappeared, going into a field, and they went into town. So they stopped at Dairyland, a local shop, and were trying to decide whether to report this sighting. Linda said that they should go to the police, but Steve and Roger were afraid the police would laugh at them. So they wanted to go verify that the Mothman was still around. Now, obviously, they were too scared to do that, so then they just turned around. So as they were turning around, they saw a large dog carcass lying in the road. So this is going to factor into another sighting, another account, which is a little bizarre in its own right. But the dog was there. The dog's body was there at one point, then it wasn't when they drove again. Now, the Mothman jumped out in the area where the dead dog previously was, going over the top of the car and into a field on the other side of the road. So now they're really, really scared, and they go to Tiny's Diner, where they contact the police. They described it as a flying man with 10-foot wings following their car. Deputy Millard Halstead took this report. Obviously, Halstead did not believe them, but he was familiar with the teens and knew that they weren't ones to make up a story. And he saw that they were really scared, so he went to investigate. They all drove back out to the TNT area. Millard shined a light around the area and the tree lines. He heard static disturbances on the radio, but he could not find the creature. So the couple said they saw shadows circling nearby and dust coming up from a coal yard, but they didn't see the creature itself. The Mallets were too scared to go home, so they actually stayed with the Scarberrys at their trailer, and they had the lights on all night, and none of them slept. So, the next day, the sheriff, George Johnson, actually held a press conference because of this encounter. And this was when the creature was dubbed the Mothman. They called it the Mothman because it was similar to Batman, and that was the famous Batman TV show at the time. Steve Mallett said, "We understand people are laughing at us, but we wouldn't make up all this to make us look like fools." So now, during the daytime, the Mallets and Scarberries go back to the TNT area and they found tracks, 2 horseshoes put together, but smooth. Steve apparently saw something fly into a boiler, but none of them decided to stick around. So that's the main part of the Scarberry Mallet sighting. And this sighting prompted a lot more reports, and actually there was large groups of people going to the TNT area to try to spot the creature for themselves. On Wednesday, November 16th, 1966, first news article was couples see man-sized bird, ... creature, ... something. It was a bird or something. It definitely wasn't a flying saucer. 2 Point Pleasant couples said today they encountered a man-sized bird-like creature in the TNT area about midnight last night. Sheriff's deputies and city police went to the scene about 2 o'clock in the morning but were unable to spot anything. But the 2 young men telling their story this morning were dead serious and asserted they hadn't been drinking. Steve Mallet of 3305 Jackson Avenue and Roger Scarberry of 809 30th Street described the thing as being about 6 or 7 feet tall, having a wingspan of 10 feet, and red eyes about 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches apart. It was like a man with wings, Mallet said. It wasn't like anything you'd see on TV or in a monster movie. The men and their wives were in Scarberry's car between 11:30 p.m. and midnight when they spotted the creature near the old power plant adjacent to the old National Guard Armory buildings. The creature was seen standing on 3 occasions and was described as being extremely fast. Quote, "It flew about 100 miles an hour," end quote, in flight, but was a clumsy runner. Deputy Millard Halstead said he had seen dust in the vicinity of a coal field, but it could have been caused by the bird, he said. "I'm a hard guy to scare," Scarberry said, "but last night I was for getting out of there." They did just that, but the thing followed them. They said it was hovering over their car, apparently gliding, until they reached the National Guard Armory on Route 62. "We went downtown, turned around, and went back, and there it was again," Mallet said. "It seemed to be waiting on us." He said the light gray creature then scurried through a field. It had also flown across the top of the car. "It apparently is afraid of light," Mallet reasoned, "and maybe it thought it was scaring us off." The young men said they saw the creature's eyes, which glowed red, only when their lights shined on it, and it seemed to want to get away from the lights. They said it looked like a man with wings, but that his head was not an outstanding characteristic. Both were slightly pale and tired from lack of sleep during the night following their harrowing experience. They speculated that the thing was living in the vacant power plant, possibly in one of the huge boilers. "There are pigeons in all the other buildings," Mallet said, "but not in that one." "If I had seen it while by myself, I wouldn't have said anything," Scarberry commented, "but there were 4 of us who saw it. They said it didn't resemble a bat in any way, but maybe what you would visualize as an angel." The last time they saw it was at the gate of the C.C. Lewis farm on Route 62. They heard a sound like wings flapping, and they said the bird rose straight up like a helicopter. "This doesn't have an explanation to it," Mallet said. "It was an animal, but nothing like I've seen before." "Are they going back to look for the creature?" "Yes," Mallet said, "this afternoon and again tonight." "Today," Scarberry said, "but tonight, I don't know." So, a couple interesting things from that newspaper article. They said the eyes were 2 inches in diameter. That's a pretty big eye. That's a really big eye. And that the head was not a prominent feature, so it's kind of headless, which throughout history, a lot of the reports do say that the Mothman sort of was headless. Conflicting with the red eyes, as some of the reports didn't have red eyes, but obviously the main Mothman accounts and encounters describe red eyes. Another interesting thing is that they were saying it was afraid of light. So that's something to explore further. And that it was kind of stalking them. I'm going to go over another article from November 18th, 1966. This was in the Ohio River Valley. "Monster no joke for those who saw it. They think it's a big joke. They think we can go out there and it'll come out for us. It is the red-eyed, winged-back, 6-foot man-like thing that has turned a remote section of Mason County, West Virginia into a dusty, carjacked thrill show. They are the hundreds of curious sightseers who have jammed a 10,000-acre east of Point Pleasant each night since the creature was sighted by 2 young married couples last Tuesday. The sightseers know there isn't such a thing, but they aren't about to miss a chance seeing it. The people who've seen it so far, especially Mr. and Mrs. Roger Scarberry and Mr. and Mrs. Steve Mallett, are afraid they'll see it again, but they keep looking. I hope others do see it. I hope it scares them as much as it did us. Maybe then they'll believe things exist and we're not dreaming, Mrs. Mallett said. The 2 couples first spotted the creature Tuesday in the sprawling marshy area which contained the McClintock Wildlife Sanctuary and a huge abandoned TNT plant. Most of the property is government-owned. Thursday night, the area was ablaze from the lights of cars and flashlights as the curious traveled up and down the maze of dirt roads. Police officials estimate more than 1,000 persons were searching the area prior to midnight. Every intersection was jammed with parked cars and small camps of laughing, jostling young adults. Huge abandoned power plant buildings rang with the shriek of youngsters scaring themselves more in the pitch-black plants than the people standing in the narrow roadways. Volunteer police officers and firemen creeping through the crowds have one major fear. They estimated that each car in the area had at least one gun. One officer heard an automatic rifle bark several times Thursday night behind one of the many buildings. Early sightings, besides that of the 2 couples, have several things in common. The description includes 2 red eyes about 6 inches apart, wings with 10-foot span, and always man-like with stocky legs. These sightings come from Cheshire, Rutland, several persons in an isolated home near the TNT plant, and one in Doddridge County, West Virginia, east of Parkersburg. The Scarberry and Mallett said they believe the thing didn't mean to harm us, even though Mrs. Scarberry had to be treated for shock, only to chase them away. At one time, the creature came within 100 feet of their car. In all, they spotted it 5 times the first night. They've seen it twice since. The first night, it chased their car at speeds up to 100, gliding above and behind the vehicle. It emitted a sound similar to a record played at a high speed or a squeak of a mouse. What is it? They don't know. So another interesting piece of information. So now we get kind of like the big picture of the circus that Point Pleasant is becoming because of these sightings. You have 1,000 people coming out to try to spot it as well. The other interesting thing is the noise it makes, which is kind of a high-pitched mouse-like squeak. Very interesting. So, do we believe the Scarberry Mallett account? I think most people would agree that they saw something. Some people say sandhill crane. Probably kind of silly. So, one thing I didn't mention about the sandhill crane earlier, that they top out at about 35 miles an hour. So they really only fly 25 to 35 miles per hour. So nowhere near 100 miles an hour. So Roger Scarberry's souped up Chevy should definitely be able to outrun a sandhill crane by quite a bit. So, do we believe them? Quite a lot of trouble to go through for something you're gonna make up, especially with all the fallout afterwards. And they always stuck to their story. But real quick, as always with the MINDSHOCK podcast, we're gonna go deep into this and examine every part of it. Let's take a look at their police reports. So, the police reports were taken several days afterwards. Linda Scarberry's report. We were riding through the TNT area on a side road by the old powerhouse building around 12 on Tuesday night, November 15th, 1966, when we came over this small rise in the road. All at once, Steve yelled for us to look at that thing in the road. A quick aside, to the Kenneth Duncan sighting on November 12th when they were digging the grave, he did not say, "Hey guys, look at that, that's crazy." Anyway, back to the police report. I looked up and saw it go around the corner at the old powerhouse. It didn't run but wobbled like it couldn't keep its balance. Its wings were spread just a little. We sat there a few seconds, then Roger took off. I kept yelling for him to hurry. We didn't even stop for the curves. We got out on Route 62 and was coming down the road, and that thing was sitting on the second hill when you come into the first bad curve. As soon as our lights hit it, it was gone. It spread its wings a little and went straight up into the air. When we got the armory, it was flying over our car. We were going between 100 and 105 miles per hour down that straight stretch, and that thing was just gliding back and forth over the back end of the car. As we got there in front of the lights by the resort, it dived at our car and went away. I could hear the wings flapping as if to get more speed as it went up. We were all terrified and kept yelling for Roger to go faster. As we came into that straight stretch by C.C. Lewis's farm, the thing was over our car again. Then it disappeared as we came into the lights by C.C. Lewis's gates. We went on downtown and stopped at Dairyland and tried to decide what to do. We just sat there and looked at each other. I wanted to go to the police, but Steve and Roger kept saying they'd just laugh at us. We talked about it a while, and Roger and Steve wanted to go back up the road. Mary and I kept trying to talk them out of it, and finally when we got to C.C. Lewis's gate, they decided they didn't want to go back up, so we turned around. As we were turning, we saw a big dead dog laying along the road. When we were almost turned around, this thing jumped up and leaped over our car and went through the field on the other side of the road. We decided to go to the police then and went down and around Tiny's drive-in looking for them. Gary was outside the drive-in getting ready to take a couple boys home, so we told him about seeing this thing and asked him to call the police. After the police came, we went back up the road in our car with Gary and the police about a half a mile behind us. I saw it then in a pasture field, with its wings out a little, walking towards the car. Then it went up in the air and came at the car. As Gary's car lights came over the rise in the road and the lights shined on it, it disappeared. We went up and down the road looking for it, but didn't see it anymore. We went back down to the drive-in and got in Gary's car and went back up. We finally found Millard Halstead and got with him and went to the powerhouse building. We sat there with our lights out for about 15 to 20 minutes when I heard that squeaking sound like a mouse, only a lot stronger. A shadow went across the building over the hill across from us. Mary and I saw the red eyes then and told Millard. He shined the lights right on them without being told where they were. We saw dust coming from the ground or somewhere as Millard moved the spotlight around. We finally left and came to the trailer. The Mallets were afraid to go to their apartment, so we decided to stay together, but we didn't go to bed. We just turned on all the lights and stayed up. Wednesday, we went up again to the building and found those off tracks around the building. Steve was around the boilers by himself, and suddenly he came running out white as a sheet, yelling for someone. He said he saw it in the boiler. That night it was seen at Thomas's, so we went up there and Mary and I stayed in the house while Steve and Roger and a few others went looking for it. On the way up, I saw it from the highway about the trees gliding back and forth. They searched the area around Thomas's house but didn't find anything. We started home around 12:30 and I saw it in one of the maintenance buildings. Mary and I started crying and Roger took off. I kept thinking about that thing following us again, but it didn't. We went to my mother's and I went all to pieces. Roger and my dad took me down to the hospital. I finally got back home and we all stayed together that night again, but didn't go to bed till 3 or 4 o'clock. We were still afraid to go to sleep. The next Thursday, we went back up with the reporters and we all heard a clanging noise from inside the building. Roger and Steve and the reporters went back in and found the boiler door open that Steve had shut when he left a few minutes before that. That night we went back up and Mary Heyer and I saw the eyes inside the fenced-off place beside the power plant. Quick aside, Mary Heyer is the famous reporter-journalist that covered the Mothman case and had a long and distinguished career, and we'll be getting into her later. On the way home, I saw its eyes back in some trees from the road as the car went past and looked back and could see its form. That is the last time I have seen it. To me, it just looks like a man with wings. It was a dirty gray color. It has a body-shaped form with wings on its back that come around it. It has muscular legs like a man and fiery red eyes that glow when the lights hit it. There was no glowing about it until the lights hit it. I couldn't see its head or arms. I don't know if the eyes are even in a head. When we came down the straight stretch by the armory, it didn't even seem like it had any trouble keeping up with us. It must have had very powerful wings. At no time did this thing fly at us from the front of the car. It stayed over the back end of the car while it was chasing us. It seemed to be afraid of lights, but I read in the paper today that it had been seen in the daytime in town. That I don't understand. The prints were found at C.C. Lewis's gate and at both powerhouses and at Thomas's. They looked like two horseshoes put together, but they're smooth. I know people are laughing at us, but it's no laughing matter. We'll never forget this thing. It has affected our lives in many ways. I am keeping going on nerve and sleeping pills. When it gets dark, I feel the fear creeping over me. When I go any place, I automatically look up and out the windows. I am afraid to sleep at night, so I lay awake sometimes crying with fear. When I do sleep or go to bed, the lights burn all night. Even in the daylight, I'm afraid to be by myself. I walk around in my own house expecting to see that thing. I close my eyes day or night and I can see those red, fiery eyes staring at me. Every little noise scares me to death. I can stand in a crowd and hear people talking about us and laughing. People have said we were probably liquored up, but we were not. They go up there expecting to see it, but then they say they don't believe us. We have seen it, so we know what to look for, and we are constantly looking. Not because we want to see it, but because we're afraid we'll see it again. Out of all the phone calls we've gotten, not one minister has called to help us or try to explain what it is. We all agree we'd like to talk to a minister about it, but now no one takes us that serious. One minister even laughed and said they'd finally run the devil out of their church, and that's what we saw. We've been harassed and laughed at and called crazy. We just can't go up there and hand it to people on a silver platter like they seem to want us to do. We are never really going to get over our fear until we find out for sure what this thing is. I know I'll never forget it. I don't think anyone can who has seen it. So next is Mary Mallett's report. The four of us were riding around between 11:30 and 12 o'clock Tuesday, November 15th, 1966, when we came in from behind the old powerhouse, and as soon as we came up in seeing distance of the powerhouse, Steve first seen this thing along the side of the road and it ran to the powerhouse. That is when I first saw this thing, which appeared to be a man about 6 feet tall with wings on its back and red eyes 2 inches in diameter and about 6 inches apart. The Scarberrys also saw this thing at the corner of the powerhouse, and we all seemed to be stunned, and he took off out the road at a fast speed, and as we drove back toward town on Route 62, we saw this man with wings standing on a bank, but I could not see his head, and as soon as our lights hit the bank you could see its eyes plainly, and it seemed to take off upward very fast. Well, we all saw that, and Roger, the driver, speeded down the road, and as we speeded down the road on the straight stretch at a speed of 100 or 105 miles per hour, the thing glided over top of our car back and forth until we drove into the lights by the armory. The thing never once flew in front of our car. It seemed to be afraid of the lights. We drove down through town and stopped in the lights at about Dairyland to talk, and we all discussed it, and Linda said, "I think we should go to the police," but we didn't. Then we decided to go back. We got as far as C.C. Lewis's gate because we were not really for going back. As Roger turned the car around, the lights moved over a large dead dog along the side of the road. As we turned, something ran from behind a tree and jumped over top the back of our car and ran out through the field. Then was when we decided we should tell someone. We went down by Tiny's drive-in, and Gary and a couple others were just coming out the door, so we told him what we had seen. We were all frightened, and the first thing he asked us, "Have you kids been drinking?" And our answer was no, we had not been drinking. So we asked Gary to call the police, and he did. We waited on the police, and when they arrived, we decided that the four of us would go up the road ahead of everyone. So we did. As we were driving up the road, we saw it again in a field, and it came up behind us, and when Gary's lights could be seen behind us, the thing left again, and we turned at the traffic circle and went back. Millard Halstead searched the treetops with his searchlights, and we all went back to Tiny's, and the four of us got into the car with Gary and went back in the dark area on the left side of the road. I had seen 2 large red eyes, and all I could do was point and burst into tears as fright came into me. But none of the other 4 saw anything there, so we turned at the traffic circle again and went back into town, and Gary told Millard of our frightening experience, and we got into the car with Millard and went back to the powerhouse and sat there with our doors locked and our lights off. We could all see shadows coming over the building, and I said, "I can see those eyes," and Millard put the spotlight right on them without asking any direction in which we were looking. Millard turned the lights on, and we all seen something looking like dust or smoke. We seen that twice, then we came back and got Roger's car, and we all went to the trailer. We decided to stay with them that night. We were all so frightened, we locked the doors and turned on all the lights and stayed up all night. We went back to the old powerhouse the next day, and they went with us. The men took their guns and went through the old powerhouse. Roger was on top of the building, and Steve was inside looking around, and Roger came down to the outside when we heard Steve yell, "Come back here." Roger came down before anyone else went into the place, and he said he opened one of the boiler doors and saw something move upward. Then we came and looked through the old building. We were all looking around the place and found some funny prints, like a double hoof print of a horse. Then we all returned home. We stayed together most of the time. At about 9:30 that evening, we heard that it was seen at Thomas's, so we went directly up there, and the men took their guns that night. We saw tracks up there, and we went home about 12:30, and we all stayed together that night. The next day was Thursday, and we went back with the TV reporters, and all the men looked in the building and came back to talk with us when they heard a clang in the building and went back to investigate the noise, and one of the doors of the boilers had been opened. That evening we all went back. The reporters from the Messenger went up. While they were all looking at the building, Linda saw the eyes in a field, and Mrs. Heyer also saw the eyes. On the way home, right before we got to the Point Pleasant Resort, I saw it better than I had ever saw it before. I could see the complete outline of it and the eyes, but I could not see any head. That time was the most frightening time I had ever saw this. When you see something like this, you know you will never forget it. At night, you wonder where this man-like creature is and if it will harm you, and it is all I seem to think about. And when we go somewhere, I can feel someone laughing at me, and I can be in a crowd and hear people say, "Well, they were all liquored up," and God only knows we were not. But all I have heard and seen is news reporters and telephones. I do think I would feel better if a minister would come to talk to us and try to help us get over this fear. There has not been a minister to call us out of all our phone calls or even try to get in touch with us. I think a lot of time in these cases, people don't really look at the human side of it, but if you're these 2 teenage girls, you can only imagine how they felt, especially at that time in the 60s. You know, they didn't have all these scary, insane horror movies to kind of desensitize everyone a bit. Not that that would help if you're face to face with a monster, but just the overall societal outlook on it just must have been so insane for them. I couldn't find Steve Mallett's report, but Roger Scarberry's report is as follows. Tuesday night, about 12 o'clock, while riding in the TNT area, we came upon this thing. It was in the shape of a man with wings. This thing stood about 6 feet tall with wings on its back. It was light gray in color with red eyes, about 2 inches in diameter, 6 to 8 inches apart. When we came up over a rise in the road in front of the powerhouse, Steve saw these large red eyes. He pointed the eyes out to me, and when we all looked, it was going around the corner of the building. This thing runs awkward with its wings out to its side. After we stopped and looked at each other, I took off out the road toward the highway. When we came to the traffic circle and turned south on 62, we saw it again. It was on the bank on the left side of the road. This is where you could see it the best. But when the car lights shone on it, it moved its wings out to its side and went straight up in the air. We didn't see it again till we were on the straight road in front of the experiment farm, where it came over the car again. I speeded up to 100 miles an hour and it glided over the car till we came to the curve at the armory. Then it was gone. We came on into town. The thing must have been afraid of lights because it wouldn't come into town. We went downtown and stopped. We wanted to tell the police, but we were going to go back up to see for sure that it was still up the road. But when we were going up through town, we decided we didn't want to go back up. So I turned around at the gate at the C.C. Lewis farm. When I turned around, a dead dog was lying along the road. As I turned and started back down the road, this thing came out from behind where the dog was and went over the back of the car and out through the field on the other side of the road. Then we went down to Tiny's drive-in and told Gary what we saw and told him to call the police. When the police got there, Gary and the police followed us back up the road where we saw it again. The dog was gone. But when his car came over the hill behind us, it was gone. From there, we went back to this field, but didn't see it again. So we went down to town. Then we went with the deputy sheriff back to the power plant and stopped. We sat in the car and saw dust or smoke coming up from the coal yard behind the plant. From there, we went back and got in the car and went home. The next day, Wednesday, we went back to the power plant and looked around where Steve saw it again in a boiler inside the plant. Then Wednesday night, it was seen at Thomas's home in the TNT area. We went up to Thomas's home the same night and found a footprint this thing had made. Thursday, we went up to the plant with reporters and went through it. While we were inside, Steve shuts the boiler door. When we were outside, we hear a loud noise. We went back inside and the door was open. What this thing looked like. It is about 6 feet tall with large wings on its back. It has the shape of a man. It has 2 red eyes about 2 inches in diameter, 6 to 8 inches apart. A wingspread of 10 feet. The thing, whatever it is, definitely not a crane or goose or balloon or any of the things it has been called. I have seen it and know what it looks like. So there we have it, the official police reports. Interesting to note that Mary Mallet actually saw it an additional time when Linda did not, and Linda seems to have seen it the most times. So, staying with chronological order, let's look at the dog account. Keep in mind, so these police reports were written 3 days after the original encounter, so they do not include any information of what happened after those 3 days, which I will also get into. So, the dog is speculated to belong to Merle Partridge. And Merle Partridge's sighting supposedly took place in Salem, West Virginia, which is about 100 miles north of Point Pleasant. So it may or may not have been the dead dog carcass. Now, the other problem with this report is supposedly the date could have been as early as November 13th. It could have been either the 13th, the 14th, or the 15th, the same night as the Scarberry Mallet sighting. But it was reported after the Scarberry Mallet sighting was published, the following day, the 16th. So Merle Partridge was a contractor. He was watching TV when he noticed the glowing red lights or eyes in his field. It was 10:30 at night. The TV went out. If you remember having a non-digital TV, when the signal goes out, it's that herringbone pattern, the static pattern. So that showed up on the TV, and there was a loud, high-pitched whining noise. He said it sounded like a generator winding up. So his dog was on the end of the porch, and it started howling towards the barn. So Partridge said the dog's behavior was very strange. So Partridge grabbed a shotgun and went out on the porch. He saw the 2 red lights moving in a circular pattern. So his dog, called Bandit, ran towards the field, and he never saw the dog again. The following day, Merle was out looking for the dog by the barn, and he saw paw prints. He said, "Here and there I could see Bandit's paw prints. These were rather easy to find, for he was a heavy dog and the area was muddy." He also found the dog tracks where he thinks he saw the red lights. The dog tracks were going around in a circle, and they didn't veer anywhere else, and there were no tracks of any other kind. So he searched for weeks and weeks and never found the dog. A strange point, a few weeks after this night, Partridge told friends and family that he wouldn't be surprised if he would find the body of Bandit nearby. So Partridge reported his sighting to the sheriff, George Johnson, and said that when he aimed his flashlight in the field, the eyes would light up like bicycle reflectors. And he also thinks that the strange TV behavior and the high-pitched whine were related to the Mothman. He also stated that he believed that the dog the Scarberry and Mallet saw on the road was his, because Bandit was very well trained, and if he were alive, he would have returned to him. So, John Keel lists this sighting as November 14th, so this would be the night before. In the Eyes of the Mothman documentary listed as November 13th, and in the 2002 book Mothman and Other Curious Encounters by Lauren Coleman lists the sighting as the 15th. Now, if this sighting happened technically at 10:30 at night, and if you're saying that the Mothman sighting happened midnight, that could conflict one date, but either way, that's the dog sighting. So the other sighting intertwined at this beginning, the sighting they mentioned at Thomas's house near the TNT plant, this is Marcella Bennett's Mothman sighting. And this occurred on Wednesday, November 16th, the night after the original Scarberry Mallet sighting. She describes the whole ordeal as, "I knew it was nothing from this earth. I knew the creature, whatever it was, didn't live here." Very interesting. So Marcella Bennett, her brother Raymond Wamsley, and his wife Kathy were bringing Marcella's 2-year-old daughter Tina to visit relatives, and they lived near the TNT area in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. So this was in the newspaper the following day. In that day's newspaper was the Mallet Scarberry sighting reported. So they had actually read about it in the newspaper, and they thought that it would be interesting to go see if they could see it. So the house they were visiting was a bungalow near the domes that housed the munitions in the TNT area. And this was Ralph Thomas's house. He was the superintendent of the Trojan U.S. operations there. His wife, Virginia Thomas, is Marcella Bennett's sister, so she's visiting her brother-in-law's house. So she arrives there with her brother and his wife, and they find that Ralph and Virginia left to go to church. So their kids, Ricky, Connie, and Vicky, were the only ones there. So this was at about 9 o'clock. So they leave and go back to their car. And that's when they see lights in the sky hovering above. Raymond stopped when he got to the bottom of the steps. He told Marcella, but she said she didn't want to see any lights in the sky. And he says, "No, stop, you've got to look at this. This isn't a plane." Again, throwback to the Duncan sighting. If he didn't even try to inform his compatriots, "Hey, look, there's lights in the sky." Like, if you're there, even if it's a weird plane, you would still mention it. So, but anyway, back to this. She's carrying their daughter, and she doesn't want to look. Then a figure moved behind the car, and she sees it. She sees the Mothman as she's unlocking the car door. She sees the legs and says they were covered with gray feathers, and she didn't see any feet. So then she looked up and she saw that the wings were drawn in towards the body and the head was tilted sideways. It looked like a bird, but was way bigger than a bird. It was only a few feet away from her, a giant man bird with its head sunken into its shoulders. She said she saw no red eyes. Later on, she said she might have been too scared to see the red eyes, but she described the creature over 6 feet tall with feathers. It looked like a giant bird, but yet a man, and it was standing with its shoulders arched and its neck down. She was too scared to run. I just stood there and looked at it, but I couldn't figure out what it was that I was seeing. Her brother saw it, but would not move forward. They were both frozen in fright. He yelled for her to run, but she couldn't. A moment later, she managed to turn around, and she took 4 steps towards the house before falling down on top of her daughter. She couldn't get up, as if she was paralyzed. I just couldn't do what my mind was wanting me to do, she explained. She heard the flapping of wings as she was trying to run. At that point, she was able to pick up her daughter and go towards the house. The kids were waiting on the steps, and Raymond heard the creature flap its wings again as Marcella reached them. They immediately locked themselves into the house. Marcella's hands and knees were skinned up, scraped and bruised and bleeding from when she fell down. She had also been burned from falling on top of her lit cigarette. The side of her face was also bleeding. The kids were all going crazy, screaming and crying. Raymond called the police. So, the Mothman apparently at this time went onto the porch, pushing the door and looking into the windows. Wow, how creepy is that? It took the police 15 to 20 minutes to get to the house, and then the Mothman was gone. So the police saw that Marcella was injured from the fall, so they believed that that lent credence to what they were reporting. And they searched all around the house, guns drawn. So at this point, not only were the police there, but a bunch of onlookers and cars from other places started showing up. It looked like a drive-in theater. Marcella said it was the most frightening experience of her life, and she did not feel comfortable talking about it. She was traumatized and couldn't sleep. I would think I could hear the wings flapping and noise on top of the roof. I kept feeling that this thing had followed us home, she said. She said she felt that the creature had a link to her, and she never drove at night again. I couldn't sleep, and I was hearing things and thought that it was right outside and still after me. I couldn't imagine what this thing was or where it came from and what was its purpose. It was close enough to harm me, but it didn't. She went to Holzer Hospital after the ordeal because of her fear and insomnia. I didn't want to tell the doctor what I had seen, but he asked me if I was Marcella Bennett. He asked me if I was one of the people who saw the big bird in Point Pleasant. She said she could feel the Mothman's presence at all times. When she was driving, she could feel it was in the back seat, but when she turned around, it wouldn't be there. She did give several interviews throughout the time, so that's her encounter. Very, very interesting because she does not mention the red eyes. There's an article published Friday, November 18th, 1966, titled Mason County Has Flying Mystery. It's from Morgantown Dominion. The mystery of the flying whatever it was continued here Thursday. 4 more people reported sighting a huge bird-like creature with red eyes, and in Doddridge County, more than 100 miles to the north, a farmer feels his German Shepherd was dog-napped by the beast. Mason County Sheriff George Johnson said he does not discount the stories of Steve Mallett and Roger Scarberry and their wives. All 4 swear they saw the creature 3 times late Tuesday and early Wednesday near an abandoned power plant 5 miles north of here. Raymond Wamsley and his wife, Marcella Bennett, and Ricky Thomas had told Johnson they saw it too in the same general area. Johnson says he feels whatever everyone saw was nothing more than a freak shitepoke, a large bird of the heron family. The shitepoke, or shag as it is sometimes known, is the smallest heron in the Western Hemisphere. No one, however, could explain how a shag or similar large bird could fly 100 miles per hour, as Scarberry and Mallett said the one they saw did. All 4 said they would take lie detector tests. At a farm in Doddridge County near the Harrison County community of Salem, contractor Newell Partridge said he saw something with eyes like red reflectors in a meadow near his home. He cited this thing about 90 minutes before the Point Pleasant incident. Partridge said his television set began acting up, sounding like a generator, and his $350 German Shepherd Bandit started carrying on something terrible. After the dog had howled for some time, Partridge said he opened the door and shined a flashlight into the field where the reflectors were seen. The dog's hair stood straight up, Partridge said, and the animal then went after the reflectors. The dog never returned, and no trace of it was found. Partridge and his wife said the dog had never stayed away from home for more than 15 minutes in the last 3 years. So these are the main cases surrounding the original sighting. One more aspect, which only the most diehard of Mothman fans probably know about. One thing Linda Scarberry is also quoted as saying, "I wish we had never seen it. I wish someone else had seen it." We covered everything in the police reports from the several days surrounding it, but there's a little bit more to the story. Apparently, this was not the end. These few days of terror were not the end for the Scarberrys and Mallets. Particularly the Scarberrys, because it looks like Linda was the most affected. So they were living on their own, the Scarberrys were living on their own near Tiny's diner. And they began experiencing strange poltergeist-type activity in their home. So this was the high-pitched phonograph record speeding sound, kind of like the whining mouse noise combination with a sped-up phonograph record. But what's even stranger is that they moved in with Linda's parents afterwards, and the strange activity continued at Linda's parents' home. And Linda's mother, Mabel Daniel, actually had her own sighting of the Mothman, and this was on January 11th, a few months after, 1967. She had seen the large creature over Route 62 near Tiny's Drive-In restaurant at 5 p.m. She was walking near the diner when she saw the object. "I thought it was an airplane, then I realized it was flying much too low. It was brown and had a wingspan of at least 10 feet. I thought I could see 2 legs like a man's dangling down from it. It circled over Tiny's and then flew off. The thing didn't seem to have a head or neck, and the wings were motionless, and it was completely silent as it glided through the air." This was reported in John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies, 1975. But back to the poltergeist activity, it followed them from their home to Linda's parents' home. John Keel wrote in the Mothman Prophecies, "Roger and Linda Scarberry were living in a house trailer at the time of their Mothman sighting. In the week that followed, they were suddenly plagued by strange sounds around the trailer at night. Beeps and loud garbled noises like a speeded up phonograph record. They could not locate the source of the sounds outside or inside the trailer. The couple later settled in the basement apartment in the home of Linda's parents, the McDaniels. The McDaniel family has been living in the Twilight Zone ever since their daughter and others had first glimpsed Mothman. Odd lights appeared in the house, objects moved by themselves, and the heavy odor of cigar smoke was frequently noted, but no one in the family smoked. In December, they even sighted the Mothman on their roof. December 1966, and this was when they were living on 13th Street in Point Pleasant. Linda said, "We saw it again about a month after we first saw it when we lived on 13th Street. The roof slanted down at an angle from the upstairs bedroom window. I looked out that window. It was sitting down. Its wings were folded around itself like it was trying to keep warm. It had its head turned sideways, looking in through the window as if it was curious. By then, I had figured out that it didn't want to hurt me. I could just tell by the way it looked at me. I was very curious and wanted to try to communicate with it, but I still didn't know what it was or where it came from, and was a little scared of it still. It looked so lonely, but not scared anymore. It looked cold, too. It was really cold out that night. And supposedly this was not the end of the roof activity. The Mothman, Mary Heyer wrote, the journalist reporter, she wrote letters to John Keel, and she actually wrote about Roger and Linda experiencing Mothman roof activity. Linda's mother, Mabel, says that it was on the roof 3 nights, June 29th, June 30th, and July 1st, 1967. Mabel said that Roger and Linda swear that the monster has been on their roof the past 3 nights. Linda even claims that she sees its red eyes and has been a nervous wreck, according to Mabel. I really don't know what to think of this deal, if they really see something or just think they do. When Linda was interviewed again about Mothman, she was asked whether it was good or bad. She said, "I don't think it ever had evil intentions. It had numerous chances to harm or even kill me and some other people, but it didn't. I think its main intention was to not get hurt itself. A lot of people tried to kill it or capture it. I don't think it would have hurt anybody or anything. A lot of dogs started turning up missing. A lot of people blamed that on the Mothman, but I don't think it was him." Interesting. Back to their poltergeist activity, there was another incident when Linda, her aunt, and the 5-year-old infant daughter Danny were all sleeping in her bedroom. Linda woke up and saw the shadowy form of a man in the room. They had left the kitchen light on so that there was a little bit of light, and Linda said she saw that the man wore a black and white checkered shirt with black pants, coal black crew-cut hair, and dark unblinking eyes. He just stood there staring at her, and she couldn't move. She was paralyzed. He then took a cigarette out and lit it, and there was a gold crucifix that Linda had hung above Danny's bed. When the man lit the cigarette, the crucifix reflected the light and caught his eye. He turned to look at it, and so did Linda. When she turned back, he was gone. Linda claimed that her aunt woke up and said she had dreamed the exact same events that happened in the room. They searched the house, all the doors were still locked, and there was no sign of an intruder. So very creepy stuff. So what's also really interesting is as time went on, Linda Scarberry felt that the Mothman was not evil and was not intending to do her harm. She even mentioned that it looked lonely and cold sitting on her roof. Now, some would argue that these could all just be psychological implantations from the Mothman to manipulate the witnesses in some way. If indeed it is a malevolent being, it might try to hide that, and these could be psychological aspects of how the Mothman implants and manipulates. The going over the Marcella Bennett account as part of this whole thing, the fact that she did not see glowing red eyes is pretty interesting, because all of the verifiable as you can get, all of the suspected Mothman sightings, that's one of the key features of the Mothman, identifying the Mothman, is the glowing, piercing red eyes. Why wouldn't it have the red eyes? Was it really the Mothman? Was her sighting made up? Was it a psychological, again, could it have been some sort of psychological wave of attack where she didn't really see the Mothman, she thought she did, and for whatever reason, the glowing red eyes were not part of that psychological attack? It would be interesting to note whether Raymond Wamsley, her brother, whether or not he saw the glowing red eyes. Although, if they were simply making it up because of the previous sighting, that would be unusual, because then in terms of a copycat sighting, they would mention the red eyes. So, just an interesting abnormality among many in the Mothman case. But this has been the main account, and those surrounding it. In the next episode, we'll get into even more accounts following these main accounts. And we'll get into some of the more mysterious, even more mysterious aspects of the case. Hope you enjoyed today's podcast. If you'd like, you can donate to our PayPal in the link in the description, and it'll help us bring you even more MINDSHOCK episodes. Have a good night. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Hello, this is Bruce McGuire. You are listening to MINDSHOCK. This is Mothman, Episode 3, The November of Terror. Point Pleasant, West Virginia, was stalked by a creature known as the Mothman for 13 months of fear and terror. The quintessential encounter was reported by the Scarberry Mallet couples, which we covered in the previous episode, on November 15th. After that initial encounter, reports came flooding in for not just the rest of the month, but the rest of the year. Over 100 total accounts of encounters with this creature. Some say it's a bird, others a demon. Others still speculate that it is an extraterrestrial or interdimensional creature of some kind. The field of cryptozoology has forever been changed by the appearance of this unexplained Mothman creature. The main staple is the glowing, piercing, smoldering red eyes that witnesses have never forgotten for the rest of their lives. Other strange activity like UFOs and men in black plagued the town and surrounding area. They are less focused on in most Mothman books and documentaries, but we're going to cover all of that as well. In this episode specifically, though, we're going to take a look at the rest of that harrowing November back in 1966. On the 17th, just 2 nights after the Scarberry Mallet encounters, a 17-year-old boy was driving on Route 7 by Cheshire, Ohio. This is 10 miles up the Ohio River from Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Of course, the Ohio River separates West Virginia and Ohio. He reported a terrifying Mothman encounter. Same MO as usual. A gray humanoid being, like a man, with wings the size of a 10-foot span. And of course, the glowing red eyes. But he didn't just spot the creature. It chased him for over a mile on the road. What's interesting is, again, the witness either didn't want to be identified or there is another reason his name isn't available. If these people were just attention-seeking individuals, they would probably lap it up and do TV and newspaper interviews every day. And yet that isn't the case with a lot of these witnesses. The previous episodes, we went into that as well. One of the common arguments of skeptics and detractors of these paranormal and supernatural cases are that these people are just insane, delusional, or attention-seeking people looking for fame and fortune. Now, every single supernatural and paranormal phenomena case usually does have a couple of these people. And there are a couple of candidates in the Mothman case as well, but not too many. Not too many. The following night, on November 18th, Point Pleasant fireman Benjamin Enox and Captain Paul Yoder were in the TNT area. A curious sighting, as the men stated that it was definitely a bird, but they did say it did have big red eyes and was very large. It was huge. We'd never seen anything like it. So, can this sighting possibly be filed away as a large owl sighting? Maybe. What's strange is that the so-called rational thinkers ludicrously believe all of the Mothman sightings can be waved away as simple owl sightings. Now, owl eyes can reflect red, but the largest owls would be about 2 feet high and only a 5-foot wingspan. Obviously, some distant sightings of these flying owls may be accountable for a portion of the reports, but all one has to do is think logically to put the nail in the coffin to this silly theory. If these owls, which supposedly look like giant flying men, were prevalent in the Point Pleasant area, why were they not sighted 100 times any other year? Why only in 1967? Why not after the bridge collapse? Did all the owls suddenly go extinct? Not likely. Not likely at all. The slew of November sightings continue. 4 occur on November 20th. That night, 4 teenage boys were exploring the TNT area in the evening and reported seeing the Mothman. Now, the TNT area we heavily discussed in the previous episode. It was an abandoned munitions plant with dome storage areas and abandoned buildings. This is where the initial Scarberry Mallet encounter happened, and it was unofficially dubbed the home of Mothman. It was also an Environmental Protection Agency disaster site due to pollution and toxicity. That's where the theories came from that the Mothman might be some kind of a mutated freak of some kind. So anyway, on this night, November 20th, the 4 teenage boys were exploring the area. John Morrow and Johnny Love were both 14, Billy Burdett and Daryl Love, 16 and 18, respectively. All 4 had the same exact story. It was a man-sized gray humanoid with wings and glowing red eyes. They didn't freeze in paralyzed shock, however. They said they tried to get a better look at the creature and approached it before it flew off. They promptly reported their sighting to Deputy Millard Halstead. In the area of Ferry Branch by Charleston, which is 50 miles down the Kanawha River, which branches off the Ohio River at Point Pleasant, a couple reported seeing a large bird. Its wingspan was wider than their truck. It flew over their truck, landed in a tree, and then flew up Ferry Branch Hollow. Apparently there was not a humanoid and red-eye description in this sighting. 5 teenagers driving along Campbell's Creek that night encountered the Mothman as well. Campbell's Creek is 10 miles further downriver southeast of Ferry Branch, 60 miles southeast of Point Pleasant. Their headlights captured a man-sized bird-like creature with red eyes beside a rock quarry. As soon as they saw it, it immediately fled into the woods. One of the teenagers, Brenda Jones of Point Lick, stated, "Nobody believes us because we're teenagers, but it was real scary." You'll see where I'm going with the river descriptions now. Further along the Kanawha River, 20 miles southeast, it branches off into several creeks, one of which is Smithers Creek. And 10 miles east on that is the area of Dixie, West Virginia. So we're now 90 miles southeast of Point Pleasant. Howard Miller witnessed a bird creature. He said it was about 4 feet tall with red half moons under his eyes. He saw it landing on a school bus shelter. Strange indeed. 4 feet is more likely to be a large owl or bird of some kind. Regardless, the string of sightings downriver that night is interesting. If it is the Mothman, it would seem likely that it was following rivers and creeks as opposed to randomly flying around land. The next night, we're in Charleston. This is the 21st of November, 10:15 at night. Richard West called the police. His report? There was a Batman sitting on the roof next to his house. D.L. Tucker, a patrolman, answered the call. West described this Batman by saying, "It looks like a man, it's about 6 feet tall and has a wingspan of about 6 to 8 feet. And it has big red eyes." D.L. Tucker asked him if it flew. West responded, "Straight up, just like a helicopter." Very bizarre. So, We're also seeing some similar traits here. Obviously the red eyes, similar estimations on wingspan, although some smaller, some larger. And then of course the helicopter flight ability. Very, very bizarre. It seems like there was a cluster of sightings in that area, Charleston to Dixie, and not in Point Pleasant on the nights of the 20th and the 21st. On November 24th, the TNT area has another sighting. 2 adults with 2 kids were driving past the TNT area in Point Pleasant when they saw the now famous giant flying humanoid creature with red eyes. After this sighting, the Mothman furor was in full swing. Several hours later, on the morning of November 25th, the Mothman made a rare daytime appearance as the sun was just coming up at the crack of dawn. It was 7:15 a.m. Thomas Urey, a shoe salesman, was driving along Route 62 just north of the TNT area. He was going about 75 miles an hour when he noticed something on the riverbank, which then came up over the tree line. It was a very large bird. I could not see any type of a head or anything, but man, that thing could move. I was going 75 miles an hour and it's making circles and still keeping up with me and getting lower each time. I do not remember ever seeing it flap its wings, but when you are driving like that, looking through the top of your windshield, I could only see it making the big circles, almost like a predatory bird. I guess I was scared to a certain extent, but then when I realized that this thing was not going to attack me or anything, I did not feel as threatened. When it first started getting lower, it seemed to be more curious about me, almost a mutual curiosity. After that, it wasn't that I was scared, but I was apprehensive. Estimated wingspan, let's say 10 to 12 feet, give or take on either end, up to 15. I'd never seen anything that large before in my life. I was scared, but I wasn't terrified. It's a strange feeling. I've never seen anything like it. I hope I never do again. It's just unbelievable. After it flew off, he went straight to the sheriff, George Johnson, reporting his sighting. He also gave interviews to Mary Heyer, the reporter and journalist that covered the Mothman case extensively, and John Keel and others. Interesting to note, he did not claim this was a humanoid, and he did not notice red eyes. The other thing that's kind of funny about Thomas Urey, he seems to be trying to make a point that he wasn't scared, but then he keeps going, I was scared, but I wasn't terrified, but it's not that I was scared, I was apprehensive. It's kind of funny. Pretty funny that was one of the main things he was trying to relay, is that he was not a coward. And I just mentioned John Keel. He, of course, is the ufologist, and he covered this case extensively. And he witnessed a lot of UFO phenomena and Men in Black activity in the area as well. On November 26th, once again, outside of the immediate area of Point Pleasant, but along the rivers of the Ohio River, there is another sighting. Lowell, Ohio, sits along the Muskingum River, 14 miles from where it shoots off the Ohio River at Marietta, which is about 65 miles northeast of Point Pleasant. Total distance from Point Pleasant, Lowell is 75 miles. Marvin Schock, his children Markeen and Philip, were near Cat's Creek in the afternoon when they witnessed 4 gigantic birds near trees. What's incredibly remarkable about this sighting is its duration. The witnesses say they watched these birds for 2 whole hours. No red eyes. They looked about as big as a man would look moving around in the trees, Schock said later. When we started walking toward them for a closer look, we were about 100 yards from them. They took off and flew up the ridge. They were able to continue following the birds by car, where they arrived 200 yards from Ewing Tilton. Tilton came out and talked with Schock. They estimated the birds as being 4 to 5 feet tall and wingspans of at least 10 feet. They had dark brown backs with some light flecks. Tilton observed. Their breasts were gray, and they had 5 or 6 inch bills, straight, not curved, like those of hawks or vultures. Shock thought there was a reddish cast to their heads, but the birds kept their distance, and then they flew away. Is this just another coincidence that large birds, or potentially the Mothman, are being sighted right off of rivers? It's very, very strange. The other part is some of these witnesses are very clear in their descriptions. They're not jumping on the Mothman bandwagon. Some of them are not reporting red eyes and not reporting humanoid figures. So they're clearly not pushing this Mothman idea. But on the other hand, these aren't owls if they're like 5 feet tall with 10-foot wingspans. Unless they're these giant cryptid owls, which for whatever reason only had activity in that 1 year. That's one of the things that's just mind-boggling about this case. I mean, the other theory we are basically forced to entertain is that there's a Mothman and there are these large birds being sighted. Is it possible that they're unrelated? Theoretically, maybe there are mutated owls or mutated cranes. The other thing about the sandhill crane that never made any sense, obviously it has a really long neck. That's the whole point of a crane. That's where the expression craning your neck comes from, because the neck is insane. Like these cases, there are no necks in the case of the Mothman, or possibly even visible heads. The eyes are sunken into the shoulders, kind of like an owl. But again, the owls are 2 feet tall. And if there are mutant freak owls flying around, where did they go? What happened to them? And that munition plant has been around there since World War II. So what's been going on for 20 years? It takes 20 years for the birds to mutate? And if it does, where did they go after that? Or did the men in black come in and round them all up? Shoot them all? Or you know, whatever. A lot of unanswered questions here. A lot of unanswered questions. The marathon of sightings on the 26th continued. In St. Albans, not far from Charleston, Mrs. Ruth Foster encountered Mothman on her front lawn. She heard her dog barking 10:30 at night, went out to investigate. She told reporters it was standing on the lawn beside the porch. It was tall, with big red eyes that popped out of its face. My husband is 6'1", and this bird looked about the same height, or a little shorter maybe. It had a funny little face. I didn't see any beak. All I saw were those big red poppy eyes. I screamed and ran back into the house. My brother-in-law went out to look, but it was gone. You know, another theory I haven't really seen floated is if Mothman is somehow this king cryptid creature and has control over these other birds, these gigantic birds, and they're all freaks or mutated freaks from the TNT plant. Because then that could possibly account for all these sightings. There's these gigantic birds, and then there's also Mothman. And there are different sightings. Moving on to the following day, November 27th. Now we come to another staple of the Mothman lore. The compelling encounter of Connie Jo Carpenter and the unfortunate aftermath. Connie Jo Carpenter is actually Mary Hyer's niece, the reporter prominently featured in this case. So Connie Jo Carpenter, a shy 18-year-old girl from New Haven, West Virginia, worked at Tiny's Diner in Point Pleasant. She claimed to have an encounter with the Mothman that morning, 10:30 a.m. So this is the most well-known daylight sighting. Other than the Scarberry Mallet sightings, this is actually like pretty much the big one in terms of the Mothman. She was returning from church and driving on Route 62 past the Mason County Golf Course when she saw what she first assumed was a large man dressed in gray. Then, suddenly, large wings, about a span of 10 feet, unfolded and it shot up in a straight line and then took off towards her car. Speaking about it, she said, "Those eyes, they were very red, and once they were fixed on me, I couldn't take my own eyes off them. It's a wonder I didn't have a wreck." She said the Mothman flew directly at her, then veered off and was gone. She sped home hysterical and then locked herself in her room. So she's one of the only witnesses who apparently got a good look at the Mothman's face, and in the light of day, no less. Speaking about it, she said it was horrible, like something out of a science fiction movie. Keith Aker, her boyfriend at the time and later husband, said, "Those eyes." That's all she'd ever say, was "those eyes." Haunting stuff. Keith also stated, "I'd like people just to understand that. I'm here to make sure that they don't think she's a kook, because she's not. And what she has said she's seen, she has actually seen. The only thing I have to say is keep an open mind, because someday it could happen to you. And if you try to tell somebody, what are you going to do? If they laugh at you, or if they call you a kook, that you're imagining, or that you're trying to cause chaos, but it actually did happen. What if? And if's a big question." She was so traumatized that she was unable to go to school for days and had to seek medical attention. Here's where we come into some very, very strange stuff. Klieg conjunctivis. So this is actinic conjunctivis, which is an inflammation of the eye contracted from prolonged exposure to actinic or ultraviolet rays. Symptoms are redness and swelling of the eyes. Most often, the condition is caused by prolonged exposure to Klieg lights, therapeutic lamps, or acetane torches. Other names for the condition include Klieg conjunctivis, eye burn, arc flash, welder's conjunctivis, flash keratoconjunctivis, actinic ray ophthalmia, X-ray ophthalmia, and ultraviolet ray ophthalmia. Several Mothman witnesses suffered from this Klieg conjunctivis. Connie Jo Carpenter was one of these witnesses. She had symptoms for 2 weeks after the sighting. I wonder how many people get Klieg conjunctivis from watching owls or birds fly. Something to think about, isn't it? There should be more warnings in binoculars for bird watchers, or even without binoculars, because if you see an owl, I mean, you just might get your eyes burned out from looking at its eyes, right? Or a sandhill crane, I mean, that looking at those eyes, that'll burn your eyes right up, won't it? The other interesting thing that will be going in later is the UFO accounts from this year, of which there was quite a plethora in this little nexus of paranormal and supernatural activity that was Point Pleasant, 1966 to 1967. But Klieg conjunctivis is actually reported in UFO cases. Lights in the sky, burning eyes. It's, I don't know about common, but it is reported in UFO cases. Quite a few reports of that. So what's really interesting, this is a daytime sighting of a Mothman being that resulted in Klieg conjunctivis. So like at night when there's no other light and it's dark, I mean, you would think that'd be more possible, but this is daytime. This is 10:30 in the morning. So very, very bizarre, but the bizarreness didn't even end there. This case just gets weirder and weirder, specifically her case. As I mentioned before, Men in Black activity was rampant in Point Pleasant and the Point Pleasant area during the Mothman sightings, and Connie may have had a harrowing encounter with one of these Men in Black as well. 3 months later, February 22nd, 1967, 8:15 in the morning, she was walking to school. She reported that a black 1949 Buick pulled up right next to her. The driver opened the door, asked for directions. She described him as being about 25, clean-cut, neat hair, and a tan. As she stepped closer to answer, he commanded her to get in the car, grabbed her by the arm, trying to physically force her into the vehicle. Her sleeve ripped, and she ran away. Once again, she went and locked herself in the house. The following day, February 23rd, she found a note slid under the door. The note said, "Be careful, girl. I can get you yet." Wow. Is that absolutely terrifying or what? What is going on in Point Pleasant? Connie basically became reclusive and will not speak to the public all these years later. Is this someone really looking for attention? Doesn't seem like it, does it? What would be the benefit of making up such a story in her case? And was this really a Men in Black agent? Was it a man in black? Or was it just some random guy? And why not break into the house and get her if that's what they really wanted? Very, very bizarre circumstances. Like, a lot of these people, I mean, they're home alone. It's a rural area in the hills of West Virginia. Like, you know, they could break into the house, take her by force. I mean, their cars were sighted all over the town. I mean, it's really bizarre. It's as if fear and terror was the primary goal for both the Mothman, the Men in Black, if those were the Men in Black. If they weren't the Men in Black, like, who are these guys? They're aliens? Is the Mothman an alien? Like, what is going on? I mean, we can get really outlandish with some of these theories. Is the Mothman some kind of a weird creature from another planet, and these Men in Black are actually aliens from that planet trying to capture the creature that escaped? Or interdimensional aspect variant of that theory? I mean, it's just really bizarre. It's hard to piece all these pieces together logically. But we're still not done with November 27th. That night, back in St. Albans, Sheila Kane and her younger sister were actually chased while walking home from the store. While walking past a junkyard, they noticed something standing by it. Sheila said it was gray and white with big red eyes, and it must have been 7 feet tall, taller than a man. I screamed and we ran home. It flew up in the air and followed us part of the way. They said it was beakless and had big red pop eyes. I mean, this is scary stuff, if true. Or they're just making this up. I don't know. It's a lot of people to make up a lot of different stories. Some people are just making up stories about birds. Or are the birds' non-humanoid stories real? The Mothman stories not real? Like, where it's difficult to postulate properly here. Even for the skeptics, like, you have to be rational and intellectually honest with your theories and the likelihood of all these different theories being true. There were other sightings and encounters that November. Some witnesses cannot even remember the exact date. Whether you believe that leads more credence to the story or less, that's up to you. I'm not sure either way. This next sighting, by Bob Bosworth and Alan Coates, I'm a little bit more skeptical of this one than the other ones. Don't know why, but here it is. This is a very, very close encounter. Friends Bob Bosworth and Alan Coates claim to have seen the Mothman in the North Power Plant in the TNT area after exploring there on a whim one day while out riding Alan's motorcycle. So, this Bob Bosworth had previously offered Roger Scarberry $5 to take him to the exact spot where they saw the Mothman, but Roger refused. One night they decided they're gonna go check out the TNT factory, see if the Mothman's there. They had nothing better to do, so they went out there. When they got out to the old armory on Camp Conley Road, Al spotted glowing red eyes on the top of the 3-story building. "Look at that," Al cried out. He then asked Bob what he thought it was, himself offering that somebody's probably got a couple reflectors nailed to a board trying to fool somebody. Bob said, "I bet you're right. Let's go up and see that it is." Bob describes what happened as they got closer. We stopped right there and we looked up. Well, it looked like these red eyes were looking down at us then. That still didn't bother us much because we thought whoever it was just turned the board. So I guess they were really convinced this was a hoax. This whole thing was a hoax, which is interesting because it deviates from the other accounts that say, they were just overcome with impending dread and doom and fear, just paralyzing fear. These guys apparently weren't really scared because they were convinced it was fake and it was just reflectors on a board. They tried to lift and angle the motorcycle so that the motorcycle headlight would shine on the eyes and illuminate what it was, but they weren't able to do that because the motorcycle was too heavy. So they went into the power plant and got to the 3rd floor. There were concrete platforms. There were also the metal catwalks that went in every direction around the abandoned equipment. So Bob said in the process of a lot of demolition work, they had removed the ladders that took you up on the roof. I thought that how in the world could anybody get up there? All of a sudden this. I don't really know what to say. Whatever I saw, it very slowly and precisely walked toward us. So this abandoned power plant was littered with broken glass. So you couldn't walk anywhere without the noise of the glass crunching under your feet. Also, that night, the moonlight was very bright, so it was shining through the windows. He said it was causing a spotlight effect, so that the moonlight illuminated certain areas, but other areas were completely pitch black shadow. Bob said we heard it walk, and it walked right up and just stayed in the dark. So he couldn't see the red eyes right now. I thought about that, and I think that is because there is no light to reflect them. All of its movements were slow and precise. No flighty movement, no waddles, or anything like that. It got to the point that if I had taken one step and extended my arm, I could have touched it. He said all he could see was just a faint outline of the Mothman. It was very large with broad shoulders. He said it was between 6.5 and 7 feet tall. I don't know of any man that I have ever seen that's built that way. Back then, I weighed 170 pounds. Its shoulders went past me, and it had a taper to it. I compare it with a robin. A bird looks when their wings are folded and how they're bulged at the top and then come back down to a taper. It was just as though it had a large head, sitting on its shoulders. Here's what we did because you can't sometimes comprehend what you're seeing. Well, it looked very strange, so I told Al, and I nudged him with my elbow so he would go along with it. I said, Al, that's a bird. I'm gonna shoot it. We didn't have any guns. If it were somebody, they should have spoke up and said, hey man, don't shoot, it's me. No, nothing. It just stood right there. I said it again. I said, Al, I mean it, I'm gonna shoot it. He said, well, go ahead. Well, I put my hand into my coat like I had a gun. No sound. It stood right there just as if it were looking right at me. I'm 5'9", and I had to tilt my head back a little bit to look to where its face should be. And it was a rounded head. Well, if you can imagine a U upside down, it was just too big to be a man. There were no quick or threatening moves whatsoever, and had it meant any harm, it certainly had a chance right there, towards either one of us. But I remember that any nervousness went away, and I started becoming more interested in trying to figure it out. I became at that point very calm. I wasn't afraid, I was unsure. Now here's a very interesting aspect of the story. Bob and Al said they stared at the Mothman for 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, that's a pretty long sighting. 5 to 6 minutes that they were just hanging out looking at each other. Bob said it very slowly and precisely turned toward the catwalks. Now, these catwalks had been torn up and everything else. They went out to nothing and dropped off 3 stories down. It's where they had removed equipment, so whatever this thing was turned and started walking out the catwalk. So I'm still to the point that I'm not sure what I'm seeing, and I didn't want anyone to get hurt. So I yelled out, "Buddy, don't go out on that catwalk. There's no railing. It drops off out there 3 stories down." Never a hesitation. Then we heard the sound like wings. It was just as though it said, "Well, I'm bored," and left. It walked to the back of the catwalk, and only at that time, for some reason, is when we started getting a little nervous. We hastily left. So they ran away, hopped on the motorcycle, and rode off. They didn't hear anything else. Bob said he was scared that it might try to follow them, and he didn't want it hitting them when they were on a motorcycle. One thing that always stuck in my mind all these years is how in the world, if it were a person or someone out to scare us, how they could get up there and then get down that quick and inside the building while we were coming up the steps. So apparently, these guys kept the story to themselves. They said they didn't think the police could help them. And Bob told his father, who said he was just seeing things and that no one would believe him. The other weird thing Bob said is, "I would give anything to see it again one more time before I die. I would do things differently. I would try to touch it. I just got the feeling when it was in front of me that I was safe and it wasn't going to hurt me." Okay, now that's a pretty strange kind of thing to say now. So they didn't go public with it at the time, so there's nothing from this sighting back in November 66, and around 2005, I think they came forward in certain interviews about their encounter. So very, very bizarre and interesting encounter. A couple of witnesses do say they did not feel threatened, which is in direct conflict with the majority of the cases where it was paralyzing fear and dread. I mean, these are on opposite ends of the spectrum. It's very, very bizarre. Like I said, I'm a tad skeptical of this account. The details are interesting. Their idea to pretend they have a gun to shoot it, so if it was a man, that it would reveal himself. That's kind of an interesting detail. If you're going to make it up, that's a pretty good thing to make up. But yeah, overall, I don't know, a little bit more on the fence on this one, as opposed to some of the other sightings, which are a bit more convincing. But as extraordinary as that encounter was, Faye DeWitt may give it a run for its money. Faye DeWitt is perhaps the closest any human has ever gotten to the Mothman. That November, 13-year-old Faye DeWitt and her siblings decided to see if they could find the mythical Mothman, said to be haunting the area. Her older brother Topper was not a believer. He was tired of all the hoopla, and he wanted to expose this Mothman hoax, whatever it was, once and for all. So they drove out to the TNT area. This was a green 1959 Ford truck. Topper was driving, Faye was in the passenger seat. 2 brothers, 2 sisters in the back. As they drove, get this, the Mothman appeared and began running next to the car, right beside Faye. Faye was face to face with this creature through the car window. Topper told her not to look at it, but she saw it. She described what she saw as whitish and sandy. It had the features of a human, giant red eyes, no beak. What's also interesting, that it wasn't flying, it was running. So she couldn't believe it, none of them could believe it, because this Mothman creature is running next to the car at 50 miles an hour. Clearly an owl or sandhill crane, right? So once again, to all those saying it's a sandhill crane or owl, how many sandhill cranes or owls run without visible wings next to a car, because she said she didn't even see the wings until later. So there's this monster creature just running next to the car. She doesn't even know it has wings at this point. So it's one thing to doubt that the Mothman is a demon or a cryptid, but to 100% state it can be easily explained by a bird is just downright comical. Unless all these witnesses are completely lying. Because a sandhill crane or an owl does not run on its legs at 50 miles an hour next to a vehicle. What she said about the sighting later, all I could see was the eyes. They were so big, other than anything else on its face, it just held you, and that's about all you saw. The eyes was the reddest I've ever seen in my life, and to this day, I've never seen anything that red. That's a pretty damn good description. If you're making stuff up, that's a good way to do it. The reddest red. So now they're all panicked, so she looks back and tells her younger sister Betty and her younger brother to just duck down and hide in the back seat. So Topper's now flooring it out of there, and he's taking sharp corners on the road, and the Mothman just stays right along with the car. So it's doing these fast turns, 50 miles an hour, and they can't lose it. So at this point, Topper, on the next sharp turn, he just stops the car sideways in the road. And the Mothman jumps on the hood of the car and stares at them through the windshield. Now this is as close as an encounter as you can get. It's on the hood of their car. This is scary. The creature apparently then just hopped right up to one of the abandoned factory buildings in the TNT area. Faye said it jumped on top of the building and then just turned and sat down and crouched like a gargoyle, Faye described. It's a pretty good description, isn't it? Is the Mothman a gargoyle? The same gargoyle of medieval times and ancient legend and folklore? So basically it just jumped right up the building. There was no flying, there was no wings, it just hopped right on the building. So now, perhaps not the smartest thing to do, Topper jumps out of the car and starts throwing rocks and pieces of coal at the Mothman on the building. One of the pieces of coal lands right by its foot, and that's when the Mothman stood up, turned sideways, and hopped right down from the roof, intimidatingly, as if it were going to attack Topper, who then gets back runs back to the car, closes the door, and then that's when they see the Mothman's wings for the first time. It spreads its wings and flies off suddenly. Faye said of the Mothman, I'd say it's close to 5 or 6 foot wingspan, but I know they were big enough to have to carry something like that. The eyes almost took up its whole face, which that's why it was so weird. It was the largest part in its face was its eyes. So, again, this story, I'd like to see some interviews with the other kids, because apparently it's just her giving this story, and this first appeared in the Mothman book, Mothman Behind the Red Eyes by Jeff Wamsley in 2005. Faye was also on the Monster Quest TV show and the Eyes of the Mothman documentary, as well as other documentaries. She was asked if she thought the Mothman could be a mutated creature of some kind. She said, "This was not a mutation. This was something that was perfectly formed the way it was supposed to be, just like any other thing is." Okay, another weird comment. How would she know that? That's pretty strange, but strange intuitions and premonitions seem to be par for the course in this bizarre case. Now this is quite the tale, perhaps the most impressive and unbelievable of all the Mothman encounters. I mean, this is insane. So I don't know if they went to the police or not, or if they did and it was just kept hush-hush. There's definitely unanswered questions to this encounter. It could, I guess theoretically, this could all be drummed up for, for new books and documentaries and to make money. Apparently, at the Mothman festival that she was at, Faye did state that she had moved out of the area. So, if this encounter prompted her to move out of the area immediately and they never told anybody, okay, slightly more believable, but I don't know. Very, very curious story. That has another curious bit to it. When Faye and Topper tried to go to the TNT area again several days later, keep in mind, there are no dates on this story. So if they're that traumatized they can't even remember the day, maybe. Or if they are lying, I don't know. Would you make up a specific date if you were lying? Hard to say. So when they went to the TNT area again several days later, men in black were there, sealing off the area, so they did not let them access the area. Very, very strange. Then again, if you had this kind of encounter, would you want to go back for more? I really don't know what to think about that. The other interesting thing to think about is how come the Mothman didn't actually harm any humans? Or any dogs either, if you agree with Linda Scarberry, saying for whatever reason she felt it was something else responsible for all the missing dogs and not the Mothman. It certainly had the opportunity to kill or snatch many people, and even kids, especially now that it has a human throwing rocks at it in the case of Topper in this Faye DeWitt encounter. Could have killed them all, I guess. Another bizarre aspect of the sightings and encounters is most of these people reported extreme paranoia, fear, and the feeling that someone was always watching them after their encounters. Okay, there was one other super bizarre case in November. It was in the fall of '66, and this is Lawrence Gray's Mothman encounter. Another thing to think about that I didn't mention, we'll get into this in the UFO and in Men in Black episodes, is the memory loss. So apparently if the Men in Black show up, you saw a UFO, you saw something you weren't supposed to see, like a Mothman if it is an alien creature, and they wipe your memory, you would never remember the memory wipe or the other things you forgot. Is it possible these people forgot their encounters and just reported it many, many years later when their memory slowly returned? Or is that another reason they can't remember the exact date of a lot of this stuff because their memory was only partially wiped? Or if it's not the Men in Black wiping their memory and it's the aliens wiping their memory, if these are alien creatures and the Men in Black are aliens. A lot of different theories, not a lot of hard evidence conclusion to all these, but we'll be getting into all of these to kind of formulate some likely theories. So this was the fall of 1966, although some sources claim late November. So Lawrence Gray and his wife were living in a small white house on Jefferson Avenue in Point Pleasant. 9:30 in the evening they returned from church. So Lawrence told this story also to Jeff Wamsley. We walked upon the steps and I immediately sensed that someone had been or was in the house. I just had that feeling. I didn't mention this to my wife because I figured she would think I was joking. So I opened the front door and we went into the house, and that feeling became much stronger to me that something just was not right. I remember glancing across the living room and I didn't see anything out of place, so I then walked in towards the bathroom. When you walked through the hall, the bathroom was straight ahead and there was a bedroom on each side of the bathroom. My next response was to go into the bedroom on the side of Jackson Avenue. I looked in the closet and under the bed and didn't see anything, but I still felt that feeling. I didn't let my wife see what I was doing as I checked out the other bedroom. I went into the kitchen and walked towards the back door, with a basement door next to the back door. We always kept a little hook-style lock on the basement door so we would know if anyone had been in the basement. I noticed that the lock was unhooked, and I thought maybe I had forgotten to lock it. I still had that weird feeling about it, so I went down into the basement to see if there was someone down there. I cautiously opened the basement door and turned on the light. I couldn't really see all around the basement. To be honest, I really didn't want to go down there, but I started down the steps and there was a pipe lying close to the steps. So I picked it up and proceeded on down to the basement. I looked all around but still did not see anything. I headed back upstairs, but I still had that same feeling that I had when we came into the house. It was dead fear. a sense that there was somebody there and I couldn't see them. So the evening went on, and finally we went to bed around 10:30 or 11 p.m. Our bedroom faced Jefferson Avenue, and the foot of my bed did also. I slept on the window side. I was lying there in bed, and all of a sudden, at about 3 a.m., I found myself awake and looking out the window. I remember all of this very clearly. A bright streetlight was out in front of the church down on the corner. A car pulled up there and stopped and then went on down the street. I remember looking at the car and wondering, why am I awake? I didn't feel anything at that moment. I turned my head back across the bed, and there this thing stood. It just sort of paralyzed me, and I was frozen with fear. I was taken by what I was seeing, and I was really afraid at this point. It was standing there, and I tried to yell, but I couldn't make a noise. My wife was lying right beside of me asleep. This thing was standing there, and it was at least 6 feet tall, maybe a little taller from where I was laying. It was sort of a dirty lunar color. This thing could see me, and I could see it. We both knew we were looking at each other. To me, I am convinced, as sure as I am sitting in this chair, that this was the devil. This thing had 2 arms, or things that looked like wings, and it was standing like this. He demonstrates a figure standing with shoulders shrugged and the head tilted. I did not see any red eyes of any sort. It had a shape, it had a head and those deep eyes, and it was pronounced in its own way. It really wasn't a human form, but it was in the form of a body. The head was very much a head with wing formation off to its sides. I can see it in my mind just as clear as it was that night. I would estimate this lasted for about 45 seconds or so. It went on for a while. I really didn't know what to do. But when I started thinking of Bible scripture in my head, it was just like salt on a slug. It kind of dissipated. Not real fast, but just sort of went into nothing. He immediately woke up his wife, told her exactly what had happened, and then she just said, "Oh yeah, okay, it was the devil." I guess, I don't know, these church-going folks just assume any monster is the devil? I don't know. Obviously, he knew about all the Mothman reports, so he assumed it was just the same thing that they were seeing. So he truly believed this thing was the devil, and it was flying around Point Pleasant terrorizing people. Once again, this is one of the couple of sightings where there are no red eyes reported. Just really curious. I mean, if we're just doing basic copycats, people jumping on the bandwagon, mass hysteria, and shared delusions, why isn't everybody reporting red eyes? And here's the thing: it's not just one person not reporting the red eyes. This is a number of cases now that clearly and distinctly say for sure there were no red eyes. Very, very curious. In the next episodes, we'll be getting more into the exact UFO phenomena and just the astonishing number of UFOs reported by a lot of these parties and a lot of these same parties. We're going to see a lot of these witnesses of the Mothman that also have reported UFOs. Very, very curious. Hope you enjoyed tonight's episode. If you enjoy our podcasts and our podcast series, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description, and we can bring you even more podcasts. Have a good night, everyone. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Hello everyone. Welcome to the MINDSHOCK podcast. This is episode 4 of the Mothman series, 13 Months of Fear. If you're new to the Mothman case, the Mothman is a winged beast, a man-like creature with glowing red eyes that terrorized Point Pleasant, West Virginia in 1966 and 1967. It was sighted over a period of 13 months, accompanying other bizarre activity like UFOs and men in black. The Mothman case was popularized by ufologist and paranormal researcher John Keel. He wrote the book The Mothman Prophecies in 1975. It was later turned into a movie. The majority of the sightings occurred in November of 1966, but the Mothman didn't stop there. It continued to be sighted over the course of 13 months. 13 months of fear. In the previous episodes, I discussed what the Mothman could possibly be. Whether a mutant freak, a cryptid, an alien, an interdimensional traveler of some kind. What's interesting to note that the Mothman directly didn't kill anyone. Some people believe it was responsible for several dogs being killed, mauled. Linda Scarberry herself disputes this, and she had several strange encounters with the Mothman beyond that original night in November of 1966. She felt that the Mothman was not responsible for the dog deaths or kidnappings. Keel speculated that all of Point Pleasant, the entire Point Pleasant area between West Virginia and Ohio, became a nexus of sorts for paranormal supernatural activity, possibly monitored by the U.S. government. And this is one of the first cases of mass Men in Black activity. In this episode, I'll discuss the rest of the Mothman sightings over the next 13 months, leading up to the Silver Bridge disaster, a tragedy which claimed several dozen lives. And coincidentally, the Mothman ceased to be sighted afterwards. Very, very curious. So many of the locals and other researchers that have researched this Mothman case believe that premonitions played a role in this entire case. If the Mothman is simply an angel of death, a harbinger of doom and destruction, he was there to warn, or was he there to instill fear? We don't know, so we will be exploring all of these scenarios and possibilities. So there were many sightings that November in 1966. I went over them in the previous episodes. So now, moving on to December. On December 4th, 1966, 3 p.m., 5 pilots saw a gigantic bird flying over them at the Gallipolis Airport Strip. Everett Wedge, Henry Upton, Ernie Thompson, Leo Edwards, and Eddie Adkins were standing on the Gallipolis Airport Strip when they saw this bird creature flying at 300 feet above them, 70 miles an hour without the use of its wings. They described it as effortless flying. When they first saw it, they mistook it for an airplane. "Look at that crazy character coming in downwind in that plane," Eddie Adkins had said. As it flew past the airport, the men noticed that it had an unusually long neck and was turning its head from side to side as if taking in the scenery. It was like something prehistoric, one of them said later. "I don't think it was any crane." By prehistoric, I mean, I guess he's suggesting more pterodactyl-like, or possibly thunderbird-like. And that's the other interesting thing about all these sightings. The skeptics constantly have said, oh, they just mistook it for an owl or a sandhill crane. Now, these are very opposite things. So a lot of these Mothman sightings report that there was no neck, that its head is hunched in with glowing red eyes, kind of like an owl, but the size of a man or bigger with a 10-foot wingspan. There's no owl that big. Or if you say it's a sandhill crane, then it wouldn't have a neck. But these are pilots, no doubt. And this is what they're saying. Wedge grabbed his camera, jumped into his plane, and went after it. But it was gone downriver by that point. Everett reported it was big enough that it could pick me or you up and probably carry us away. That's how big it was. I've been around lots in my time, and I never, ever saw a bird that big, but I did see it. Like I said, I might not have quite 20/20 eyes now, but I did then. So, very interesting sighting. Once again, we have pilots, no doubt interested in remaining credible members of society and not making up stories, who instead of copying newspaper reports about glowing red eyes and no neck, they have a unique sighting in the daytime. A rare daytime sighting, and an unusually long neck. So this would lead some credence to the giant crane theory, perhaps a giant mutated crane from the TNT plant. However, they clearly state they don't think it was a crane. Very interesting. December 6th, just 2 days later, 2 unnamed adults were in the TNT area, and they spotted the Mothman beast. They reported the classic description: giant gray humanoid, big wings, and glowing red eyes. That same day, 115 miles to the southwest in Maysville, Kentucky, a mailman saw a large creature in flight. Nothing more on either sighting. December 7th, in Ohio, near the Athens-Hocking County line, Route 33, 4 women in a car almost collided with the Mothman. The witnesses described the creature as man-sized, brownish silver in color, and of course, the glowing red eyes. No info on what time that sighting occurred, but at 9 p.m., UFO researcher and Mothman Prophecies author John Keel and journalist Mary Hyre had their own Mothman encounter. Mary Hyre is, of course, the famous journalist and newspaper reporter who reported on all of this strange activity in Point Pleasant. From his book, Keel recounts this night. We decided to go out to the TNT area so I could have my first look at the site. And this, he's reporting on his first day at Point Pleasant. He interviewed some of the witnesses, Connie Carpenter, the Mallets, and now they're all going out to the TNT area. So this is his details of that night. At about 9 p.m., we drove to the old ammunition dump. The police had now locked the old gate leading to the power plant, but it was no problem to squeeze through the fence. The night was dark and overcast, and the rickety building was just a huge black lump on the landscape. We gathered outside the main entrance. The crowds who had swarmed there weeks earlier had given up, so we were alone. 10 people. I carried my powerful 6-cell flashlight. To me, this was just another broken, deserted building in a remote spot. I was used to prowling around such places alone in the dark, but I was troubled by the fear that now seemed to be gripping our little expedition. Their nervousness was real. Only Connie and Keith volunteered to enter the building with me. The others clustered outside. The 3 of us went into the ruin. Connie was joking and in good spirits. Keith was sober and quiet. The interior of the building was filled with debris and silence except for the soft sound of dripping water. Large rusting boilers stood on the ground floor. I peered into them with my flashlight. Mothman wasn't hiding there. I climbed the steel ladders and strolled the catwalks. Even the pigeons seemed to have deserted the place. Satisfied that the building was empty, we started for the exit. I preceded the other 2 with my flashlight. As she stepped through the door which led into the small chamber where the main exit was located, Connie glanced over her shoulder and let out a horrified gasp. "Those eyes!" she screamed. "He's there." She dissolved into total hysteria, crying uncontrollably. The brave, cheerful girl of a moment ago was now a blubbering wreck. Keith and I rushed her outside. "I saw those eyes, 2 big red eyes, by the wall in the back," she managed to choke out. While everyone gathered around her and tried to calm her down, I turned and rushed back into the building. The wall at the far end of the boiler room was blank. There was nothing there that could have reflected the light from my flashlight. Again, I searched the building from top to bottom and found nothing. When I got back outside, I found a police officer, Deputy Alva Sullivan, had joined our group. Like others, he had been reluctant to enter the building and help me with my search. They were all looking through a fence facing a field that went behind the power plant. We thought we saw something in the back of the plant, Mary Heyer explained. A tall figure running. Was it you? No, I never left the building. What was that noise while you were in there? Mabel McDaniel asked. What noise? It was metallic and hollow, a loud noise like a piece of metal had fallen all the way down from the top or something. Everyone had heard the sound except me, and I hadn't done anything to make such a noise. Keith led Connie, still crying, to the car. Please, let's get out of here, she begged. I'm bleeding, Mary Mallet suddenly explained, cupping her hand to her ear. I flashed my light into her ear. A small trickle of blood was oozing out. Did you hear anything else? I asked. Everyone shook his head. No, but it doesn't feel right here, does it? Mary Heyer observed. It feels oppressive. Heavy. I had to agree with her. Something did seem to be out of whack. Steve Mallet let his wife away. Now we had two hysterical women on our hands. Did you really see somebody back there? I asked Deputy Sullivan quietly. It's hard to say. Might have been an animal, a deer or something. The whole group was now in a state bordering on sheer panic. I could see that their feelings were real. This was not just some kind of an act being staged for my benefit. I'm no hero, but I did not share their fear. Mrs. Mallet's bleeding ear was a sign of concussion, meaning the air pressure had changed suddenly. Connie had apparently had a hallucinatory or psychic glimpse of those frightening eyes. The metallic clang could not have come from inside the building, or I would have heard it too. It might have been associated with the sudden change in air pressure. I scanned the black skies. There was not a star, not a light visible. We all filed back to our cars and returned to the McDaniels' home. Mary Mallet's ear stopped bleeding. Keith drove a still shaking Connie Carpenter home. And being an all-time idiot, I returned to the TNT area for another look. It was well past midnight as I drove aimlessly up and down the dirt road among the igloos. Mothman did not pop out of the bushes to cry boo, but I did have one curious experience. As I passed a certain point on one of the isolated roads, I was suddenly engulfed in fear. I stepped on the gas after I went a few yards. My fear vanished as quickly as it came. I continued to drive, eventually returning again to the same spot. And again, a wave of unspeakable fear swept over me. I drove quickly away from the place and then stopped, puzzled. Why would this one stretch of road produce this hair-raising effect? I turned around and slowly headed back, trying to note trees, fence posts, and other landmarks in the dark. Once again, when I reached that particular point, the hair tingled on the back of my neck, and I became genuinely afraid. When I emerged from the other side of this invisible zone, I stopped and got out of my car. The air was perfectly still. There wasn't an audible sound, not even a bird call. I was reminded of the hour of quiet that settles inexplicably over the jungle in early morning when suddenly, usually around 2 a.m., all of the animals, birds, even the insects, become totally silent for about 2 hours. If you're not used to the jungle and its ways, this sudden silence can wake you from a deep sleep. I walked back to the zone of fear, slowly, alert for any rustles of bushes, measuring my own breathing and emotions. I was perfectly calm until I took one step too many and was back in the zone. I almost panicked and ran, but I forced myself to look around and proceed slowly. By now I had figured out that I was probably walking through a beam of ultrasonic waves and really had nothing to be afraid of. After I had gone about 15 feet, I stepped outside the zone and everything was normal again. Now I had to walk through the damn spot again to get back to my car. It was too dark, almost pitch black, and I was too unfamiliar with the TNT area at the time to attempt to go around the zone. Although I knew it was harmless, I dreaded re-entering it. I actually considered remaining there, only yards from my car, until daybreak. But I finally steeled myself and walked once more through that invisible stream. scared out of my wits in transit, yet privately pleased with my discovery. In daylight, I returned to the same spot. The zone of fear was gone. I searched for power transmission lines, telephone microwave towers, and anything that might have radiated energy through the area. There was nothing, nor did a daytime exploration of the power plant reveal anything Connie might have mistaken for red eyes. Mrs. Mallett's bleeding ear and my discovery of the ultrasonic zone of fear convinced me that UFO-type phenomena were present in the TNT area, even though the police and press had not received any reports. I asked Mrs. Heyer and the McDaniels to be alert for any rumors of sightings. Within days, I tracked down dozens of UFO witnesses throughout the Ohio Valley. UFOs are the subject of our next episodes, but there's this encounter that night directly from John Keel. The story has morphed a bit over the years with changing number of witnesses and exact details, but this was written close to the time it occurred. What do we think? The ultrasonic zone immediately makes me think some kind of government experiment, possibly involving the Mothman, possibly not. So, again, I mentioned this whole nexus of strange activity in the Point Pleasant area. Maybe it's also possible that these phenomena are occurring simultaneously without relating to each other. Possibly a coincidence, possibly not. We'll take a look at this again when we get into the UFOs and see if we can match up the timelines. Another consecutive day sighting on December 8th occurred when two women on Route 35 in West Virginia saw a shadowy figure on a hill with glowing red eyes. December 11th brought us two more sightings. Catlin Beaver along Route 35 saw the beast speeding past her car. It had glowing red eyes and was a huge gray creature. Another sighting happened when Chester Laporte and Stevie Pearson Jr. were looking for a Christmas tree in the TNT area. I guess that's a good place to go looking, especially during Mothman season. They spotted the gray humanoid creature flying at great speed over the TNT area. So that's a pretty bizarre report. I'm still not 100% sure what they were doing looking for a Christmas tree there. I mean, that area of West Virginia isn't exactly New York City and concrete jungle. You could probably get one in a lot of places, but they wanted to go there. Maybe they were also looking for the Mothman. Who knows? Then, apparently, it was quiet for an entire month. No reported sightings. Detractors once again point to mass hysteria, but why was no one being hysterical in these 4 weeks? Did they simply forget about the Mothman and then suddenly remember? Or if it was a bird, some kind of an owl or sandhill crane, did they suddenly hibernate for exactly 4 weeks and then reemerge for more sightings? Of course, it is logical to assume there may have been more sightings by people afraid to come forward. January 11th, 1967 is when Linda Scarberry's mother, Mabel McDaniel, witnessed the Mothman. I mentioned this briefly when talking about the Scarberrys, but here it is again. She was driving on Jackson Avenue near Tiny's Diner at about 5 p.m. when she spotted the Mothman over Route 62. I thought it was an airplane, then I realized it was flying much too low, she reported. It was brown and had a wingspan of at least 10 feet. Then she added an interesting detail. I thought I could see two legs, like men's legs, hanging down from it. It circled over Tiny's Diner and then flew off. She did not see any head or neck, and the wings were not moving, and there was no sound. Okay, now there's an even bigger lull in sightings. Nothing until March 12th, 1967. About 10 miles east of Point Pleasant along the Ohio River in Letart Falls, Ohio, a woman claimed to see a large white flying creature with long hair fly right in front of her car, 10-foot wingspan. Another interesting anomaly. Most sightings identify this creature as dark gray, black, brown maybe, sometimes silverish, but completely white. That's unusual for sure. Once again, people just jumping on the bandwagon and making up sightings, but then now these people are adding their own details. It's weird. In April, On a rainy night, an unnamed man from Ohio had been driving along Route 2 near the Chief Cornstalk hunting grounds when a large black form rose from the woods and flew over his car. It was at least 10 feet wide, he claimed. I stepped on the gas, and it kept right up with me. We were going over 70. It scared the hell out of me. Then I saw it move ahead of me and turn toward the river. This man would later have a Men in Black encounter in October. Then, in May, one of the most stunning sightings. Mothman and a UFO. We'll be getting into the UFO phenomenon that occurred at this time in the next episode, as its connection to Mothman has never been definitively proved. However, this sighting is the closest thing to a connection so far. On May 19th, 1967, on Route 62 by the TNT area, 10:30 p.m., two women were driving, one of which was Brenda Stone, claimed to have seen the Mothman. When we saw two bright red lights on a shadowy form high in a tree just off the road. Suddenly, this big red light appeared and approached the tree, and the form rose up towards it and disappeared. Then, the big light took off to the north. So, is this the Mothman flying towards the UFO, or is the UFO abducting the Mothman? Is this a peculiar sighting or what? I mean, absolutely bizarre, stunning, unbelievable. This is insane. And most of the whole Mothman mythology and lore, this sighting for some reason is not talked about a lot. I mean, this is absolutely incredible if you find Brenda Stone credible. Or she just made it up. Her and her friend just completely made it up. Why they would do that, I have no clue. And it's not like she was after fame and fortune. Like, this is a barely mentioned account. Very under the radar. With all the sightings of Mothman and UFOs, this is the only one claiming direct interaction and simultaneous sighting of both the Mothman and a UFO. Once again, this would lead credence to the theory that Mothman is an alien. Or maybe even Mothman is some kind of a experiment from the aliens. They just dropped it off on planet Earth for, so it could run around like a dog at the park, and then they picked it right back up. I mean, just absolutely bizarre. Then there's an even bigger lull in sightings. Nothing Mothman until nearly a year from the original sightings. So we're in November 1967 now. On the 2nd of the month, Virginia Thomas, Marcella Bennett's sister, who lived by the TNT area, heard a bizarre squeaking sound. This is who Bennett and Wamsley were going to visit during their encounter on November 16th of the previous year, when Virginia was not home. So this is Marcella Bennett, who went face-to-face with the Mothman. She did not see the red eyes. She fell on her daughter. Then they ran back into the house. The Mothman peeked through the windows, then was gone. Very, very bizarre sighting. Anyway, so now another connected individual. These are all people who know each other in this town. And they're having these experiences. So this is her sighting. The best way I can describe it is that it was like a bad fan belt, but much louder. She told reporter Mary Heyer and author John Keel. So she's talking about the bizarre squeaking sound she just heard out of nowhere. I stepped outside. It seemed to be coming from one of the igloos. Then I saw a huge shadow spreading across the grass. It was just afternoon, so there shouldn't have been any shadow like that. Then this figure appeared. It walked erect like a man, but it was all gray, and it was much bigger than any man I ever saw. It moved very fast across the field and disappeared into the trees. It didn't seem to be walking exactly. It was almost gliding, faster than any man could run. It was the hunting season, so I knew it wasn't a hunter. No hunter in his right mind would dress in gray. Around here, they all wear red coats and red caps. And it wasn't a bear or anything like that. It really scared me. After her experience, Mrs. Thomas was plagued by bad dreams. I see a lot of strange people around the river. she told of her dreams. It's like some kind of invasion or something. They come over the bridge in trucks and they pour into the TNT area. We grab the kids and run. I can't figure out what it means. So we didn't really spend too much time on this, but a lot of the residents of Point Pleasant and the surrounding area who have encountered Mothman or knew people who encountered Mothman, there was this very bizarre and energy of doom throughout the whole town and surrounding area. People were having premonitions, bad dreams like this. Now, the first thing that I immediately think is government. Because if the government rolls in with huge trucks and go to the TNT area, if there was some kind of, who knows what it is. If it's a secret experiment of the U.S. government that got loose from somewhere else, or who knows what it was, they would come and contain. If it was some kind of alien interdimensional beast, they would come and contain. If it was some unknown threat that they deemed extremely high security risk for whatever reason, they would overrun it with trucks and try to contain it. So we don't know exactly what that means. But, strange people around the river. I mean, this was only one of her dreams that she described here. It'd be interesting to see what the other ones were, whether she had a premonition of the bridge collapse like other people had had. On an unspecified date that November of 67, 4 men claimed to have encountered a giant gray figure with red eyes while hunting in the Chief Cornstalk Park in West Virginia. They were so frightened they never thought to raise their rifles until the creature was gone. Once again, one of the most prevalent theories on what the Mothman is connects to the Chief Cornstalk curse. We'll be getting into that in the next episode as well. But a lot of the ancestors, there was a battle, a lot of the ancestors of the folk of Point Pleasant, Virginia and the surrounding area, their ancestors fought against Chief Cornstalk and he put a curse on the land, and there's a theory that this is what the Mothman is, or there's some kind of connection. Once again, doesn't explain the UFO activity, doesn't explain the Men in Black necessarily, so it's iffy, but we'll be getting into that to really explore it and see the potential of that theory. So, the Mothman sightings not as numerous as the prior November in 66. Either people were too scared to come forward, or they were mostly witnessing UFOs and Men in Black in those 13 months of fear. Not to mention poltergeist activity in homes throughout the entire area, something I briefly mentioned in the TNT Encounter episode. The original Scarberry mallet sightings, the Scarberries were later basically haunted in their home by all these strange poltergeist occurrences. They weren't the only ones. There was a lot of strange activity in that whole area. It's just bizarre. Very, very bizarre. It's just all stacked on top of each other. In other famous UFO cases, it's like one phenomena, whether discounted or not, and that's it. Here we have so many, and that's what makes this case so mysterious and bizarre. Premonitions and visions also plagued the entire area. Many of the people with these premonitions or visions were witnesses of the Mothman or UFO activity. One of them was Mary Hyre. John Keel recounts in his book about the atmosphere in Point Pleasant in mid-November after the Virginia Thomas sighting. I had flown to West Virginia after a trip to Atlanta and a quick tour through the Carolinas investigating some UFO landings. Mrs. Hyre had picked me up at the Charleston airport, and as we drove to Point Pleasant, she told me about her own dreams. Just before I got your letter, she said, I had a terrible nightmare. There were a lot of people drowning in the river, and Christmas packages were floating everywhere in the water. Maybe you were just picking up my thoughts somehow, I suggested. Maybe, but I've covered a lot of drownings on that river, but never anything like this dream. There were so many people. I've been feeling uneasy ever since, and everyone else feels the same way. You can't really put your finger on it, but it's like something awful is about to happen. Perhaps it was only suggestion and an emotional hangover from all I had been going through, but when we reached Point Pleasant, I can feel a heavy atmosphere of foreboding. I wandered around the village under an oppressive cloud. One by one, old friends confided in me. You know, Keel, something is wrong here. I don't know what, Ever since all that flying saucer business last spring, things just haven't seemed right. We don't get many UFO reports anymore, Mary told me, and except for that thing Mrs. Thomas saw, Mothman seems to be laying low. Everything is quiet. Too quiet. So that's just a glimpse at the atmosphere of this town and area, and it's just beyond creepy. Can you imagine living in that kind of atmosphere for months and months and months? It's really, really weird. It's also creepy to think about all the untold stories of the area at that time. Between Mothman, UFOs, Men in Black, and poltergeist and other strange activity, the weirdness and dread and doom that normal everyday people must have been going through would be immense. Some came forward, but it's reasonable to assume that there may have been quite a few who didn't. There might have been a ton, we don't know. It could have been an extra 100, 200, 500. I mean, we really don't know what happened in those 13 months other than the people that came forward. If we're writing it off as mass hysteria, once again, there could be another 100, 200, 500 cases of hysterical people who are just too scared to come forward with their experience. If you have the position that Mothman didn't exist, there was an owl, then whatever. There's a lot of people that could have seen it that didn't come forward. That would it would complete the picture a little bit more. And you got to keep that in mind when viewing this case as a whole. But next, we come to the tragic focus of Mothman lore. December 15th, 1967, 13 months after the Scarberry Mallet encounter. The collapse of the Silver Bridge. This tragedy claimed 46 lives, the worst bridge collapse disaster in United States history at the time. It was 5 p.m., Christmas shopping traffic in full swing. Due to structural failure, a suspension chain gave way and 31 vehicles plummeted into the river. 44 bodies were recovered, 2 were not. 9 people seriously injured. Later investigation pinpointed the failure of the bridge to a defect 1/10 of an inch in size on the 13th steel pin eye bar. Eye bar number 330. It's a lot of 3s and 13s and 13 months. A lot of bizarreness. The bridge was built in 1928 and was never designed to sustain the amount of traffic it had been sustaining for many years. Decades of improper maintenance and overload, as well as rust, were also credited to contributing to its failure. The last sightings of the Mothman were rumored to be on the bridge itself, right before it collapsed. These have never been verified. To me, that's strange. Because if someone had seen, I guess they just really didn't want to say. Maybe it's not that strange, because if, family and friends died, they didn't really want to say, oh, by the way, I saw the Mothman. I don't know. So I guess it was just whispers among the locals of who saw what right before the bridge collapsed. After the bridge collapse, there were no verified sightings. What's interesting is that on December 22nd, it was reported that Ace Henry shot and killed a giant owl. The illogical skeptics point to this incident and the lack of Mothman sightings afterwards to say that it proved it was a giant owl all along, conveniently ignoring the lack of sightings between the 15th and the 22nd. Not to mention the several-month gaps between sightings all throughout the year. The following is a newspaper article from December 22nd, 1966. It's called Giant Owl Killed on Area Farm. A bird, although a dead one, is in the news again, and the big question is it or isn't it one that may have been spotted here on several occasions? Apparently, it is not the one that was seen by 2 young couples last month, but maybe one that has kept cropping into headlines since that time. A large owl, uncommon to this area, was killed Tuesday night by Ace Henry on his farm at Gallipolis Ferry. The bird, which has a wing spread of nearly 5 feet, has several areas of white and is speckled with black. On the underside of the wings, the plumage is snowy white, and white fur-like feathers encircle the large eyes and cover the claws. Henry said he shot it with a 20-gauge shotgun Tuesday night after it was spotted sitting on top of his barn. He said at first he thought it was a hawk, but after killing it, he was perplexed to know its true identity. The Register editorial staff, in an attempt to identify the bird, has concluded that it is a snowy owl. The snowy owl is an inhabitant of northern regions where his coloring blends with the snowy surroundings. In the winter, it travels south through the states and sometimes as far as Texas. On the wing, it is so swift that it will overtake a grouse in flight. Again, it's not even a 5-foot wingspan. Highly unlikely that this is what witnesses saw, unless the skeptics are suggesting that those witnesses with close encounters, who have even required medical treatment afterwards, were just so incredibly stupid as to mistake a small owl for a man-sized beast. Not to mention the conjunctivitis that was suffered. You know, the eye burn from looking at this owl, it doesn't add up. But a lot of the skeptic sites and a lot of the skeptic researchers that reference this Mothman legend and lore, they like to point to a conclusion and ignorantly claim Occam's razor as, well, the simplest explanation is correct. First of all, that's not the simplest explanation. You got hundreds of people who don't know what an owl is? That's not quite simple. That's calling a ton of people stupid. It doesn't add up. Not to mention, that's not what the true Occam's razor is. The true Occam's razor is that two competing theories that make the same prediction, the simpler one would more likely be correct. That's if they're equal. Now, clearly they're not equal. So if a more complex theory has a better explanation, for example, you'd have to ignore so many things and make more assumptions if it's just an owl. You'd have to say all these people are so stupid or insane. You'd have to say they didn't really see glowing red eyes, or the long neck, or not long neck. You'd have to make all these extra assumptions. So assuming that it's a bird would actually be more incorrectly complex based on assumptions. But if the more complex theory better explains something, then Occam's razor would favor the more complex theory. If you're using the purely medieval definition, where complexity would involve assumptions that couldn't be tested, that's where it really came from. Alfred North Whitehead had a great quote. He said, "The aim of science is to seek the simplest explanation of complex facts. We are apt to fall into the error of thinking that the facts are simple because simplicity is the goal of our quest. The guiding motto in life of every natural philosopher should be, seek simplicity and distrust it." So, and once again, to say again, all things being equal, the simplest explanation is correct. But 99% of the time, especially in paranormal phenomena, that things are not equal. So to pretend to erroneously state that these different theories are equal in any way with equal evidence would not be correct. So Occam's razor is really only meant to be applied in theories that are both equally possible given the current evidence. Once again, the skeptics don't even want to consider the possibility of an alien interdimensional monster creature, which once again, we have no way of knowing if that's what it is, just exploring the theories. Once again, condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. You have to say it's possible, but be skeptical of it. Be skeptical of everything, including it being an owl or a sandhill crane. So another way to think about it is the simplest explanation that fits the data, not pretending data doesn't exist. Obviously, different data has different veracity. You'd have to trust witnesses, whatever you're doing. But if in a complex scenario, you need more data, not just completely write it off and pretend you're applying Occam's razor successfully. And how often is there a clearly equal support to two theories? It's very, very rare, especially in the paranormal and the supernatural. There's just varying, even with the Mothman, like some people saw no neck, some people saw a neck, glowing red eyes, not glowing red eyes. It's just, it's not even close to equal data, so you wouldn't even come to the point of applying Occam's razor, and if you're just purely using the old medieval definition, it wouldn't apply. So, I'm gonna close with this. It must have been truly frightful living in the Point Pleasant area during these 13 months, and truly devastating for the families affected by the Silver Bridge collapse and the loved ones lost. Truly a bizarre period of history, and we haven't even gotten into a lot of the mystery with the UFOs, the Men in Black, the poltergeist activity. I don't know what to make of it. I'm just exploring all of it to try to make the most in-depth presentation of the Mothman case. We hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. In the next episodes of the Mothman series, we will be discussing the Chief Cornstalk curse, UFOs, and Men in Black activity that eclipsed even the Mothman pandemonium at the time. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal so we can bring you even more episodes quicker. Just check the link in the description. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Have a good night, everyone. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Mothman series. This is episode 5, The Men in Black and Indrid Cold. Most accounts of the Mothman feature the Mothman. Not too much time is spent on the phenomena of the Men in Black, the incredible and plentiful UFO activity, as well as poltergeist activity in the Point Pleasant area of West Virginia in 1966 and 1967. The Men in Black have long been a part of ufology and UFO researchers. But the Mothman Chronicles are the first major appearance of the ominous Men in Black, long intertwined in UFO folklore and fact. Some theories point to them being secret government agents, others as alien visitors posing as humans to gather data. In both cases, their mission is simple: to intimidate witnesses of UFO and extraterrestrial phenomena into silence and contain and prevent the spread of the truth of alien existence and visitation to this world. Many skeptics scoff at such wild claims. However, these Men in Black were real. What or who they were and who they worked for is open to much debate. In the Point Pleasant area in 1966 and 1967, they sure did seem more interested in UFO and Men in Black activity than the Mothman sightings themselves. Is it possible the Mothman had nothing to do with their presence? Or are all these phenomena related? We're going to take a look at all of these things, going very, very deep into the details and the documentation of the Men in Black. To get to the root of the Men in Black activity, we must start with the enigma that is Indrid Cold. Before the Scarberry Mallet encounter on November 15th, which kickstarted a maelstrom of paranormal activity beyond just the Mothman, an event occurred on November 2nd, which no one could explain. On November 2nd, 1966, sewing machine salesman Woodrow Derenberger from Mineral Wells, West Virginia, was driving home from Ohio. At 7:30 p.m. along Route 77 in Parkersburg, West Virginia, this is about 55 miles northeast of Point Pleasant, a UFO descended before him, blocking the road. It was a metallic cigar-shaped object. Pretty standard, one of the main types of UFOs reported during that era. Derenberger stopped. He described this UFO as the strangest thing he'd ever seen, and said it resembled a kerosene lamp chimney. The aircraft was hovering 12 inches off the road. A door opened, and a being exited the ship. The doors shut, there was a loud thunk. Then the UFO went 50 feet into the air. This being walked up to Derenberger's window. Derenberger described this being as looking like an ordinary man off the street. 6 feet tall, 35 years old, olive complexion, dark brown hair, and he was wearing a glossy metallic dark blue coat. He communicated with Woodrow telepathically. His mouth did not move. There was a fixed smile on his face the entire time. The man looked through the truck window and telepathically told Derenberger to roll down your window. I want to talk to you. The man called himself Indrid Cold. He let Woodrow know that he meant him no harm. The following day, when he was interviewed live on TV, from the media frenzy that followed this alien being in a UFO just landing in the middle of a road, Derenberger said, I was very frightened, and as far as I can understand, this was all mental. There were not spoken words from him. I knew what he was asking me, but yet he stood there and his mouth did not move. He had a smile on his face. He appeared very courteous and friendly. So they spoke telepathically for about 10 minutes. Indrid Cold told him, "We eat, we breathe, we sleep, we bleed even as you do." Then he said, "We will see you again." And he left to the UFO. Darren Berger reported to the police. The Parkersburg police took his encounter as completely credible. On the following day, on November 3rd, he was interviewed by the state police, the Wood County Airport, the city police, and representatives from Dayton, Ohio Air Force Base. To corroborate Woodrow Derenberger's story, several people came forward. An elderly gentleman claimed he saw someone matching the description of Indrid Cold on Route 77 trying to flag him down. This man was too afraid to stop and did not. Other people in the area saw the lights from the UFO on the road at the same time that Derenberger claimed to have this encounter. And these witnesses also saw Woodrow Derenberger stopped on the highway talking to a man, and they also saw the UFO. And reports from all over the area started coming in about lights in the sky from farther away. So this was just several weeks of media frenzy over this. Now, this is the main part of the story that people know about. But what people don't know is that Derenberger's life was completely destroyed. Indrid Cold continued to contact him many times. And incredible claims were made that I will get into. But one step at a time. So within the month, Derenberger claimed that Indrid Cold has visited him many times. And get this, he even took him on his UFO to visit his home planet. Derenberger's wife and children also saw Indrid Cold and other strange beings that came to the house to visit multiple times. Woodrow's wife was also interviewed. She stated that these beings were, like us, traveled in everyday cars, dressed in everyday clothes, but were not humans. His family also stated that he was once gone for 6 months. Supposedly, he was with Indrid Cold. Derenberger also suffered from horrible headaches that he said were a side effect of Indrid Cold's mental communications. His house and phone was also plagued with strange activity. Phone calls from unknown origins would be received, threats made to stop speaking about his experiences. Other times, just random beeps and electronic hums, which we'll get into later. Many people supposedly reported those, and it is not unique to the UFO phenomenon at all. So, the Derenberger family obviously changed their phone number. It was unlisted. None of us would be surprised to find that all of the phone calls continued. These are just such extreme claims. But the weird thing is that there's substantial corroboration every step of the way. And there's more to come. More to come. The Derenberger house became a tourist attraction, not unlike the TNT area, where everybody wanted to see Indrid Cold. And Bogle Ridge is an area where Derenberger said that he met Indrid Cold on several occasions, and Indrid would take him on the spaceship there. So, again, there's some corroboration. Witnesses that lived in the area reported UFO activities and spaceships landing at Bogle Ridge. Other witnesses, 2 men that were actually armed, were hiding in the woods by Darren Berger's house. They saw a black Volkswagen pull up. A strange man, obviously wearing a black suit, tan skin, came out and talked to Woodrow Derenberger. The hunters were disappointed, so they waited longer, but nothing happened. So here's what's weird. So Derenberger claimed he didn't know anything about the men in black. So this was a man in black. This was not Indrid Cold. So after this incident, he became aware, because there were other men in black sightings as well all over the area, and he stated that he was very frightened by them. So with all of this madness going on, Derenberger actually went to a psychiatrist, because I guess he thought he was going crazy or whatnot. So they said there's absolutely nothing wrong with him. So all the tests were fine. Psychiatrists examined him. Medical professionals and doctors examined him. And there was no problem. Now, here's where it gets really, really bizarre. There's more corroboration of this insanity. His doctor said he was contacted the following month, so this was in December, by a strange man calling himself Indrid Cold. And he received these strange messages telepathically. So this is really a unique case, the Woodrow Derenberger case. Like, how often is a UFO contactee have his story corroborated by this many people? It's just absolutely insane. It's unbelievable. Now, interestingly enough, we'll get into John Keel and the UFO activity in the next episode, but Keel has some very interesting theories on what is going on, and it might not be actual extraterrestrial activity. It's something else, and his theories are really good. But to continue with our man Woodrow here. In 1971, a book was published, Visitors from Lanulos. And this was Woodrow Derenberger's accounts of all of this. And his experience, his full experiences with Indrid Cold. The foreword, written October 12th, 1968, was by John Keel. This is what he said. There are many who will scoff at this book and reject it entirely. Woodrow Derenberger will be called a liar, a psychopath, and many other unpleasant things. He has already suffered considerable ridicule and condemnation, even from those who believe in flying saucers, but do not wish to believe that someone is actually riding around in them. I cannot endorse his story, but I do feel I know the man well enough to give him a character reference. The important thing is that he seems to be telling the truth as he knows it. He sincerely believes that these things happen to him, and he is willing to expose himself to ridicule and condemnation in order to make himself heard. I have talked to contactee claimants who are doctors, lawyers, newspapermen, police officers, and pilots. Woody has a lot of company. Sane, reputable people. Perhaps we are the ones who have been insane for ignoring them for so long. Strange, unbelievable things are now happening to people all over the world. By listening to the handful of courageous ones, like Woodrow Derenberger, we may at least gain some real insight into what is really behind the UFO phenomenon. I'm not asking you to believe any of it, but I am asking you to listen what he has to say. Incredible though it may seem, it is very possible that these very same things could happen to you tomorrow. So this is ufologist John Keel, very famous, and instead of taking the position of Woodrow Derenberger's accounts being completely legitimate, like these are the greatest accounts ever, this proves extraterrestrial visitation and UFOs, he does not take that position. So clearly he believes there's something else going on, and like I said, we'll get into it in the next episode. But it's very interesting, and he sincerely believes, Woodrow believes every word he's saying. Which is actually a reasonable position to take, because why would this guy with a wife and kids, a family, a career, why would he make this up and ruin his whole life and just run with it? Unless he's completely mentally insane, which, according to the professionals, he wasn't. Obviously, he could still be. It could be a different kind of insanity they had never diagnosed before, but generally, completely insane people that are way off the rails, it shouldn't be that hard to diagnose them as completely insane. So, it's just a very bizarre case. So, the other thing with Woodrow Derenberger is that his life was just completely ruined. So, years of phone calls, losing his jobs, losing all his friends, people trespassing on his property non-stop trying to get a glimpse of Indrid Cold or a UFO, and just the ridicule that came with all these years of recounting his experiences, and then the debilitating headaches and severe depression because of all this. He went through a divorce, and then he actually moved away from the area. He also said that a lot of his writings or letters would just disappear from his house, and that letters that he sent to the post office would never reach their destination. Just strange things. He felt like he was always being watched. So he moved away, and I don't think it's known where he moved to. But many years later, he moved back to the area, unknown why. It's strange. And he died in 1990, age 74. And he never once backpedaled on anything he said. Very, very interesting. So let's get a little bit more detailed. So John Keel's book, of course, The Mothman Prophecies, the definitive accounts of what occurred in Point Pleasant. And this is what he wrote extensively on everything that happened. I mean, we're talking Men in Black, we're talking Indrid Cold, the Mothman, poltergeist activity. So he's got some really in-depth material here. So I'm just going to read an excerpt from the book. At 7 p.m. on November 2nd, 1966, he was heading home in his panel truck after a long, hard day on the road. The weather was sour, chill, and rainy. As he drove up a long hill outside Parkersburg on Interstate 77, a sudden crash sounded in the back of his truck. He snapped on his interior lights and looked back. A sewing machine had fallen off the top of a stereo, but there didn't seem to be any real damage. A car swept up behind him and past him. Another vehicle seemed to be following it. He eased his foot on the accelerator. He had been speeding slightly and thought it might be a police car. The vehicle, a black blob in the dark, drew alongside him, cut in front, and slowed. Woody Derenberger gaped in amazement at the thing. It wasn't an automobile, but was shaped like an old-fashioned kerosene lamp chimney, flaring at both ends, narrowing down to a small neck and then enlarging in a great bulge in the center. It was charcoal gray. He slammed on his brakes as the object turned crossways, blocking the road, stopping only 8 or 10 feet from it. A door slid on the side of the thing and a man stepped out. I didn't hear an audible voice, Woody said later. I just had a feeling, like I knew what this man was thinking. He wanted me to roll down my window. The stranger was about 5 feet 10 inches tall with long dark hair combed straight back. His skin was heavily tanned. Grinning broadly, his arms crossed and his hands tucked under his armpits, he walked to the panel truck. He was wearing a dark topcoat. Underneath it, Woody could see some kind of garment made of glistening greenish material, almost metallic in appearance. Do not be afraid. The grinning man did not speak loudly. Woody sensed the words. We mean you no harm. I come from a country much less powerful than yours. He asked for Woody's name. Woody told him. My name is Cold. I sleep, breathe, and bleed, even as you do. Mr. Cold nodded toward the lights of Parkersburg in the distance and asked what kind of place it was. Woody tried to explain it was a center for business and homes, a city. In his world, Cold explained, such places were called gatherings. While the telepathic conversation was taking place, the chimney-shaped object ascended and hovered some 40 or 50 feet above the road. Other cars came along the road and passed them. Cold told Woody to report the encounter to the authorities, promising to come forward at a later date to confirm it. After a few minutes of aimless generalities, Cold announced he would meet Woody again soon. The object descended, the door opened, Cold entered it, and it rose quickly and silently into the night. When he got home, Derenberger was in a very distraught state. His wife urged him to call the Parkersburg police. They seemed to accept his story without question and asked if he needed a doctor. The next day he was questioned at length by the city and state police. The story appeared in the local press and on radio and television. People who had driven that same route the night before came forward to confirm that they had seen a man speaking to the driver of a panel truck stopped on the highway. Mrs. Frank Huggins and her 2 children had reportedly stopped their own car and watched the object soar low over the highway minutes after Woody watched it depart. Another young man said the object had frightened him out of his wits when it hovered over his car and flashed a powerful blinding light on him. Woodrow Derenberger became a super celebrity. Crowds of people gathered at his farm every night hoping to glimpse a spaceship. His phone rang day and night. He switched to an enlisted number, but within a short time the calls began again. Crank calls threatening him if he didn't shut up. Calls that consisted of nothing except eerie electronic sounds and code-like beeps. Mr. Cold kept his promise. He returned. On November 4th, Derenberger was riding with a co-worker on Route 7 outside Parkersburg when he felt a tingling sensation in his forehead. Then thoughts from Mr. Cold began to spring full-blown into his mind. Cold explained that he was from the planet Lanulos, which was in the galaxy of Ganymede. Lanulos, he said, was very like the Earth, with flora, fauna, and seasons. He was married to a lady named Kimmy and had 2 sons. Folks on Lanulos had a life expectancy of 125 to 175 Earth years. Naturally, there was no war, poverty, hunger, or misery on Lanulos. When the transmission was completed, Cold urged Woody to brace himself because withdrawal would be painful. Woody felt a sharp pain in his temple and nearly passed out. 2 weeks later, though Woody wasn't aware of it at the time, 2 salesmen visited mineral wells and went from house to house with their wares. They weren't very interested in making sales. At one house, they offered Bibles. At another, hardware. At a third, they were Mormon missionaries from Salem, Oregon. A UFO wave was taking place in Salem at that time. One man was tall, blonde, and looked like a Scandinavian. His partner was short and slight, with pointed features and a dark olive complexion. They asked questions about Woody and were particularly interested in opinions on the validity of his alleged contact. Woodrow Derenberger was living in Bedlam. A group of local UFO enthusiasts representing the Washington-based National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, NICAP, largely a lobby urging congressional UFO investigations, visited or phoned him daily, raising his ire by ordering him not to talk to anyone about his experiences. His farm looked like the TNT area. Every night, streams of cars would park all over the property he was renting, and people would sit quietly in the dark, watching, waiting. Some brought guns and hiked into the nearby hills to sit behind trees. Widespread rumors said the UFO planned to come back and land on the farm. Some of Woody's visitors were determined to bag themselves a spaceman. In the midst of all the chaos, a black Volkswagen drove up, parked, and a tan man in a neat black suit got out. He and Woody walked casually to the edge of the porch and talked. After a few minutes, the man got back into his Volkswagen and drove off. The great hunters continued to sit in the bitter cold behind their trees, their eyes anxiously searching the skies. According to Derenberger, he had been suffering from a stomach ailment for some time. Mr. Cold gave him a vial of medicine, he claimed, which cured his problem. Mr. Kevin D. and his NICAP subcommittee urged Woodrow Derenberger to submit to a psychiatric and medical examination. In early December, Woody voluntarily entered St. Joseph's Hospital in Parkersburg and underwent hours of tests administered by Dr. Morgan. I have changed his name here for reasons that will become obvious later on. A leading local psychiatrist, and Peter Velarde, an EEG technician. In his final report, Dr. Morgan stated, there was no evidence of abnormalities at all. Subsequently, a report and interpretation was obtained from Baltimore, and the report indicated no abnormalities at all and was a perfectly normal electroencephalogram. There was no evidence of organic brain damage or of seizure disorders. We were particularly concerned about epilepsy, and there was no evidence of this. The record was a normal record with no indication of any central nervous system pathology at all. There was no evidence of any psychiatric disorders. I submitted a report to the Pittsburgh subcommittee of the NICAP of the psychiatric examination of Mr. Derenberger, in which I stated that I can find no evidence of mental disorder. There was no indication of any lower pathology. I found Mr. Derenberger to be normal. The NICAP investigators sent the medical records on to the Washington office of the organization, along with detailed reports on Woody's encounter and his personal background. Typically, the NICAP news later devoted a couple of paragraphs to the Derenberger case, denouncing it as a hoax, misspelling Woody's name and referring to Cold as Cold, K-U-L-D. Woody had spelled the name C-O-L-D from the outset, and it was spelled that way through the subcommittee's documents. How NICAP arrived at the K-U-L-D spelling is a mystery in itself. Dr. Morgan, the Parkersburg psychiatrist, was watching a football game on television in his home in a suburb of the city that December when he was overcome by a strange sensation. A voice began to speak to him, announcing that it came from a spaceship somewhere overhead. He was becoming a contactee. A year later, Woodrow Derenberger was a guest on the Long John Nebel's radio talk show in New York, and I was one of the panelists. Long John phoned Dr. Morgan on the air, and he described his experiences in a beeper phone conversation. While Dr. Morgan was tuning into that phantom reality of the super spectrum, Woody was entertaining more interesting visitors at Mineral Wells. A man identifying himself as Captain Bruce Parsons of the NASA Security Police of Cocoa Beach, Florida, called on him and invited him to Cape Kennedy, home of our space program. Shortly after Christmas, Woody, his wife, and children flew to Cape Kennedy to spend a week with Captain Parsons. By day, they toured the great rocket launching installation. But each evening, Woody was taken to a room somewhere on the Cape where he was questioned for hours, covering every detail of his visits with Indrid Cold. One of his questioners was a man identified as the head of NASA and simply called Charlie. Asterisk, the head of NASA at that time was Dr. Thomas O. Paine. Common sense is not so common, huh? According to Woody, at the end of the week, his interrogators showed him a star map and pointed to a speck on it, telling him that's where they're from. They said they had interviewed several other contactees, all with stories similar to his own. When he asked why they didn't release their UFO information to the public, they allegedly replied that it would only cause panic. Women would commit suicide, throw babies out the window, and this kind of panic could sweep the world, they said. Derenberger brought home a flock of souvenirs as proof of his trips. Photographs and even a scrap of the material used in our astronauts' spacesuit. This, Woody says, is the same kind of reflective material worn by Indrid Cold under his coat on that rainy November evening. As I write this book, I keep getting phone calls warning me to stop. They have even called my wife at her place of employment, telling her to stop me or they will. These people have also called my friends, making the same threat. I have no way of knowing who these people are, yet they are calling too often to be crank calls. Several times I have written material that has disappeared from my home. When I leave home for any reason, I always lock all the doors and windows, yet several times when we returned home, we found our home had been ransacked. Drawers pulled out, papers strewn all over the floor, and valuable tapes missing, and my tape recorder broken. I have mailed letters, dropped personally by me in the post office letterbox, that have failed to reach their destination. After Woody's contact became widely known, 2 gentlemen dropped into the appliance store where he worked and walked directly up to him. "We think you know who we are, Mr. Derenberger," they said flatly. "We'd advise you to forget all about what you've seen." They left as abruptly as they'd arrived. Woody described them as being short, stocky, dressed in black suits, and having olive complexions. For some reason, he concluded that the men in black were really from the mafia. No matter where he moved, and he moved several times in 1967, the phone pranksters and black Cadillacs managed to find him, he claims. Meanwhile, his pretty young wife and their 2 children also met Indrid Cold and his colleagues from the planet Lenulos. Mrs. Derenberger was frightened of them and felt they were engaged in something evil. They were just like us, she told me, traveled about in ordinary vehicles and were probably infiltrating the human race in large numbers. Woodrow Derenberger's story troubled me from the outset, and for many reasons. It did not fit the mold of the usual UFO contact tale. While the telepathy element was common enough, the total physicality of his experience seemed too real. They defied easy classification and would not fit into any of the pigeonholes I had constructed. Either he was the world's most convincing liar, and he had somehow trained his wife, children, and friends to back up his lies, or he had a very special set of experiences beyond the limits of ufology. By March 1967, the crowds had given up in discouragement, and Mr. Cold was able to safely land his spaceship on Woody's farm. Woody went aboard, according to his story, and took a flight all the way to Brazil and back. The interior of the spaceship was disappointingly normal, with bunks and equipment of obvious terrestrial manufacture. Later that year, Derenberger would be flown to Lanulos, a pleasant little planet where the people ran around nearly nude. Most contactees who have claimed to have visited other planets, and there are many, usually described a futuristic world. There was something mundane about Woody's description of that nudist colony in outer space. Too mundane. In his later adventures, Woody usually met the spaceships in some isolated spot, often near a highway under construction, a seemingly trivial detail, yet one that is most significant. Cold or one of his partners would pick Woody up in a Volkswagen and drive him to the rendezvous point. His world was now thickly populated with space people named Kemi, Clinell, Demo, Ardo, Kletaw, etc. They assumed real personalities and were very real to him. But I knew that in most UFO contacts, the entity used names adopted from ancient Greek and from mythology, so I was puzzled by these fairy names. However, many of Woody's experiences had definite fairy tale overtones, and two of his friends had a classic fairy experience. A young man named Jim Hackett and his cousin Daria Sartor were out skywatching at a place called Bogle Ridge one night when they saw a group of red, green, and white lights descend from the sky and drop into a gully close to their position. A moment later, there was a bright flash, and Jim felt his face tingling like a mild electric shock. Then he heard voices outside the car, voices which Daria could not hear. Suddenly, there was a sharp rap on the window, causing the pair to jump with alarm. A man holding some kind of red light stood outside the car, and Racket received a mental message to get out of the car. "Is she your wife?" the man asked. "No, she's my cousin." The man told him to tell Daria to stay in the car. Then he led the young Hackett off into the darkness. When he returned, his shoes, socks, and watch were missing. He said the man had taken them. It had been raining and the ground was muddy, so his shoes had been coated with mud and water. Jim and Daria visited Woody the next day, and the contactee accompanied them to the same spot on Bogle Ridge that night. Indrid Cold, Carl Ardo, and Demo Hassan were waiting for them. Woody explained what had happened, and the spaceman said Hackett had encountered humanoids who were no good thieves. He was lucky he had lost only his shoes, socks, and watch, but they would run the culprits down and recover the items they promised. The next morning, when Jim stepped out his door to pick up his morning paper, he was surprised to find his shoes, now neatly shined, sitting on the step with the laundered socks and the watch inside. The contactee lore is filled with silly episodes like this. The entities serve as good guys and bad guys alternately. Phantom muggers can materialize out of the darkness and attack the contactee with baseball bats, only to be thwarted by the sudden arrival of the good guys who beat them up and cart off their carcasses, and the baseball bats and any other evidence. Many of our black-suited silencers are engaged in similar games. Woodrow Derenberger regarded the UFO-nauts as time travelers. He noted some interesting distortions of time during his jaunts to the far-off galaxy of Ganymede. Actually, Ganymede is the name of one of Jupiter's moons. Very interesting. When he went off on a trip with Indrid Cold, a trip that seemed to take hours or days, he always found on his return that only a few hours of Earth time had passed. He rejected the notion that he may have hallucinated his interstellar voyages, so time traveling was the only answer acceptable to him. In many of the cases outlined here, I have pointed out the entity's obsession with time. Their behavior as described by various witnesses further suggests their problems in adjusting to our time frame. For example, their rapid-fire, unintelligible language, noted by witnesses all over the world as sounding like a speeded-up phonograph record, could be caused by their failure to adjust to our time cycle when they enter our space-time continuum. They are talking at a faster rate because their time is different from ours. When they manage to adjust, they have to forcibly slow themselves down, articulating their words slowly in a sing-song manner. For high-speed radio transmissions, we record signals at normal speed, then broadcast the tape at a very high speed. The receiver records it at the same high speed and then slows the tape down again to play it back. Our entities are like those radio receivers, playing back the messages at slow speeds until they hit upon a speed we can interpret. The entities also foul up in other ways. They arrive in clothes that are out of style or not yet in style. Their vehicles are out of date. If they use slang, they come up with archaic terms like 23 skidoo or hubba hubba. The poor bastards not only fail to understand who or what they are, but also where they are or what time period they're in. Some of these mistakes seem intentional and have some allegorical purpose, but others seem to be just mistakes. This brings us to one of the most puzzling context stories in my file. At 1:15 a.m. on the morning of Sunday, December 10th, 1967, a young college student from Adelphi, Maryland, was driving home alone outside of Washington, D.C. As he was crossing the then partially completed cutoff on Interstate 70, leading from Route 40 to Route 29, he saw a large object on the road directly ahead. At first, he thought it was a tractor-trailer jackknifed across the road. Then he realized it was a bone-white reflective object shaped like an egg and standing on 4 legs. As he pulled to a stop a few feet from the object, he could make out 2 figures standing next to the thing. Their appearance terrified him. One of the men walked to his car with a broad grin on his face. He was about 5'10", wore light blue coveralls, thick-soled boots or shoes, and he had a ruddy or suntan complexion with large eyes, like thyroid eyes. The grin remained fixed on his face throughout the episode. "Do not be afraid of me," he said several times in an audible voice. His name, he said, was Vadig. He spoke with Tom, the witness, for several minutes, asking ordinary questions about where he was from, where he was going, what he did, etc. Finally, he said, "I'll see you in time," and walked back to the object. A small door opened and a metal ladder folded down. A hand reached out and helped Vadig on board. Then the thing rose silently into the air and disappeared. Tom told his 3 roommates about the encounter, but they didn't take him seriously, so he didn't mention it to anyone else. Tom was working his way through school by serving as a waiter part-time in a chain of restaurants in the D.C. area. He had not mentioned this to Vadig, but one Sunday night in early February 1968, Vadig entered the restaurant where he was working and sat at one of his tables. Vadig was now wearing a conventional suit with a black outer coat. "Do you remember me?" Vadig asked. "I sure do," Tom answered, very surprised. They exchanged a few words, and Tom brought him a cup of coffee. "My presence here would be detrimental to the family trade," Vadig said at one point with a chuckle. He asked Tom if he would be willing to meet with him the following Sunday. Tom agreed, and Vadig left the restaurant. "I'll see you in time," he promised. After work the next Sunday, a waitress drove Tom home and dropped him off. As she pulled away, a big black car with its lights out glided from the shadows and halted at the curb. Mr. Vadig called out to Tom. Another man was in the car. Tom later recalled only that he wore a gray coat, had black hair, and never spoke. Tom got into the car. It was a very old Buick, he reported, but it was very well kept. It looked brand new. It even smelled brand new. They drove for about 30 minutes to a remote spot on a back road in Maryland. When Tom got out of the car, he was astonished to see the egg-shaped object waiting for them. He was put into a circular room containing nothing but a couple of bucket seats and a gray TV screen. Vadig and his companion disappeared into another part of the ship. After a few minutes, the TV screen came alive, the object shuddered, and Tom watched the image of the Earth receding to a tiny speck on the screen. 3 or 4 hours passed. He was still dressed in his waiter's uniform and did not have a watch, but it seemed like hours before another planet appeared on the screen, grew larger, and then the craft landed with a thump. The young waiter found himself in a place not too unlike Earth. He and Vadig got into a wheelless vehicle that traveled along a kind of trough. "This is Lanulos," Vadig announced with pride in his voice. He repeated the name several times so it would stick in Tom's memory. Their vehicle traveled through a large city with low flat buildings and signs written in some kind of oriental-looking characters. The people, male and female, were all nude. There were some real lookers there too, Tom commented. After the tour, they returned to the egg-shaped craft and took off again. Tom sat alone in the same circular room watching the television screen for hours. Finally, they arrived back on Earth at the same place from which they had left. Tom, Vadig, and the silent man returned to the old Buick and drove for about 30 minutes until they reached his apartment house. "I'll see you in time," Vadig declared, and then the car drove off. Tom ran into his apartment, determined to wake up his roommates and tell them of his adventure. He found they were sitting up waiting for him, but what amazed him most was the clock on the wall. The waitress had dropped him off around midnight. Now it was only 1:30 a.m. The whole trip, including the 30-minute rides to and from the UFO, had taken less than 2 hours. His excitement and bewilderment were real, and his roommates took him seriously this time. A month later, Woodrow Derenberger visited Washington and appeared on a number of talk shows. Tom was sleeping when one of his roommates burst into his bedroom exclaiming, "Tom, there's a guy on the radio talking about Lanulos." All four were flabbergasted to hear Woody describe experiences very similar to Tom's. They called the radio station and talked to him after the program. By sheer coincidence, I was in Washington at the time and agreed to go with Woody when he interviewed the young man, but I sternly warned Derenberger and his wife not to ask any leading questions. Naturally, I suspected the whole thing was some kind of a put-on. Either Tom and Woody were in cahoots, or Tom, who was a psychology major, was working on a paper about the gullible UFO buffs, I thought. Man, John Keel's a smart guy, huh? It quickly became apparent that Tom and his roommates were quite sincere. They were too involved in their studies to read UFO literature, and in any case, some of the details in Tom's story could not be found in any of the superficial UFO lore. I finally had to conclude Tom was on the level. He was not looking for publicity, and I decided I would not write up his story. However, Woody told others about him. I think even Woody was surprised by such direct confirmation of his own experiences. And some Washington UFO enthusiasts convinced Tom he should reveal his adventure to the world. 2 years later, he lectured before a UFO club and appeared on Long John's radio program in New York. Since he had chosen to come out publicly, I finally devoted a paragraph to him in one of my books. After the book was published, Tom wrote me an angry letter. Ever since those appearances, I have been pestered and plagued by a horde of kooks. They write, they call, write, stop to visit, etc. They drove me crazy. Some of my very close friends began to advise me of the dangers to my reputation that these types of individuals were posing. I decided to tell them all once and for all that I desired no more public contact. Although the experiences I had were completely true, I sometimes wish I had never revealed them to anyone. The only reason I made them known was because I thought I could help verify and help uncover some of the mystery that shrouds the UFO phenomena. I should have kept my mouth shut like I had planned to when you first interviewed me. Tom married a beautiful girl, and she didn't learn of his weird meetings with Vadig until months after the ceremony. Like so many others before him, myself included, he learned that the only thing more bizarre than the phenomena itself is the unruly mob of true believers, cranks, and irresponsible self-styled investigators who pursue the subject. Moths attracted to the flame. They tormented Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker in 1973, just as they had arrived by the carload in Point Pleasant in 1967. Okay, so we have Woody Derenberger. His story, completely spectacular. And the connection to Lanulos. Now, this stuff really isn't talked about for some reason. I don't know why. The Mothman case seems to start and end with Mothman, and the few times Indrid Cold is brought up, it's usually limited to that first encounter on the road. So all this other stuff, the visit to NASA, the visit to Lanulos, this corroboration from all sides, Indrid Cold communicating with the doctor, This is all completely bizarre and insane, and the more we go down the Mothman path, by which I mean the 1966 and 1967 occurrences in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the more we see that all of the phenomena in this area, it's like a vortex of doom and insanity. And it just can't be denied. All the people that say, "Oh, Mothman, that was just a sandhill crane. That was just an owl. That's the end of that. We don't need to talk about it." What about all the UFO and Men in Black activity? All right, UFOs were just military craft. Okay, fine. Who were the Men in Black? What is this Indrid Cold story? I mean, it's absolutely spectacular, and I'm similarly in the same boat with John Keel. I can't just jump on the bandwagon just because two guys said they visited the same planet with the same details. There could be a multitude of explanations for that, and John Keel has a good one. Like I said, we'll get into that later. But as John Keel also said in the foreword to the book, to Derenberger's book on his experiences, it's impossible not to listen to this account and say it's a real account. This guy's really stating what he believes to be the truth, and it can be corroborated by many people. So it's a phenomena that it's happening, and it's a real phenomena. Now, what exactly is happening? That's the real mystery here. So that's pretty much the Derenberger account, and it's completely insane. But this was not the only account of Men in Black activity. The Men in Black activity was just intertwined even with daily life in Point Pleasant at that time. In other strange twists of fate, witnesses who have claimed to have seen the Mothman were also involved in this Men in Black activity. Some of them had not seen UFOs. Others had seen UFOs and were involved in Men in Black activity. Like, we don't know what is going on in Point Pleasant. So we went over the Connie Carpenter Mothman sighting, which occurred in broad daylight on November 27th, 1966, and resulted in ciliate conjunctivitis, an inflammation of the eyes, also known as eye burn. But that, unfortunately, was not the end of Connie Carpenter's experience. She was having very strange problems. So in February, she married Keith Gordon, and they moved to a two-family house in Middleport, Ohio. So at this time, they did not have a telephone. They got a telephone later. At 8:15 a.m. on February 22nd, Connie went to go to school. She's walking down the street. A large black car pulls up beside her. She said it was a 1949 Buick. The guy driving the car opens the door and tells her to come towards him. And she thought he was just asking for directions, so she did. He was young, clean cut, about 25, wearing a colorful shirt, no jacket, even though it was very cold that day. He had neatly combed hair and appeared to be suntanned. She said what was strange about the car, it was brand new inside, even though the outside was a 1949 style. So this is 1967. So this comes up in a lot of the Men in Black cases where there's inconsistencies or mistakes, as John Keel called them, with various witnesses. Some of these cars even have that new car smell, even though it's an old vintage model. So anyway, as she approached the vehicle, the driver suddenly reached toward her, grabbed her, and tried to get her into the car. And so she was able to get away, but ripped her blouse. So she locked herself in her bedroom, and the next day, February 23rd, 3 p.m., she heard a noise on the porch. There was a knock on the door, and she saw that there was a note slipped under it. It said, "Be careful, girl, I can get you yet." So Connie and Keith, her husband, they went to the police. They gave the note to Officer Raymond Manley. The car or the driver of the car was never seen again. Now, I mentioned this briefly in one of our first episodes, that this was an instance of Men in Black activity, which there was far, far more. They also apparently, so in the movie, the Will Smith, Tommy Lee Jones movie, Men in Black, where they have the instant amnesia light, where alien activity witnesses get brainwashed or they get their memory wiped so they won't be able to report anything. This actually started with these Men in Black cases in the 60s, where these are known as phantom photographers. So people who are just randomly driving away, and then there's a bright flash when they take people's picture. Very, very strange phenomena. One of the first instances of this was in October 1967. A man in Ohio opened the door to his apartment. There was a guy in his room. He said, "I think he dressed all in black. I couldn't see his face, but he was about 5'9". I started to fumble for the light switch. When he took my picture, there was a big flash of light so bright I couldn't see a thing. The stranger ran past him out the door. Nothing was stolen in the apartment." And so apparently they all drove in black Cadillacs. Now we will see this recurring theme of their car of choice and how their car of choice changed. So they would also go to several houses of witnesses, and they would pretend to be professional photographers so that they would take pictures of the house and the people, and then they would leave their business card, and they would leave, and they would never return to sell them the photographs. And it wasn't just phantom photographers. There were also phantom meter readers. So the Men in Black, sometimes dressed in coveralls in these cases, would knock on doors of the houses of witnesses and say that they came to read either the electric or the gas meter or the water meter. And they would go into the basement or wherever, and the owners of these houses, if they'd been in there for hours, they would go check what's going on. But then they would either already be gone, even though the basement would only have one exit, and they would have seen them exit if they had exited out the door. And other times as soon as they would go check, these Men in Black would already be coming up towards the door. Other Men in Black would pose as census takers. So these were all over town, and sometimes, so these are same description. They're always tanned, average looking. Some of them drove around in black limousines and said they were taking a census. So a lot of strange things going on. And they were all over town. Mothman witness Linda Scarberry, of the most famous account, once said in an interview, the Men in Black wore black suits, black hats, and sunglasses. They drove black cars, Cadillacs, I think. They looked like human beings, but their skin was somewhat transparent. You could see the veins in their hands very clearly. Their fingers were longer than a normal person's fingers as well. Daddy shook hands with them, and he said they were awkward in shaking hands. They seemed to not know what to do or how to shake hands. She also said one of the cars would follow us around. There were 3 men in the car. The Men in Black went so far as to follow us through the drive-thru of a restaurant. We were afraid to turn around and just looked in the mirror at them. Steve and Mary Mallet, the other couple of the original Mothman account, also reported Men in Black activity, but it was a woman. So it was a man and a woman, and these were pretending to be photographers. So they wanted to take a picture. They thought they were just so strange. They took down the license plate, and these people were driving a Volkswagen. And the police came back and said that plate number is non-existent. And this is another recurring theme where license plates are taken down many times, and they always come back as this license plate doesn't exist. And then we have, of course, Faye DeWitt, and this was another famous account. This was the Faye DeWitt account, which was Faye was 13 years old, and their account was the 50 mile per hour account, where she got a really good look at the creature. they went back to try to look at it again in the TNT area. She went with her brother a few days afterwards, and they claimed the men in black had blocked off the area this night. So Marcella Bennett also had a men in black encounter. Now, Marcella Bennett is the one who encountered the Mothman with her brother Raymond Wamsley. And she was with her 2-year-old daughter when she fell, and this was the feathery, she described the Mothman as a feathery creature without the glowing red eyes. So she had a men in black encounter as well. Her and her daughter Tina were driving outside of Point Pleasant. A red Ford Galaxy was following her. So we do have variations in vehicles from time to time. Most of the cases have, you know, the black Cadillac or a Volkswagen, but here we see it was a Ford Galaxy. The driver, she said the driver appeared to be wearing a bushy wig. Also a strange and unusual detail. So she slowed down trying to get the vehicle to pass her, but it tried to force her off the road. So then she tried to speed away, but the Ford increased its speed, moving around her and parked sideways in front of her, blocking her off. So she told her daughter to hold on, and she floored it. And the driver got scared and let her pass. She never saw him before or after again. So, I mean, I don't know what is going on in Point Pleasant. Like, why would people lie about something like that? Like, okay, if they're jumping on the Mothman bandwagon, they're gonna, like, at the time, the Men in Black claims were coming in, like, this isn't even a normal claim. And, of course, her encounter wasn't quite a typical encounter either, because she didn't see the red eyes. Just really, really strange stuff. But let's get into Mary Hyre now. So Mary Hyre, of course, the most famous journalist of the case, she wrote extensively, not just about the Mothman, but about the UFO activity. And she had some of the most terrifying encounters with the Men in Black. So in January 1967, she was late. It was really late, and she was in her office. So her office is right across from the county courthouse. So we're not talking the middle of nowhere here. So this is right in the middle of town, right across from the courthouse. And this was when a man in black entered the office. So slight variation as well. She described him as short, only about 4.5 feet tall, and he had strange, dark, deep-set eyes, wearing glasses with thick lenses. He was also wearing odd-looking shoes with very thick soles, about 1 inch or 2. He had long black hair cut like a bowl cut, and he spoke in a strange, halted voice. He asked for directions to Welsh, West Virginia, and kept inching closer to her as they were talking, and he was looking at her hypnotically. Mary Hyre was so scared that she got the newspaper manager to come into the office, and they spoke to this man in black together. When she answered the phone at one point, the man picked up a ballpoint pen from the desk. He looked at it in amazement as if he had never seen one before. Then he grabbed the pen, laughed loudly, and ran out of the building. Bizarre. On May 5th, 1967, she saw the same odd man, but he was wearing a khaki-colored uniform now. He was just walking on the street, and he still had the thick-soled shoes. And he appeared alarmed when he saw her approaching him. He ran away toward a large black car that suddenly came speeding around the corner. He climbed in, and they drove off. 3 days later, so this is May 8th, 1967, 11:30 p.m., Mary Hyre was just getting home from a meeting, and she was on the porch opening her front door. A black car stopped outside her house. A man got out. He snapped a picture with a blinding bright white flash and then drove off. And she was really disoriented. Okay, now December 22nd, 1967. So this is Christmas week after the Silver Bridge collapse, which signaled the end of the Mothman sightings. Two men entered Mary Hyer's office. They were both short. They were wearing black overcoats. They had dark complexion and Eastern features. So again, we have some deviation in these accounts here. So all they wanted to know was about UFO reports in the area. So Mary Hyre showed them a folder of press clippings, but they didn't really care about that. They asked her what she would do if someone ordered her to stop writing about UFOs. She said she wouldn't listen. They looked at each other strangely. She went back to work, and when she looked up again, they vanished. So, the same afternoon, we're still on December 22nd, 1967, another strange man enters Hyer's office. He calls himself Jack Brown. So he's about 5'7", black eyes, crazy black hair, and very long fingers. And his skin tone is even darker than all the others, but he still has Eastern features. He's wearing a suit that does not fit right, a black suit with a strange knot in the tie. He claims to be a UFO researcher, and he also asks Mary Hyre what would she do if she was told to stop writing about UFOs. She asked him about the other men, and he said he knew of no other men. And he talked in a stammering fashion and also asked her about John Keel and her seeing UFOs in the area, which they did. He wanted to know where John Keel was, and he wanted Mary Hyre to show him the sighting location. Mary Hyre refused and said she was going home. This man then visited several witnesses. So we're talking the Scarberrys, the Mallets, and Connie Carpenter. They all said they were extremely uneasy and uncomfortable. So this is Jack Brown here. I'm going to get more specifics in a moment. When he talked to these other witnesses, he said he was a friend of Mary Hyre's. He also had a tape recorder, but he seemed to not know exactly what it was or how to use it. And he also didn't really seem like he was interested in the Mothman or UFO reports. To all these other witnesses, he was only asking about Mary Hyre and John Keel. So to some, he had said he didn't know Keel. Later, to others, he said him and Keel were good friends. Another time, he said he was a reporter from Cambridge, Ohio. But he then accidentally said he didn't know where Columbus, Ohio was. And after this evening, he was never seen again. Okay, so John Keel himself also had quite a few Men in Black encounters. He reported all of them to the police, and the police were on the lookout for these Men in Black. I mean, we're not talking rumors here. We're talking about police reports filed. We're talking about a real phenomenon. There's these strange men around town. The residents of Point Pleasant at this point were more concerned with who these Men in Black were, driving around in black Cadillacs and scaring people and talking to people and acting weird and bizarre, than they were about the Mothman. They didn't even care about the Mothman at this point. It was all about the Men in Black. And this is one of the most overlooked factors of the Mothman case. One of the many reasons why the Mothman case is one of the most fascinating out of all paranormal and supernatural cases. So, John Keel was on the lookout for these Men in Black. He talked to all these witnesses of Mothman, UFO, Men in Black encounters. So when he's in West Virginia and Ohio, he would actually get calls at his hotel informing him where the Men in Black were and what they were doing. When he would rush over, they would now be gone. So Keel said that the Men in Black at this point drove black Cadillacs. When he started writing about them in articles that they drove black Cadillacs, they switched to Volkswagens. And once again, the license plates of witnesses that had taken down the license plates, the police traced them and said they had never been issued, that they were not issued plates. Another mystery person was a blonde woman in her 30s with a southern accent. So she went around talking to people who Keel had interviewed. And she talked to certain witnesses that he had not mentioned. So somehow she knew he talked to them. She claimed to be his secretary. So that is how people talked to her, because they believed that she was his secretary. She carried a clipboard. It included a form with personal questions about these witnesses' health, income, what kind of cars they had, their family background, and strange, sophisticated questions about their UFO sightings. So, and John Keel didn't even find out about this woman until many months later, when one of his friends in Ohio told him about this woman. In the spring, in New York City, John Keel and a friend, a female friend, they were walking along 42nd and 3rd Avenue when a stranger with a pointed face suddenly took a photo of them and ran away. This man was also wearing a sports jacket and slacks that did not fit him. So it's just a widespread Men in Black whirlwind of activity. I'm going to go into even more specifics about these encounters, once again from John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies. What is rarely written about, the Men in Black were spotted on the Silver Bridge before it collapsed. So let's look at this account from John Keel's book. Around 2 a.m. I finally got a line through to Point Pleasant and was very much relieved when Mary Heyer picked up her phone. She spoke very slowly, obviously exhausted. "It's the most terrible thing I've ever seen," she told me, "but I was kind of prepared for it. You know those dreams I had? Well, it was exactly like that. The packages floating in the water. The people crying for help. Those dreams came true." "Is everyone all right?" I asked anxiously. "The McDaniels, Connie, the others?" "I think so. It'll be a while before we know who was on the bridge. There could have been as many as 100 people. Some of them were rescued, but an awful lot of them are trapped under all that metal." After a month of brutally hard work, divers and rescue teams recovered 38 bodies. Several other people in Ohio and West Virginia were never heard from again, and it was assumed they also went down with the bridge. A number of UFO witnesses were among the dead. "I talked to one woman who lives right by the bridge," Mary continued. "She says that 2 days ago she saw 2 men climbing the bridge." "Climbing on it?" "Yes, they weren't walking across, they were climbing around the sides of it." "Was she able to describe them?" "They were wearing checkered coats and black trousers. She couldn't see their faces too well because they were so far away, but she did notice their shoes. They weren't wearing boots, just ordinary shoes. She thought that was odd because of the weather we'd been having." "You'd better have the police talk with her, Mary," I said. "I will. There's just so much to do. People are coming from all over, and as soon as my phone was working again, I started getting calls from newspapers and radio stations all over the country." "You'd better try to get some sleep." "I know, but I just can't leave the office now. Ambulance and rescue trucks are coming in from all over. They'll be working all night. I've got to be there." Later, the bridge was lifted from the water piece by piece and reconstructed in a field near Henderson. Engineers finally determined the collapse was due to metal fatigue and structural failure. "John," Mary began hesitantly, "do you think this had anything to do with UFOs and the bird?" "There's no answer to that, Mary. Maybe there were people on that bridge that could have told us something. I knew the condition of the bridge, and I'd heard warnings about something terrible that was going to happen. If I could have put things together sooner, maybe we could have saved all those lives." "It's not your fault. Some things are just meant to be. You can't change the future, even when you know what is going to happen." I heard the sound of a woman weeping in the background. "A woman just came in. Her husband is missing," Mary whispered. "After we hung up, I sat for a long time by my big glass windows, looking out over the lights of Manhattan Island. For 1 long year, my life had been intertwined with the lives of the people of Point Pleasant. I had been led into relationships and events that seemed hard to follow, a structured pattern beyond my control, even beyond my understanding. I had stood on those distant hills and watched those wretched bouncing lights mock me. In the months ahead, there would be many changes in the lives of those who had been touched by the Garuda." Roger and Linda Scarberry would divorce, as would Woodrow Derenberger. What has become a tradition among contactees would remarry, this time to a beautiful young woman who was also a contactee. They would slip away to obscurity in another state. Others would eventually suffer nervous breakdowns and undergo long periods of hospitalization. A few would even commit suicide. Death would claim too many of the participants in the dramas of 1967. Mrs. Mary Heyer passed away in 1970. Ivan T. Sanderson left us in 1973. Dr. Edward U. Condon, Fred Freed, and many others would be gone long before the 10th anniversary of the appearance of the winged thing in front of the old power plant. Some of the people who viewed the tall, hairy, red-eyed monsters died within 6 months. So, that is also not talked about. So, of course, there was that account of the Mothman being sighted on the bridge, but what about these men in black, if they were indeed the men in black, climbing around the side of the bridge? Like, what is this madness? This is madness. Who's responsible for the bridge? And we still didn't even get to the poltergeist activity, the premonitions of the people of the bridge collapse itself. What does this have to do with the Mothman? What does this have to do with the men in black? There's so many unanswered questions, and we have to go through all the details to see if we can find the answers. Now, there have been quite a few other cases of the men in black throughout the town. I'm going to go into deeper detail once again from John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies. While Mothman and Indrid Cold attracted all the publicity and turned everyone's eyes to the deep skies of night, the strange ones began to arrive in West Virginia. They trooped down from the hills, along the muddy backroads, up from the winding hollers, like an army of leprechauns seeking impoverished shoemakers. It was open season on the human race, and so the ancient processions of the damned march once more. A doctor and his wife, driving along a country road in a snowstorm, saw a huge caped figure of a man struggling through the snow, so they stopped to give him a ride. He vanished. There was nothing but whirling snowflakes and night where he had stood. Black limousines halted in front of the hill homes, and deeply tanned census takers inquired about the number of children living with the families. Always the children. In several instances, the occupants of the big black cars merely asked for a glass of water. The old fairy trick, taken up from the Middle Ages and dusted off. A blonde woman in her 30s, well-groomed in a soft southern accent, visited people in Ohio and West Virginia whom I had interviewed. She introduced herself as John Keel's secretary, thus winning instant admission. The clipboard she carried held a complicated form filled with personal questions about the witnesses' health, income, the type of cars they owned, their general family background, and some fairly sophisticated questions about the UFO sightings. Not the type of questions a run-of-the-mill UFO buff would ask. I have no secretary. I didn't learn about this woman until months later when one of my friends in Ohio wrote to me and happened to mention, "As I told your secretary when she was here." Then I checked and found she had visited many people, most of whom I had never mentioned in print. How had she located them? There were other weird types on the loose. In early December, one of them tried to waylay Mrs. Marcella Bennett, one of the ladies who had the frightening meeting with the Mothman in the TNT area on November 16th. She and her small daughter Tina were driving along a deserted back road outside of Point Pleasant when she became aware of a red Ford Galaxy following her. It was driven by a large man, a stranger, she said, who appeared to be wearing a very bushy fright wig. She slowed down, expecting the vehicle would pass. Instead, it tried to force her off the road. She accelerated and the other car raced around her, shot down the road, and disappeared around a bend. When she circled the bend, she was alarmed to find that the Ford was now parked crossways on the narrow dirt road, blocking it. Badly frightened, she warned her daughter to hold on and jammed the gas pedal to the floor. The other driver, seeing that she didn't mean to stop, pulled over hastily and let her pass. She had never seen the man before, and she never saw him again. Molestations of this sort were rare, virtually non-existent in Point Pleasant before Mothman arrived. Mrs. Mary Heyer entertained the first of her long string of peculiar visitors early in January 1967. She was working late in her office opposite the county courthouse when her door opened and a very small man entered. He was about 4 feet 6 inches tall, she told me in a phone call soon afterward. Although it was about 20 degrees outside, he was wearing nothing but a short-sleeved blue shirt and blue trousers of thin-looking material. His eyes were dark and deep-set and were covered with thick-lensed glasses. He was wearing odd shoes shoes with very thick soles, which probably added an inch or two to his height. Speaking in a low, halting voice, he asked for directions to Welch, West Virginia, a town in the southeastern tip of the state. She thought at first that he had some kind of speech impediment. His black hair was long and cut squarely, like a bowl haircut, and his eyes remained fixed on her in an unflinching, hypnotic way. He kept getting closer and closer, she reported, his funny eyes staring at me almost hypnotically. He told her a long-winded, disjointed story about his truck breaking down in Detroit, Michigan. He had hitchhiked all the way from Detroit. As he talked, he inched closer and closer to her, and she became frightened, thinking she had some kind of a nut on her hands. She pulled back from her desk and ran into the back room where her newspaper circulation manager was working on a telephone campaign. He joined her and they spoke together to the little man. He seemed to know more about West Virginia than we did, she declared later. At one point, the telephone rang, and while she was speaking on it, the little man picked up a ballpoint pen from her desk and examined it with amazement, as if he had never seen a pen before. "You can have that if you want it," she offered. He responded with a loud, peculiar laugh, kind of like a cackle. Then he ran out into the night and disappeared around a corner. The next day, Mrs. Heyer checked with the sheriff's office to find out if there was any mentally deficient person on the loose. Not a bad idea. The answer was negative. On the afternoon of January 9th, 1967, Edward Christensen and his family returned to their new home in Wildwood, New Jersey, after a trip to Florida. They had just moved into a new house, some distance from the place where they had lived at the time of their November UFO sighting. Neither their address nor phone number was listed in the then-current phone book. They entered their house by the back door. The front door was still heavily bolted and locked, the way they had left it when they had gone to Florida. At 5:30 p.m., there was a knock on the front door. Mrs. Arlene Christensen was in the kitchen preparing dinner. "Check and see who that is," she told her 17-year-old daughter, Connie. "It's a salesman. Don't answer." Connie took a peek and reported back, "It's the strangest looking man I've ever seen." Mrs. Christensen went to the door, unbolted and unlatched it. It was growing dark and it was bitter cold outside. There was no car in view, and this seemed peculiar because the Christensen home was removed from other houses in a rather isolated spot. A tall man stood on the doorstep. "Does Edward Christensen live here?" he asked. Arlene admitted he did. "I'm from the Missing Heirs Bureau," the man continued. "Mr. Christensen may have inherited a great deal of money. May I come in?" It was an approach that was hard to resist. She stepped back and invited him in, calling out to her husband. Edward Christensen is 6 feet 2 inches tall and heavyset. The stranger towered over him and must have been at least 6'6". He was also enormously broad and might have weighed at least 300 pounds. He wore a fur Russian-style hat with a black visor on it and a very long black coat that seemed to be made of thin material, too thin for the cold weather. "This will only take 40 minutes, he said as he removed his hat and revealed an unusual head, large and round, while his face seemed angular and pointed. He had black hair which was closely cropped to his head, as if his head had been shaved and the hair was just growing in again. There was a perfectly round spot on the back of his head, as if that area had recently been shaved. His nose and mouth seemed relatively normal, but his eyes were large, protruding, like thyroid eyes, and set wide apart. One eye appeared to have a cast, like a glass eye, and did not move in unison with its companion. Edward Christensen told him at the outset that a mistake had been made, that he could not believe that anyone had left him any money. The man assured him that he might indeed be the Edward Christensen he was seeking, and in order to verify it, he would like to ask some questions. He removed his coat. There was a badge on his shirt pocket, which he quickly covered with his hand and removed, placing it in his coat pocket. It looked like a gold or brass badge, Connie told me later, but it wasn't an ordinary police badge or anything like that. We just got a glimpse of it, but it seemed to have a big K on it with a small X alongside, and there were some letters or numbers around the edge. It was obvious he didn't want us to see it. He was not wearing a suit jacket. Underneath the thin outer coat, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt made of a dacron-like material. His trousers were of a dark material, gray or black, and were a little too short. When he sat down, they rode high up on his calves. He wore dark socks and dark shoes with unusually thick rubber soles. Arlene and Connie were most fascinated by a strange feature on his leg. When he sat down, they could see a long, thick green wire attached to the inside of his leg. It came up out of his socks and disappeared under his trousers. At one point, it seemed to be indented into his leg and was covered by a large brown spot. Connie seemed to have studied him the most carefully and gave the best description. In many ways, this odd man shared the characteristics of Mary Hyer's tiny visitor of only a few days earlier. Mrs. Hyer said the little man had unusually pale skin, almost a sickly white. The Christiansons said their visitor had an unnatural pallor. They assumed he was sick. His speech was also strange, with a high, tinny voice that seemed especially peculiar coming from such a large man. He spoke in a dull, emotionless monotone, in clipped words and phrases, like a computer. Connie said that he sounded as if he were reciting everything from memory. Mrs. Hyer told me her tiny visitor had spoken in a hard-to-understand sing-song manner like a recording. Both men wore unusually thick rubber-soled shoes. Both were ill-dressed for the weather. Both had eccentric haircuts. Small points, perhaps, but significant in these cases. After the man had introduced himself, none of the family could remember his name. They said it all sounded something common like Brown or Smith, but they did remember that he said his friends called him Tiny. Because he's so big? I don't know. What kind of inside joke is that? The family dog Gigi snarled and barked at him. He spoke to the dog and calmed it. When Tiny had seated himself, Mrs. Christensen told him they were about to eat and asked him if he wanted to join them. He replied that he was on a diet, but that he would like a glass of water in about 10 minutes. He seemed to wheeze. They all noted, like a man with asthma, and he appeared to have difficulty breathing. Tiny produced a small notebook and a pen and assured the family that this was not any kind of confidence game. He was looking for an Edward Christensen who was due to inherit a large sum of money, and he would need information about Ed's past history to determine if he was the man. He then proceeded to ask a long series of questions. Did Ed have any scars or birthmarks? Ed said he had a scar on his back from an operation and an appendix scar. Tiny asked for every detail, the length, width, and exact position of those scars. He also asked for a complete list of all the schools Ed had attended and the number and type of auto vehicles the family owned. At one point, he asked the couple if they would be willing to fly to any place in the United States to collect the inheritance, explaining that they would have to be present when the will was read. Ed and Arlene agreed that they could make themselves available for such a trip. According to Connie, Tiny's face gradually grew redder and redder as he talked, and after a few minutes he turned to her and asked, "May I have that glass of water now?" She fetched the water for him, and he took out a large yellow capsule which he gulped down. He returned to normal after taking it. Tiny mentioned 3 specific names and asked Ed if he recognized any of them. He did not, and later was able to remember only one of them, Roy Stevens. Connie said she thought another of the names was Taylor, but she wasn't sure. At this time, Ed did not know about Gwendolyn Martino's Gwen Stevens' wrong numbers in December, nor had Gwen heard about Tiny and the 3 names until I interviewed the family in late February 1967. We had started out by discussing their UFO sighting in November, then I began to ask my routine far-out questions. When I asked them if they had received any unusual visitors after their sightings, they looked at each other with the shock of recognition. I separated them and interviewed each member of the family individually. All of their statements coincided exactly. Since 5 witnesses were involved, Mr. and Mrs. Christensen and their 3 children, all of above-average intelligence and very observant, I regarded this as an outstanding Men in Black report. I did not publish it until 2 years later, withholding the details to preclude possible hoaxes. John Keel is a man who thinks ahead. Tiny concluded his interview less than an hour after he arrived. It was probably precisely 40 minutes, just as he had promised. He donned his hat and coat and told Ed he would be notified by the mail within 10 days. Arlene was in the kitchen when he left, and she decided she was going to watch him and see where he went. He stepped out of the kitchen door, stood in the dark, watching the big man as he walked toward the road. His shoes squished loudly as he walked, she noted. When he reached the road, he made a gesture with his hand, and a black 1963 Cadillac drove through the trees and pulled up. It was driving in the pitch dark with its headlights out, so she couldn't see the driver. Tiny climbed into the car and it drove away, its headlights still out. The next morning, Ed was alone in the house when the phone rang. A female voice explained she was calling about the missing air interview. "We've located the Edward Christensen we were looking for in California," she explained. Ed said he had felt sure he wasn't the right one, thanked her, and hung up. When he told his family about the call, they all dismissed the incident from their minds until my interview with them. The wire running up the leg is one feature I have been unable to fit into my research in other MIB cases. It has never been repeated. Was Tiny wearing electric socks, or was he a wired android operated by remote control? As for his badge, I suspect that the K was really the Greek letter Sigma E, which has turned up repeatedly in other UFO cases and is often used by scientists to express the strange or unknown. So this is really interesting. John Keel is presenting the theory that the men in black were androids of some kind. Some people think they're clones, that there's some kind of men in black factory where they're government agent clones. He's saying they could possibly be androids, and this is one of the only cases where they had, a wired leg observed. Very, very interesting. And John Keel is a very smart man, and we will see where he's going with these Greek insignias, these Greek references with names. It's all very, very fascinating. But back to his book. 2 days after Tiny, the pop-eyed missing heirs investigator invaded Cape May, Mothman, the pop-eyed pterodactyl, visited Tiny's restaurant in Point Pleasant. At 5 p.m. on January 11, 1967, Mrs. Mabel McDaniel was walking near the drive-in restaurant when she saw an object soaring down Route 62. So now John Keel is connecting Tiny, this random guy, with Tiny's restaurant in Point Pleasant. Is there a connection? I don't know. The time frame makes it suddenly suspect, doesn't it? Like, how many coincidences are we going to believe here? So, plenty more on the Men in Black phenomenon. John Keel wrote, "Enter Tad Jones, a rarity among UFO witnesses because of his very common name. A gentle, handsome man in his 30s, Mr. Jones was a deeply religious person who did not smoke or drink. In 1967, he lived in Dunbar, a suburb of Charleston, West Virginia, and managed an appliance store at a place called Cross Lanes. Urbane, intelligent, and articulate, he was one of the most impressive UFO witnesses I have met in my travels. At 9:05 a.m. on the morning of January 19, 1967, Tad was driving to his store along the newly completed multi-lane highway, Route 64, about 10 miles outside of Charleston. A large object was blocking the road ahead of him, and he first assumed it was a vehicle being used by a construction gang still working on the highway. But as he drew closer, he saw that it was hovering in the air about 4 feet off the ground. It was a large metal sphere, he said. Since it was broad daylight, I got a very good look at it. It was about 20 feet in diameter and was the color of dull aluminum. He slowed his car and studied the thing for about 2 minutes. There were 4 legs attached to it, he said, with caster-like wheels on the bottom of each one, and there was a small window about 9 inches in diameter on the side facing me, but I couldn't see anything inside the sphere. On the underside, there was something like a propeller. It was idling when I first drove up, then it started spinning faster and the whole object began to rise upward. It disappeared into the sky and I drove on to my store." Shaken and puzzled by his sighting, he decided to call the police and report it. His story quickly found its way into the local papers. The next morning, a crude note was slipped under his door in Dunbar. Written on ordinary notebook paper in block letters, it stated, "We know what you have seen, and we know that you have talked. You'd better keep your mouth shut." He decided it had to be the work of some local prankster. In nearby St. Albans, Mr. Ralph Jarrett, a chemical engineer and the local UFO authority, was shaving that morning when his telephone rang. He put down his razor and went into the bedroom to pick up the extension. "I heard a very clear beep beep sound," Jarrett said. "The beeping continued for about 2, maybe 3 minutes. Then the phone went dead and the dial tone came on. I've heard all sorts of code transmission on shortwave, but nothing quite like that." He went downstairs to breakfast, opened his copy of the Charleston Gazette, and read about Tad Jones's sighting, the first he had heard of it. Jarrett, an aggressive, loquacious, middle-aged man, was a highly qualified investigator. He later contacted Jones and conducted a thorough study of the case. He discovered the object had been hovering directly above a major gas line which passed under the road. There have been other sightings of UFOs directly over buried gas lines. A few days later, another note was slipped under the door of the Joneses' home in Dunbar. This one was written on a piece of cardboard which had been burned around the edges. It repeated the earlier threat, adding, "There won't be another warning." Won't is spelled as want, W-A-N-T. I arrived on the scene several weeks later, and during my questioning, he remembered another incident which seemed unimportant to him at the time. About a week after his sighting, he was driving along the same highway at the same time in the morning when he came upon a man standing by the road in approximately the same spot where the sphere had hovered. Thinking the man was hitchhiking and was stranded in an isolated stretch of road, Jones slowed his truck and called out to him, "Want a lift?" The man did not reply, but merely waved him on. The next morning, the same man was in the same place, but this time Tad did not slow down. He was very tanned, Jones recalled, or his face was very flushed. He looked normal and was wearing a blue coat and a blue cap with a visor, something like a uniform, I guess. I noticed he was holding a box in his hand, some kind of instrument. It had a large dial on it like a clock, and a wire ran from it to his other hand. Later, we checked the local gas companies to find out if they had a man walking the line in that area. The answer was negative. I also asked about instruments such as Tad had described. No such instruments were in use. During her news-gathering rounds, Mary Hyre was approached by a professional woman in Gallipolis, Ohio, the town directly across the river from Gallipolis Ferry, West Virginia. She said she heard I was in the area and wanted to talk to me. My motel, the Blue Fountain, was on the outskirts of Gallipolis, so I arranged a meeting with the lady. She held a very responsible job and insisted on anonymity, as so many witnesses do, so I will call her Mrs. Bryant. We met in a private office in a major company in Gallipolis. Mrs. Bryant was a reserved, well-spoken, middle-aged woman who looked slightly fatigued from overwork. She was very secretive and suspicious at first, but after I showed her my parcel of credentials, she relaxed somewhat. It was obvious she had been through a great deal, and she was concerned I would not believe her. She had gone to the local authorities, she said, and they had laughed at her. I assured her that I wouldn't laugh and that I was accustomed to hearing incredible stories from credible people. Last November, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd, she began, I was out behind this building getting ready to go home. It was 7 or 8 o'clock. Suddenly, there was a little flash, like a camera flash gun going off directly above me, and then I saw a thing, some kind of flying machine. I couldn't move. I guess I was frozen with fright. This thing landed right there in the parking lot, not 20 feet away from me. It was like a big cylinder. Anyway, it didn't make the slightest bit of noise. It just drifted down and stopped. Like I say, I couldn't move. I guess I started praying. Then 2 men came out of it, and they walked over to me. She studied me anxiously as if expecting me to laugh. What did they look like, I asked. They were just normal-sized, normal-looking men, but their skins were a funny color. Dark, like maybe they were heavily tanned. The light was pretty bad there, so I couldn't see them all that well. Were they Negroes? No, they didn't have Negroid features. Their faces seemed kind of pointed. You know, pointed noses, pointed chins, high cheekbones. There was a kind of evil look about them. I was afraid I was going to get robbed or attacked. How were they dressed? I leaned back and lit my pipe. As near as I could tell, they were wearing some kind of coveralls, something like a uniform. Then they started talking to me. She kept watching me, reluctant to continue. What did they have to say? I prompted, trying to avoid leading questions. Well, it was all pretty silly. They just wanted to know my name, where I was from, what I did for a living, things like that. Sometimes it was hard to understand them. Their voices were sort of sing-songy and high-pitched. It was like listening to a phonograph record played at the wrong speed. And they kept asking me for the time. They asked, "What is your time?" 2 or 3 times. Finally, they just walked back to the thing and it took off. Then I could move again. I was scared out of my wits, but I decided not to tell anyone. Then, a couple of days later, I heard about a man up near Parkersburg who had the same thing happen to him. His name is Woodrow Derenberger, I volunteered. Have you met him? No, I just heard something about him in the radio. She paused and moistened her thin lips. I wonder, did he ever see those men again? He says he did. She looked relieved. Well, I saw them again. I saw them in broad daylight walking right down the main street in Gallipolis. This time they were dressed in normal clothes. They looked like anybody. They sort of nodded to me when they passed me. I got scared all over again, real scared. That's when I went to the police and told them what I saw. They laughed at me and said I was probably just imagining things. She paused again and shook her head sadly. You see, I've been to the police before about my cattle rustlers. I guess they think I'm some kind of a nut. I went to the FBI too. They came out to my place but said they couldn't find anything. After that, someone tapped my telephone. Maybe it was the FBI. I was scribbling in my pocket notebook. A year or 2 later, I would have classified Mrs. Bryant. A year or 2 earlier, I would have classified Mrs. Bryant as a paranoid schizophrenic. But she didn't seem like a common run-of-the-mill nut. She and her 2 teenage sons lived on a farm outside of Gallipolis. She kept cows there, and beginning in 1963 to 1964, she started having troubles with cattle rustlers who butchered the animals in the field. Whoever they were, she observed, they didn't seem to want the choice cuts. They just took the brains, eyeballs, udders, and organs that, would normally throw away. Had she ever caught the culprits in the act? Several times, she said. I'd see them out in the field and go after them with a shotgun, but they always got away. They're tall men and they wear white coveralls, which is kind of stupid because they really stand out in the dark. And they can certainly run and jump. I've seen them leap over high fences from a standing start. Her home burned to the ground during that period, and she built a new 1-story ranch house on the same site. One night when she was alone in the new house, she said she woke up and found herself unable to move. She felt a wave of almost overpowering heat as she heard the kitchen door open. She had double locked it before going to bed. While she lay there helplessly, she said she saw a tall figure walk through the kitchen and apparently go out another locked door on the other side. After it left, she was able to move. Other strange sounds pervaded the house, she claimed. She and her children often heard heavy footsteps on the roof and loud metallic clangs. After interviewing her, I drove out alone to her house to talk to her children. The Bryant farm was quite isolated on a hilly back road. The house stood on a knoll overlooking the surrounding fields. Her teenage son was a down-to-earth boy, used to the responsibility of being the man in the family. He confirmed his mother's stories about the rustlers and added some interesting details. He pointed out some nearby trees. One night, he said, as he and his mother were walking up the road, they saw a large glowing object hovering directly above the trees. She was scared real bad, he noted. Their telephone often went dead for no reason. Other times they got calls that just consisted of strange beeping sounds and electronic music. He also mentioned the big gray flying boxcars that often flew over the area at treetop level. It's a wonder they don't crash, he said. If they flew any lower, they'd have to put their wheels down. When I examined the kitchen of the little house, I found that the locked door through which the nocturnal phantom had supposedly exited led to nowhere. There were no steps outside, just a very steep drop of about 10 feet to the ground. Later, I checked with the local police about rumors of disappearing dogs and cattle in the area, and I brought up Mrs. Bryant's name. That poor woman, I was told, she's always seeing things. Just a couple of months back, she came in here with some story about spacemen walking around Gallipolis. Before that, it was cattle rustlers. So Miss Bryant still sits on her farm watching the strange lights in her fields, and then when her phone rings, she waits a long time before she picks it up. So, wow. That's a bizarre case. So unless John Keel is just absolutely lying about everything, we have some very strange occurrences here. So this is going on the same time as Woodrow Derenberger? Or are these aliens related? Is this some weird type of government experiment? What is going on in this town? And why is it going on? Are these simply time travelers? You know, we see the same details going on all the time. I mean, here's a really out there theory. If the government used this area for some kind of strange experiment on how people would react to UFOs, aliens, men in black, flying monsters, I mean, it's kind of really insane to think about, and how they came up with this idea to do this and all these various phenomenon. I don't know how they could fake the poltergeist activity. I mean, that's a little bit tougher. But expanding on that theory, perhaps there was some crazy mind control, some MK Ultra type activity making all these witnesses believe what they saw, even though it wasn't true. Some kind of crazy, insane, brainwashing wave. It's just, this whole thing is just crazy and bizarre. So, expanding on the phantom photographers, John Keel writes, one Sunday afternoon in the spring of 1967, I was walking along 42nd Street and 3rd Avenue with a lady friend. There were very few people on the streets at the time. Suddenly, a tall, thin man came around a corner. His face was gaunt and pointed, and he was carrying a camera. He raised the camera and deliberately took our picture, and then he turned and ran up the street. My friend knew nothing about the men in black, and it is not unusual to see tourists snapping pictures in New York City. I deliberately refrained from making any comment. That was strange, she remarked, and he was such an evil-looking man. Why did he take our picture? I can only shrug. The man, incidentally, was not dressed in black. He was wearing a sports jacket and slacks, but his clothes seemed to hang very poorly on his thin frame. A few days later, Dan Drazen phoned me. He was preparing to go back to West Virginia with a camera crew. You know, this probably doesn't mean anything, he said slowly, but the other day I was walking through Midtown Manhattan and an Indian took my picture. He was even wearing a black suit. Dan knew of my concern with the men in black, but he was not well known to the UFO enthusiasts. I had tried to tell myself that the photographer on 3rd Avenue was a UFO nut of some kind. Probably just a tourist, I offered. Probably. In West Virginia, Mrs. Heyer was continuing to have problems. A luminous object appeared over her house and projected a powerful beam of light into her backyard. She was not home at the time, but her husband and several neighbors saw it. Then, one evening, her confused little man reappeared on the streets of Point Pleasant. She was certain it was the same man who has visited her office in January. This time, he was wearing a khaki-colored uniform, but had on the same thick-soled shoes. When he saw Mary approaching him, he looked alarmed, took off on a dead run, and leaped into a black car driven by a very large man. Was this tiny? By the time I got out in the line of traffic, Mary said, he was gone across the bridge into Ohio. I didn't get the license plate, but the color looked orange. 3 days later, on May 8th, Mrs. Heyer arrived home from a civic meeting around 11:30 p.m. Just as she was opening her front door, a large black car squealed to a stop directly outside her house. She stood on her porch and watched as a man got out of the vehicle, raised a camera to his face, and snapped her picture. His flash gun was very bright, she reported. It blinded me momentarily. While I was standing there rubbing my eyes, he got back into his car and drove off. I couldn't see if there was anyone else in the car. She paused. Now, why do you suppose anyone would want to take my picture like that? Why indeed? Our men in black were now engaged in a new game, or perhaps the game had been going on for years, but no one had ever noticed it before. As if I didn't have enough trouble already, now I was chasing phantom photographers all over the landscape. On a rainy night in April, a man from Ohio had been driving along Route 2 near the Chief Cornstalk hunting grounds when a large black form rose from the woods and flew over his car. It was at least 10 feet wide, he claimed. I stepped on the gas and it kept right up with me. We were doing over 70. It scared the hell out of me when I saw it move ahead of me and turn toward the river. Months later, late in October, he returned home from work and found a prowler in his apartment. When I opened the door, I saw this man standing in my living room, he reported. I think he was dressed all in black. I couldn't see his face, but he was about 5'9". I started to fumble for the light switch when he took my picture. There was a big flash of light so bright I couldn't see a thing. While I was rubbing my eyes, the burglar darted past me and went out the open door. I guess I arrived just in time because nothing was missing. Burglars with flash guns. 60 miles north of Point Pleasant, a young family in Belpre, Ohio, was having the full range of UFO-associated problems. The man in the family, I'll call him Ben, had seen a UFO hovering near a chemical plant on the river. He'd heard you could signal to the object, so he flashed his car's spotlight at it. The spotlight went out instantly, and later he found that all the electrical systems in his car had burned out. His sighting marked the beginning of all kinds of weird happenings. First, his telephone went crazy. Like so many others, he had not reported his sighting to anyone yet, but began to receive the beeping calls. The calls from metallic voices, urging him to attend undefined meetings. He never went. A poltergeist moved into Ben's house. Drawers opened themselves. Objects disappeared. A heavy cabinet pushed against a window was moved by some force. Later, I tried to move this cabinet by myself and found it was too heavy. Ben's wife began to notice unusual people in the neighborhood. Ben received a mild scare that August as he was walking down Main Street in Parkersburg and saw two black-garbed, oriental-looking men who grinned at him broadly as if they knew him. They appeared to be confused or drunken, he noticed, and seemed to have difficulty walking. Ben knew nothing of the MIB lore, but the men so alarmed him that he crossed to the other side of the street. He had more UFO sightings and more freak phone calls. Finally, he mentioned his troubles to Parker McDaniel. They worked together, and Mrs. Heyer and I drove to Belpre. 2 weeks before our visit, according to Ben's wife, a black car had stopped in front of their house, and a man in a black suit had apparently taken photos with a large camera. 2 of their neighbors had also witnessed this and corroborated their story. The photographer did not pay any attention to any of the other houses on the street. On Long Island, less than 30 miles from New York City, UFOs, men in black, and phantom photographers were all very busy that summer. Eventually, I gathered reports of the photographers from as far away as Seattle. An aerospace engineer in the Northwest reported, "For some 3 days, photographs were taken of our house. We thought they might be realtors or someone doing a film on the area." Then began the telephone interference, mail stoppage and misdirection, etc. The engineer, a well-educated man with a responsible position in a major aircraft company, involved himself in UFO research as a hobby. At first he assumed the photographers, telephone harassers, and all were agents of the government. Then something uncanny attacked his new home. Twice, a very powerful specter-like influence visited the house which projected fear of an incredible nature, he wrote. I am certain that anyone who did not understand these things would have been driven in very short order to the state mental hospital. Another attack was interference with the time constants of a heartbeat. I would be awakened with a pulse of over 200. However, I was always awakened because I sleep with plastic ear stoppers, and in each of about 30 to 35 instances, the noise awakened me. I heard of this heartbeat phenomenon in Massachusetts and several other places and put it down as more psychological than physiological. When Mary Heyer complained of hearing a loud, pulsing heartbeat sound late at night, I knew she had suffered one severe heart attack and worried that she was really hearing her own heartbeat. The Linda Scarberry and the McDaniels complained of hearing the same sound. Roger Scarberry was haunted by something else, by dreams of a great eye floating in the sky over Mary's house. Point Pleasant was filled with omens and portents. A man and a woman carrying a camera visited Steve and Mary Mallet, wanting to take pictures of them. Mr. Mallet took down the license plate on their Volkswagen, and when Mary had the police check it out, it proved to be non-existent. This business with license numbers was repeated over and over and in many places. Witnesses would carefully note the plates on the black Cadillacs and mysterious panel trucks, but when the police ran a routine check, the computers came up with a blank. When you consider the many millions of licenses issued in the United States, the odds against your being able to manufacture an unlisted number are astronomical. Yet our men in black always manage to come up with unused numbers. There were more incidents of this type during the October 1973 wave. Phantom photographer reports have been rare in England, but in 1973, two leading British ufologists, Brainsley Lepore Trench and J.B. Dallaire, came across an incident involving the Bogart family who live in a forest near Maresfield, Sussex. The Bogarts' isolated cottage had been plagued with apparitions, strange sounds, and poltergeist activity, and a large number of low-flying, luminous objects have been seen repeatedly in the vicinity. On more than one occasion, Mrs. Bogart alleges that she had been perturbed to find a yellow Volkswagen car having smoked glass windows following her discreetly at a distance, Dallaire reports. Once, this involved the vehicle slowly following her from a woodland cart track leading to Piltdown Lake, of it then stopping some distance from her, of two medium-sized individuals emerging and hurriedly taking photographs of her, and of the individuals quickly re-entering the car and driving off in the opposite direction. On another occasion in Maresfield, the same vehicle, or one exactly similar, seemed to be curb-crawling several yards behind her. Mrs. Bogart had no idea to whom the Volkswagen belongs or why it should apparently following her in such furtive fashion, nor why she should be so mysteriously photographed. So, absolutely bizarre. And it seems like them going from Cadillacs to Volkswagens, I mean, this is international stuff. Why aren't they using any other vehicles? These are just strange, bizarre coincidences across the board, just basically unexplainable. And in many cases, like, it's the whole invasion of the body snatchers. Like, are these beings attempting to blend in? Are they taking over the government, like has been theorized by many ufologists? A lot of these theories are so insane and crazy, but what's absolutely undeniable is this plethora of activity in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And strange activity, all over the world mimicking that and at certain points. So who were these ominous humanoids? Some believe they really are a top-secret organization within the U.S. government, tasked with keeping all UFO and alien activity under wraps, to intimidate, brainwash, or use whatever means necessary to keep witnesses from going public. Others speculate that they are not even really human, but clones of some kind. Still, others theorize they are not human or human clones, but aliens in disguise. That is why they appear to be unfamiliar with basic customs or etiquette. They know only what they were told to know. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast in the Mothman series. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And once again, thanks for listening. Have a good night. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is the Mothman series, Part 6. UFOs. Unidentified flying objects. Regarding the Mothman phenomenon in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, 1966 to 1967. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. On the previous episode, we went deep into the Men in Black, supposed government agents responding to UFO or alien sightings. The theory is they want to keep it all under wraps. But John Keel wasn't so sure that all these Men in Black were actually from the US government. There's plenty of theories abound. In this episode, we will take a look at UFOs. One of the most overlooked aspects of the Point Pleasant Mothman accounts are the dozens and dozens of UFO sightings, both before, during, and after the 13-month span of Mothman activity. John Keel, ufologist and paranormal researcher, has chronicled this aspect extremely well in his book, The Mothman Prophecies, published in 1975. Although an absolute, definitive, and direct link between UFOs and the Mothman was never established, other than one sighting which featured the Mothman being taken into a UFO, which I covered in Part 4, 13 Months of Fear. However, it is undeniable that the sheer number of UFO sightings, with witnesses even communicating with the UFOs via flashlight and getting responses, plays a major role in this baffling paranormal case. John Keel himself has witnessed extensive UFO activity in Point Pleasant and throughout the Ohio Valley. Journalist Mary Hyre was also present. The Men in Black have also been extensively involved, and that was covered in the previous episode. So we'll focus primarily on the UFO sightings and the nature of the UFO encounters. John Keel was center stage for much of the UFO phenomenon in West Virginia, but his research spans decades. He is often heralded as one of the top ufologists ever. From his book, he describes a meeting with a high-ranking officer at the Pentagon. In room 4C922 of the Pentagon building in 1966, there was an L-shaped cubicle occupying about 50 square feet of area. A gray-haired, grim-visaged lieutenant colonel named Maston M. Jacks held forth there, sitting behind a cluttered desk and jangling phones. His job in those days was to handle reporters inquiring about the UFO situation. His opening line was a showstopper. "There's nothing to it, Mr. Keel. It's all a lot of hearsay." On another desk, there was a large red folder with the words "Top Secret" emblazoned in big black letters. While we talked, a secretary entered and put a newspaper clipping into the folder. My first conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Jacks quickly turned into an argument. He parroted the well-known Air Force anti-UFO line, and I explained gently that I had seen some of the damn things myself. At one point, he pulled himself up and glared at me. "Are you calling an officer in the U.S. Air Force a liar?" Later on the phone, and from his inflection, it was obvious he was talking to a superior officer. I discreetly strolled to the far end of the room and stared out of the tiny prison-like window. He mumbled something about some movie film, and then in a very low voice he added, "I'll have to call you back. There's somebody here in my office that I've got to stop." After he hung up, we resumed our argument. He had clearly gone through this many times before. It was all an act. His moods changed abruptly from rage to politeness to chumminess. Finally, he escorted me down the hall to a library and dumped me. Jax told me several times that the Air Force did not have any kind of UFO photo file. A year later, however, a science writer named Lloyd Malyon was given over 100 pictures from the non-existent file. Jax also informed me that no UFO reports were stored in the Pentagon. They were all at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. I didn't visit Wright-Patterson, but Mort Young of the now defunct New York Journal-American did. I asked Mort to write his experience for this book. Records of UFO reports, I was told at the Pentagon, are all kept at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, Mort explains. So I went to Dayton. There I was told that UFO reports are filed at the Pentagon and I could have seen them in Washington. I later learned that not only are UFO reports filed at the Pentagon and at Project Blue Book headquarters in Dayton, but are also forwarded to at least 2 other addresses where presumably they are also filed. One might hope that at these other places the files are in better order than at Blue Book, where individual sightings are incomplete. Files I asked for were either handed to me with pages missing, entire parts missing, or the file itself was missing, the Air Force having no information on the sighting in question. Some files were in disreputable state, page upon page, jammed into brown folders. The information that was there would have to be sorted chronologically, at least before one could sit down, read it through, and come out the wiser. I would rather try to explain a UFO than make sense out of an Air Force UFO report. Some of the allegations of the UFO believers had merit. The Air Force was struggling to keep the issues confused. They did lie, and on occasion they lied outrageously to reporters. Photographs sent to them by well-meaning citizens often disappeared forever at Wright-Patterson. But from my own investigations, I could not honestly accuse them of having a wing of Oriental officers whose assignment was to squelch witnesses. Other writers, such as Lloyd Malyon, were reaching similar conclusions. By 1967, Lieutenant Colonel Jax had retired and been replaced by Lieutenant Colonel George P. Freeman. Freeman was a kinder, more tactful soul and gave our reports serious consideration. On February 15, 1967, a confidential letter went out from the Pentagon to all commands. Information has reached headquarters, USAF, that persons claiming to represent the Air Force or other defense establishments have contacted citizens who have sighted unidentified flying objects. In one reported case, an individual in civilian clothes who represented himself as a member of NORAD demanded and received photos belonging to a private citizen. In another, a person in an Air Force uniform approached local police and other citizens who had sighted a UFO, assembled them in a schoolroom, and told them they did not see what they thought they saw and that they should not talk to anyone about the sighting. All military and civilian personnel, and particularly information officers and UFO investigating officers who hear such reports, should immediately notify their local OSI, Office of Special Investigations, offices. Signed, Hewitt T. Wheelis, Lieutenant General, USAF, Assistant Vice Chief of Staff. Very interesting. So, we have the government itself admitting that there are these men in black people impersonating as U.S. government officers, unless this whole document is a disinfo document, but this document appears to be genuine, that it is coming from the U.S. government. Project Blue Book was formally shut down in December 1969, but the Men in Black have not retired. They were busy again in the wake of the October 1973 UFO wave, and in January 1974, they appeared in Sweden, using the same tactics that were so effective here. Even the gasoline shortage failed to deter those black Cadillacs from their mysterious rounds. So John Keel is clearly quite familiar with the UFO world, the government handling of UFOs, and even being threatened to stop looking into UFOs by both the U.S. government and these certain men in black, foreign-looking men supposedly impersonating the U.S. government. Some people theorize that these men in black agents are actually aliens or some other kind of entities. I went into that in the previous episode, so we're not going to go too far into the men in black in this episode. We're going to focus mostly on the UFOs themselves. So, the Point Pleasant encounters of UFOs. Many Mothman witnesses actually also cited UFOs. It's very strange. Some of them had poltergeist activity in their house. We'll get into that in the next episode. But there's this intertwined web of paranormal insanity. Some people think Point Pleasant just happened to be a nexus of interdimensional shifting of some kind, and all these things, the Mothman, the UFOs, all this unexplained paranormal and supernatural activity is connected in some way to the physical location of Point Pleasant and the surrounding area. So let's go over the encounters from John Keel's book. In March 1966, a shapely housewife, whom I will call Mrs. Kelly because she asked that her name be withheld, was waiting in her car for her children near the Point Pleasant school when she saw an unbelievable apparition low in the sky. It looked like a glistening metal disc and was hovering directly above the school playground. A door-like aperture was opened at its rim, and there was a man standing outside. He was not standing in the doorway, he was standing outside the object in mid-air. He wore a silvery skin-tight costume and had very long silvery hair. He was looking down into the schoolyard intently. She watched him for a long moment until her children bounded up to the car. When she looked again, the man and the object were gone. She decided not to tell anyone about the strange vision, attaching religious significance to it. That summer, Mrs. Mary Heyer was driving along the Ohio side of the river when a sudden glint in the sky attracted her attention. At first, I thought it was a plane, she recalled. Then I got a better look at it. It was perfectly round. I couldn't make out what it was, but I didn't give it any thought at the time. Another round object chose to hover around Tiny's restaurant just outside Point Pleasant that summer, where it had been seen by a number of customers, including the wife of a local police officer. Tiny stands on the corner of the street where the McDaniels live. The McDaniel family would later serve as the focus for many of the strange manifestations. Not one person bothered to report a UFO sighting to the law or press in Point Pleasant, although there were many such sightings all summer long. Very, very interesting. And of course, John Keel and others theorized that there were hundreds and hundreds of sightings because most people simply did not report them. And we'll actually get into the frequency of UFO sightings at certain locations around Point Pleasant and how absolutely bizarre they are as we go down the list. So from John Keel's book, once again, while driving toward New Cumberland, we saw a light hovering near a hillside. John Vujnovic, an attorney from Weirton, West Virginia, said, describing his experience on the evening of October 7th, 1966. The light started coming toward the car, and I guess my son was frightened, and I slowed the car so that we were a good distance behind the object. Once again, just quick reference point, these UFOs were sighted even before the Mothman. So this was before the major Mothman sightings. The object had an outer circular light that glowed, but there was no sound at all. I stopped the car for a better look, and the thing started coming down over the highway. I think it was about 400 feet in the air. Mr. Vujnovic was driving south on State Route 66 from Chester, West Virginia to Weirton in the northernmost tip of the state. He was one of the first important sightings in West Virginia that October, a month that would produce sensational incidents all up and down the eastern seaboard. At one time, it looked as if there were windows in the craft, and after it got past, we could see a revolving light. The outer glow of the light made a fast, flickering type of light as the object was hovering. It eventually disappeared as Mr. Vujnovic went on his way. In the weeks that followed, the lights and some dark objects of awesome size were seen from one end of the state to the other. In Sistersville, a town mentioned in the 1897 airship reports, local UFO fans organized an informal warning system, calling each other on party lines to announce curtly, UFO, Northeast, etc. The town's newspaper did not bother to publish a single report. Every night at approximately 8 p.m., one of these brilliant flashing lights would cruise majestically over the Ohio River, traversing Point Pleasant from north to south. Those who bothered to notice it at all assumed it was an airplane. Mrs. Kelly, the lady who had seen the long-haired man standing in the sky 7 months earlier, lived in a house on the edge of a deep gully. She and her children were seeing blinding globes of light traveling close to the ground along that gully nightly. And her telephone was behaving strangely, ringing when there was no one on the line, and sometimes emitting beeps like Morse code. Once again, this phenomenon is reported throughout the entire Mothman accounts over this 13-month period and beyond, closer to a 2-year period actually, not to mention all these other UFO accounts that had similar electromagnetic disturbances, phones, TV, all that stuff, similar stuff that's associated with ghosts or poltergeist activity. And John Keel actually makes note of all of this. Like, this guy is a smart man, and we'll actually get into some of the tactics he uses to kind of fake people out and verify some of his findings. Very, very interesting guy. Early in November, an elderly man walked into Mary Hyer's newspaper's office. "I've just got to tell somebody," he began nervously. The story he unfolded seemed totally unbelievable to Mrs. Hyer, who knew nothing of UFOs at the time, but she knew the man and was impressed by his sincerity. On November 2nd, 1966, he said he and another workman were driving home to Point Pleasant from their job near Marietta, Ohio, on Interstate 77. As they neared Parkersburg, West Virginia, an elongated object appeared low in the sky and descended directly in front of them. They stopped their car and a man emerged from the object and walked over to them. He looked like a normal man and was grinning broadly. He wore a black coat and kept his arms folded with his hands out of sight under his armpits. The witness rolled his window down and there was a very brief conversation. The stranger asked the pair who they were, where they were from, where they were going, and what time was it. Then he strolled back to the dark cylinder and it rose quickly into the chill, drizzling sky. Bizarre. I mean, this is stuff that's probably even more bizarre than all the Mothman sightings. The two men had a strong emotional reaction to the seemingly pointless encounter. They debated whether they should tell anybody, deciding against it, but the Point Pleasant resident found himself suffering from insomnia, and when he finally slept, he had strange nightmares. He started to hit the bottle, something very unusual for him. Mrs. Hyer listened to his story, nonplussed, and made a few notes. A day or so later, the man's son called on her and asked her not to print the story. Several weeks later, she repeated the story to me, and we called the man on our office phone. He verified the details and then said, "Look, don't use my name. I don't want to get involved in this thing. That scientist fella told me." "What scientist?" I asked. "A couple of weeks after this thing happened, a scientist from Ohio came to see us. He told us it would be better if we forget the whole thing." "How did you hear about it? How did he find you?" "Damned if I know." "Did he identify himself?" "Sure, but I can't remember his name, but he seemed to know what he was talking about." I couldn't get much else out of him. I would have ignored the whole story except for one jarring fact. The same thing had happened the same night on the same road to another West Virginian. Unlike the 2 Point Pleasant residents, he had gone to the police with his story. A press conference was held and he was catapulted into the never never land of the UFO contactees. The center of one of the biggest UFO stories of 1966. This man was Woodrow Derenberger, and his story is that of Indrid Cold, covered in the previous episode. So that very night, there was another account. I mean, this is just, there's so much corroboration of all these strange happenings in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. To completely write all of them off as some kind of a mass hysteria, it's absolutely asinine. That's the only way to put it. Like, there's all these people reporting something and countless others not reporting. And I mean, it's very reasonable to assume there was at least some other sightings, and it's likely a whole lot of other sightings and encounters, and people just don't want to deal with it. And some of them, there's a lot of cases of amnesia with these cases, with the encounters with UFOs, the sightings, the Mothman, all of this stuff. So people that might have actually even wanted to come forward, if they have missing time and amnesia and everything, they wouldn't be able to come forward even if they wanted to. Like, we might be only getting the stories that were the glitches, the amnesia that didn't work for whatever reason, from whatever force is behind all of these strange happenings. Back to the book. Across the Ohio River, almost directly opposite the TNT area, a music teacher, Mrs. Roy Gross, was wakened by the barking of her dog at 4:45 a.m. on the morning of November 17th, 1966. It was unusual for her little pet to bark late at night, so she got up to investigate. The moon was out and was very bright, she recalled. She looked out the kitchen window and saw an enormous object hovering at treetop level in a field on the other side of Route 7. It was circular, the size of a small house, and brilliantly illuminated. It seemed to be divided into sections glowing with dazzling bright red and green lights. I was stunned, she said. Before she could wake up her husband, the object made a zigzag motion and suddenly disappeared. She did not mention the sighting to anyone outside her immediate family until weeks later. This also happened to be near the Cheshire Mothman sighting, which occurred that afternoon, November 17th, 1966. So this is only one day after the original Scarberry Mallet account of the Mothman encounter in the TNT area, which kind of kick-started this whole frenzy of Mothman lore. It's just, there's so much more going on besides the Mothman. I mean, I don't want to say it's more interesting or more bizarre, but there's a case to be made that it is. Okay, we mentioned Tad Jones in the previous episode for his Men in Black encounter, and I'm going to go into the Chad Jones story for a more complete look on what he saw regarding the UFO and how it factored into these other events. Enter Tad Jones, a rarity among UFO witnesses because of his very common name. A gentle, handsome man in his 30s, Mr. Jones was a deeply religious person who did not smoke or drink. In 1967, he lived in Dunbar, a suburb of Charleston, West Virginia, and managed an appliance store at a place called Cross Lanes. Urbane, intelligent, and articulate, he was one of the most impressive UFO witnesses I have met in my travels. At 9:05 a.m. on the morning of January 19th, 1967, Tad was driving to his store along the newly completed multi-lane highway, Route 64, about 10 miles outside of Charleston. A large object was blocking the road ahead of him, and he first assumed it was a vehicle being used by a construction gang still working on the highway. But as he drew closer, he saw that it was hovering in the air about 4 feet off the ground. It was a large metal sphere, he said. Since it was broad daylight, I got a very good look at it. It was about 20 feet in diameter and was the color of dull aluminum. He slowed his car and studied the thing for about 2 minutes. There were 4 legs attached to it, he continued, with caster-like wheels on the bottom of each one, and there was a small window about 9 inches in diameter on the side facing me, but I couldn't see anything inside the sphere. On the underside, there was something like a propeller. It was idling when I first drove up, then it started spinning faster and the whole object began to rise upward. It disappeared into the sky and I drove on to my store. Shaken and puzzled by his sighting, he decided to call the police and report it. His story quickly found its way into the local papers. The next morning, a crude note was slipped under his door in Dunbar. Written on ordinary notebook paper in block letters, it stated, "We know what you have seen and we know that you have talked. You'd better keep your mouth shut." He decided it had to be the work of some local prankster. In nearby St. Albans, Mr. Ralph Jarrett, a chemical engineer and the local UFO authority, was shaving that morning when his telephone rang. He put down his razor and went into the bedroom to pick up the extension. "I heard a very clear beep beep sound," Jarrett said. "The beeping continued for about 2, maybe 3 minutes. Then the phone went dead and the dial tone came on. I've heard all sorts of code transmissions on shortwave, but nothing quite like that." He went downstairs to breakfast and opened his copy of the Charleston Gazette and read about Tad Jones's sighting, the first he had heard of it. Jarrett, an aggressive, loquacious, middle-aged man, was a highly qualified investigator. He later contacted Jones and conducted a thorough study of the case. He discovered the object had been hovering directly above a major gas line which passed under the road. There have been other sightings of UFOs directly over buried gas lines. Very interesting. A few days later, another note was slipped under the door of the Joneses' home in Dunbar. This one was written on a piece of cardboard which had been burned around the edges. It repeated the earlier threat, adding, "There won't be another warning." I guess that's supposed to be won't, so they spelled won't wrong, and it says want. I arrived on the scene several weeks later, and during my questioning, he remembered another incident which seemed unimportant to him at the time. About a week after his sighting, he was driving along the same highway at the same time in the morning when he came upon a man standing by the road in approximately the same spot where the sphere had hovered. Thinking the man was hitchhiking and was stranded in the isolated stretch of road, Jones slowed his truck and called out to him, "Want a lift?" The man did not reply but merely waved him on. The next morning, the same man was in the same place, but this time Tad did not slow down. He was very tanned, Jones recalled, or his face was very flushed. He looked normal and was wearing a blue coat and a blue cap with a visor. Something like a uniform, I guess. I noticed he was holding a box in his hand, some kind of instrument. It had a large dial on it, like a clock, and a wire ran from it to his other hand. Later, we checked the local gas companies to find out if they had a man walking the line in that area. The answer was negative. I also asked about instruments such as Tad had described. No such instruments were in use. When Mrs. Heyer and I visited the spot on Route 64, we found a series of strange footprints in the mud beside the road. One group of footprints was identical to those I had found behind the power plant in the TNT area the previous December. They looked like huge dog tracks and were so deep the animal who made them must have weighed 200 pounds or more. I couldn't relate them to the Mothman, and there were a lot of dogs in the area, so I didn't think much about them at the time. Tad made plaster casts of these new prints, however, and none of the local wildlife authorities could identify them. I guess it's not a sandhill crane or an owl. They were not dog tracks. Zoologist Ivan Sanderson later rejected the big dog explanation also and told me similar tracks frequently turned up in places where paranormal events had occurred. And in fact, I have since come across them myself in several spots around the country. Aside from dog tracks, we found a single footprint of what appeared to be a large naked human foot. This was planted in the center of a muddy section with no other footprints of any kind around it. But a short distance away I came across some old friends, a type of footprint that has appeared at many UFO sites around the country. They look like the prints made by Ripple-soled shoes, but their spacing is always peculiar. They don't start anywhere and they don't lead anywhere. Ripple soles had been a fashion in the early 1960s and then had faded out. I had once owned a pair myself, but the phantom prints had a ridge around the edges. Years later, when the first men walked on the moon, I realized the photos of the prints left by their moonwalking shoes were identical to the footprints I had seen over and over again in my travels. Obviously, the Martians and the Venetians buy their equipment from the same companies that supply our space program. Haha, very funny, Mr. Keel. So here's what's even more bizarre. This next piece of information will rattle the brains of everyone listening. I mean, it is beyond mind-shocking, even more mind-shocking than all of these UFO sightings that I just mentioned. A few days after Tad Jones's sighting on Route 64, True magazine hit the stands with an article of mine, John Keel's, about flying saucers. It was illustrated with drawings of all kinds of odd-shaped objects, many of them the pure product of the artist's imagination. It included an exact replica of Jones's sphere, complete with the wheeled legs and propeller. An object exactly like this had never been described in UFO literature before or since. The artist had produced his layout many weeks before. Somehow the phenomena had mischievously duplicated the artist's conception for Jones's benefit. Interesting. Are we tapping into the cosmic consciousness or some kind of unified idea or energy that can affect anyone in the world at any time? Or are we talking some kind of weird time travel effects? This is just bizarre. If we are to believe John Keel here, which most of this information is verified third party. I mean, these reports were filed. I actually read through the original reports from the Scarberry Mallet sightings, the original police reports, and you can see them. They're handwritten statements. Most of this stuff is all completely verified by everyone, including Mary Heyer, and I will get to sworn affidavits written by both John Keel and Mary Heyer. Now, those might carry slightly less weight today, but back in the 60s and the early 70s, I mean, people didn't just write those for no reason. And keep in mind, once again, John Keel is not... I'm going to give away a little bit here. John Keel I don't know if he made a definitive position, but he's exploring other options than these UFOs being from other planets. Let's just put it that way for now. So on to the next accounts from John Keel's book. A young couple, very much in love, sprawled together in the back seat of an old jalopy on a deserted dirt road in the isolated back hills east of Ravenswood, West Virginia. It was a starlit, moonless night in the spring of 1967, just warm enough so that the pair were able to strip to the buff comfortably. Things were rather pleasant on that squeaky back seat until about 10:30 p.m. when a blinding bluish light poured in through the windows of the parked car. At first I thought it was the police, the young man told me later. Then we both felt a funny tingling sensation that scared us half out of our wits. I jumped up and stared into the light. It wasn't a flashlight or spotlight. It was more like a big ball of bluish fire, hovering a couple of feet off the ground directly alongside the car. There was a funny sound too, like a low hum. His girlfriend screamed, he reported, and the light seemed to back away slightly while the humming increased in volume. The next thing we knew, the young man continued, it was gone, just like that. We jumped into our clothes and got the hell out of there. Another funny thing, when we got into town, it was after 12:30. We couldn't figure it out. It seemed like we only looked at the light for a couple of seconds, but somehow it must have taken 2 hours. Once again, we're seeing this time slip, missing time phenomena associated with UFOs, alien abductions, all of these things. It's just coming up time and time and time again. Very, very strange. Their first inclination was to run to the police, but they decided against it since they weren't supposed to be on that road doing what they were doing in the first place. Her old man would have killed me. They drove around for several minutes until their hysteria subsided, and then he dropped her off at home. The next morning, both the boy and the girl woke up to find themselves heavily sunburned from head to foot. The boy's eyes were almost swollen shut for 2 weeks afterwards. It was not an easy matter for them to explain how they managed to get a total and quite painful sunburn at night in the early spring. Shortly afterward, he heard that I was in the area, and he sought me out to tell me the story. His skin was still reddish, and his eyes were still bothering him when I met him. The actinic ray burns were proof of his story, and I knew that UFOs often zero in on lovers in parked cars. Most of the monster episodes in my files took place in remote lovers' lanes. Young love has to run enough hazards without the fear of a hairy weirdo hammering on the windshield. What concerned me was the 2-hour time lapse, or a spell of lacunal amnesia, which apparently took place. What could have happened to the pair during that forgotten period? That's pretty creepy. Thinking about the missing time and what could have happened. I mean, what could have happened? I mean, it's really, really rough. Yeah, it's tough. Really creepy. Anything could have happened. I mean, you look at all these UFO cases. Some of them are just really, really bizarre. So let's look at these encounters so far relative to all the Mothman activity going on. My questions are this. Why are these UFO encounters so often ignored, especially in conjunction with the Mothman sightings? Are skeptics who think the Mothman was just a bird or owl willing to ignore all these other encounters and sightings, many presented with real physical evidence like burns? Not logical. Clearly there was something incredible going on in West Virginia. These overlapping phenomena are just too coincidental to ignore. What are the chances there was no link at all? If it was just 1 or 2 stray UFO sightings and encounters, it could be written off. But the sheer magnitude of cases is mind-boggling, mind-shocking. It's just completely insane. And again, we have to factor in there were many cases that weren't reported, and still all of these cases that were. Alright, let's go into animal mutilations and the like, because there were these as well. I mean, there's just no shortage of bizarre phenomena going on in Point Pleasant, West Virginia during this time period. John Keel writes, elsewhere throughout the Ohio River Valley, dogs, cows, and horses were dying suddenly and mysteriously, usually from surgical-like incisions in their throats. Animal disappearances and deaths go hand in hand with the UFO phenomena. The most puzzling aspect of these deaths is the absence of blood. Often the carcasses seemed drained of all blood. The wounds don't bleed. No blood is in evidence in the grass or dirt where the victims lay. Among my grimmer memories of 1966 to 1967 are those times when I knelt in farm fields to examine dead animals, particularly dogs, who had suffered amazingly clean and expert cuts. These deaths were not localized, but came in nationwide waves simultaneously with UFO waves. This pattern has been repeated since. Prior to the October 1973 flying saucer flap, there was an epidemic of animal deaths throughout the Midwest from Minnesota to Mississippi, causing quite a stir in the local press. Again, something that is not talked about. Was a sandhill crane or owl killing all these animals as well? And how come all these animal deaths weren't occurring before or after this time period of the Mothman sightings? Just bizarre things to think about. How come the UFO activity wasn't rampant before and after? I mean, it kicked off a couple months before and lasted a couple months after or so. But how come 10 years prior this wasn't a hotspot? How come 10 years after it wasn't a hotspot? How come it was only this time period? Questions that need to be asked. So John Keel drops a very interesting theory next. He writes, it does seem as if many UFO and monster sightings are staged as distractions, luring crowds of people to places like the TNT area while animal mutilations and disappearances are taking place almost unnoticed, only a few miles away. Soon after the Mothman's first appearance in November 1966, police found the body of a dog in the TNT area. It was completely charred, yet the surrounding area was unburned. I wondered if it might not have been sacrificed in some secret magical ritual by some unknown local warlock, a ritual that brought Mothman into being. So, wow. Very, very interesting theory dropped here. Since we're focusing on UFOs for this episode, the occult connections will be gone over in the next episodes, not this one. But you just have to think about this for a second. If the UFO and Mothman sightings are distractions, I mean, Keel is going to a very, very insane place here. If extraterrestrial beings or other entities, interdimensional beings, or possibly a government experiment of some kind, are they running multiple experiments at once while getting these blood samples from animals, killing animals, abducting animals while diverting people's attentions away? Is this some kind of like super efficient experiment of some kind? I mean, it's really, really bizarre. Is it using advanced technology? Are these humans doing this? Are they not? Are they interdimensional entities? Does this have links to other paranormal and supernatural activity? Just very, very bizarre questions. But one of the reasons that the Mothman case is so fascinating, and I believe is deserving of very, very deep research that has not really been done. Like, the Bigfoot community is very, very big. There's ongoing research. With the Mothman phenomenon, there doesn't seem to be as much research, but it seems to link to all of these other paranormal and supernatural occurrences. So if there's a common thread, I think the Mothman is a pretty good place to look to find evidence of that. So, back to John Keel. The UFO waves of the 1960s were accompanied by the occult explosion, the rapid spread of witchcraft and magical practices. An interesting side effect of the flying saucer phenomenon is that many of the people attracted to the subject, people with very materialistic and pseudoscientific outlooks, gradually drift into the study of psychic phenomena, abandoning the extraterrestrial theory along the way. In retrospect, flying saucers were partly responsible for the occult explosion. The most confusing feature of the phenomena is its use of allegorical situations and complicated diversions meant to cover up some more covert activity. Hairy monsters are seen carrying dead dogs, so people assume other missing dogs provided dinner for the smelly apparition. Actually, the dogs may have served some other purpose altogether, a purpose that might turn our hair gray instantly if we knew the full details. How cryptic, Mr. John Keel. I mean, come on. In messages passed along to Italian contactee Eugenio Siragusa, the mischievous entities have tried to explain their volumetric logic in cosmic double talk. Dr. Jacques Vallée had called it metalogic, suggesting that the entities have a logic system quite different from ours, and when they try to translate things on our level, their statements come out absurd. He does not consider their need for deceit, which is based upon their urge to manipulate us through beliefs and what the British call acceptances. Once Woodrow Derenberger accepted Indrid Cold's existence and the existence of Lanulos, his view of reality could be manipulated to include those beings and places. I don't want to go too deep into where John Keel is going here, but he's going in a complete sideways direction from aliens, UFOs, and all of this other business. And we will be looking into that in the later episodes as well. But that was just a minor preview. Things are not as they seem. That much we can be sure of. We're going to move on to one of the most bizarre UFO incidents ever recorded. March 5th, 1967, a UFO actually chased a bloodmobile. That's right, a Red Cross medical van carrying blood was pursued and attacked by a UFO. So, here we go. John Keel writes, in March 1967, a truly astonishing UFO attack took place in West Virginia, apparently supporting the vampiric theories I was entertaining at the time. While other UFO investigators had been collecting endless descriptions of things seen in the sky, I was out examining dead animals in remote fields, pondering the real meaning behind the bloodless carcasses. On the night of March 5th, a Red Cross bloodmobile was traveling along Route 2, which runs parallel to the Ohio River. Bo Schertzer, 21, and a young nurse had been out all day collecting human blood, and now they were heading back to Huntington, West Virginia, with a van filled with fresh blood. The road was dark and cold, and there was very little traffic. As they moved along a particularly deserted stretch, there was a flash in the woods on a nearby hill, and a large white glow appeared. It rose slowly into the air and flew straight for their vehicle. "My God, what is it?" the nurse cried. "I'm not going to stick around to find out," Schertzer answered, pushing his foot down on the gas. The object effortlessly swooped over the van and stayed with it. Schertzer rolled down his window and looked up. He was horrified to see some kind of arm or extension being lowered from the luminous thing, cruising only a few feet above the bloodmobile. "It's trying to get us," the nurse yelled, watching another arm reach down on her side. It looked as if the flying object was trying to wrap a pincers-like device around the vehicle. Schertzer poured on the horses, but the object kept pace with them easily. Apparently, they were saved by the sudden appearance of headlights from approaching traffic. As the other cars neared, the object retracted the arms and hastily flew off. Both young people rushed to the police in a state of hysteria. The incident was mentioned briefly on the radio newscast that night, but was not picked up by the newspapers. In cases like this, we have to ask, did the UFO really intend to carry off the bloodmobile? Or was it all a sham to prove the UFO interest in blood? Later, I tried to check to find out if any bloodmobiles had actually vanished anywhere. The Red Cross thought I was a bit nuts. But I often found myself seriously wondering if we only hear about the people who get away. So, very interesting concepts here from John Keel referencing blood. John Keel also talked with the driver's father, who was a school teacher in Point Pleasant. The father seemed convinced that his son was telling the truth, and he was so scared that he now refuses to drive along that highway, even in the daylight. Okay. So, let me reference the demonic alien theory. So those that subscribe to the aliens or demons theory, they also reference the blood scavenging. If the blood of true living organisms is sacred, or organisms with souls, or has some kind of energy that the demons crave, need, or use as a fuel source of some kind, wouldn't they constantly be after it? So this is a pretty out there theory, but it's not new. It's been around for a bit. And it does explain the cattle mutilations, animal mutilations, some of the experiments done on the humans in abductions and the like. There's also quite a few cases where the person being abducted, the abductee, prays to Jesus or to God or some kind of reference to Christian faith or God or divinity, and the abduction just completely stops. Like the entities are afraid somehow of the name of Jesus or God or any of this stuff. So, I mean, it's not just one or two cases that this has happened in. There's quite a few reports of this kind of being a way to stop the abduction. And some people use this as evidence that these aliens are simply demons masquerading as aliens. And there's references to this going back in history quite a bit. So it's an interesting theory, and the linking of blood to this theory is also interesting. Human blood is often viewed as sacred in a lot of ancient civilizations and ancient mythologies. So that demonic or evil entities would be after it as a way to kind of preserve their own life or feed off of it. And in physics, with plasma physics and all of these things, as of yet undiscovered in the modern field of science relating to human blood, that could possibly point to this theory being true. So John Keel does touch upon it here, and in the later episodes we'll be getting more into the occult connection and other things which would involve this. But it's very, very interesting, and I don't think it should be dismissed without proper investigation. Like all things, it needs to be looked at. Okay, but blood aside, let's look at how insane this UFO encounter really is. How often does a UFO use some kind of pincer or claw-like device to try to lift a vehicle from the road? Like, what's it gonna do with it? And this isn't like a tiny little smart car. Like, it's a good-sized vehicle. It's like a van. And like, what is it gonna do with it? I mean, it's so bizarre and mind-boggling. Like many things in this Mothman case. I mean, and most people don't know about it. Like this, Mothman aside, just in UFO lore, like this should be a case of just huge magnitude. It's just so shocking. Reported to police, with people who are supposedly good witnesses. Like, they're not looking for attention. I mean, I've gone over this many times. I believe that most people are telling the truth or what they believe to be the truth. So, again, not that this is an extraterrestrial craft, but something attacked them that looked like this and had claws like this. It appeared to be this, and they believed that it was this. I think that much is a logical step that we can make. So, this is mind-boggling. Like, it's truly, truly mind-boggling, and how much of this is connected to everything else. I think there are connections everywhere, and discovering these connections can help us see what really happened in Point Pleasant, West Virginia during those 2 years. So, onward to the other sightings. A few nights after the remarkable Bloodmobile incident, Point Pleasant police officer Harold Herman was making a routine patrol through the dismal, unlit TNT area when a dark object hovering a few feet above a small pond caught his eye. It was definitely a solid machine of some kind, he told me later. I could even see what appeared to be windows in it. It rocked unevenly, like a boat hitting waves, and then it floated silently away over the trees. Another nationwide UFO wave was underway that March, but the now jaded national news media ignored it. That's another interesting point to ponder. Like, if these UFOs are reported that frequently, that they just kind of stop covering it because it's such an often seen phenomena. I mean, that's insane. Like, if we had a UFO wave now anywhere, like Los Angeles, New York City, like Miami, big cities, and it just kept happening night after night after night after night, at what point would it be like, oh, okay, whatever, we'll stop covering it? I don't know. That's weird. It's really weird to think about at what point this would move into normalcy. The other thing I often wonder regards to UFOs, how often are these UFOs flying around when nobody's witnessing them? If they're not extraterrestrials or UFOs, I mean, it's the old, tree falling in the woods comparison. But is there something to that? Are these UFOs a show for specific people to see them? John Keel definitely thinks there's something to this. So, once again, I mean, John Keel was he became friends with a lot of these people in Point Pleasant. Like, they were going through something completely insane and bizarre between the Mothman, UFO, Men in Black activity, and the poltergeist activity. Like, he was there documenting it relatively non-judgmentally, because he was a UFOologist. He had seen phenomena of all kinds. Like, the police are talking to him, they're giving him their accounts. Like, they basically trust him. That's why this account is it's really, really interesting. This isn't some weird one-off incident like in so many other cases. So back to his book, Drazen and Australia returned to New York City in late March while I decided to remain on in Point Pleasant. Dan was convinced that something exceptional was happening in the Ohio Valley, and he planned to collect a camera crew and return. We had seen a number of odd aerial lights, but the oddest of all was so bewildering I didn't even bother to take notes. We were standing on a hilltop outside of Point Pleasant one night when Mrs. Heyer called our attention to a bright red light slowly moving toward us. It had the shimmering, prismatic appearance of the classic UFO light, and Dan, who was a student pilot, agreed it wasn't a plane. No normal wing lights or tail lights were visible. The sky was crystal clear, and there was only one small cloud overhead. The light moved very slowly and appeared to be at a low altitude. There was no sound whatsoever. We watched as the light slowly approached the little cloud and disappeared into it or over it. Then we waited for it to reappear. Seconds ticked into minutes. The light did not come out from behind the cloud. Maybe it went straight up, Mary suggested. Suddenly, there was the distinctive drone of an airplane engine, and the obvious silhouette of a small plane emerged from the cloud, wing and tail lights flashing. It buzzed off at an altitude of 3,000 or 4,000 feet, and we laughed at ourselves, momentarily convinced that our UFO had just been an airplane. However, the more I thought about the incident, the more incredible it seemed. We should have been able to see the plane's silhouette clearly before it entered the cloud, and it should not have taken so long to pass through such a small cloud. Something was definitely out of kilter. Later, I began to study the mystery airplanes and phantom helicopters that have appeared all over the world, and several reports of UFOs that seemingly turned into conventional airplane configurations surfaced. One of the most recent comes from Canada, where a group of outdoorsmen on the Cowichan River in British Columbia watched a low-flying object in October. It didn't make a sound, and it was something we had never seen before, one of the witnesses reported. There were 3 red lights rotating around the top part, and there were blinking red lights going in the opposite direction around the middle part. There was another light at the very top, a red flashing one. Then, from the bottom, a white light shone out like a spotlight. It moved its beam up the river as if it was looking for something. By this time, we were all pretty scared. We thought sure the others at the camp must have seen it too, but afterward they said they hadn't seen a thing. Very interesting. It's also interesting that Keel keeps finding parallels with sightings and encounters all over the world. This isn't just happening in West Virginia. So there was a bend in the river between us, so I couldn't say for sure whether they did or not. The witnesses claimed they got a good look at the thing, that it was circular, about 80 feet in diameter, hovering about 200 feet in the air, and had been in view for a full 15 minutes. How did it depart? Well, if we told people about this, they'd think we were crazy, the witness said, but all of a sudden it looked as if it had turned into an airplane. It made a noise like a plane, and it looked like a plane, only all the lights went out except for a little red one. It went right past us and disappeared over the trees. Throughout West Virginia, Throughout West Virginia, I had heard stories of large, gray, unmarked airplanes hedge-hopping the treacherous hills. I knew the Air National Guard kept some cargo planes at the Charleston airport and that some training flights involved hedge-hopping to keep below radar beams. But none of the flights reported to me proved to be the work of the National Guard. Drazen in Australia had hardly started out for New York when all hell began to break loose. Late on the afternoon of March 31st, a workman in Point Pleasant lumber yard saw a glowing object hovering over the home of Mrs. Doris DeWeese. Shortly afterwards, Mrs. DeWeese watched a luminous object zip across the sky and crash into a small shack on a neighboring hillside. The shack housed the transmitter for Sheriff Johnson's police radio. It started to burn. What followed was straight out of the Keystone Cops. The police and fire department rushed to the snow-covered hill and bogged down on the mushy dirt road. There was much frantic scurrying and cursing as the men battled the blaze. Part of the hillside was badly scorched. The transmitter inside the shack was not affected by the fire, but it was burned out as if it had been struck by lightning. So in the critical days that followed, the sheriff's department was without its main transmitter. So is this some crazy hardcore physical evidence of weirdness or what? People that just attribute this whole Mothman madness, it was just a sandhill crane or an owl. Well, what is striking sheds, lights crashing into sheds and taking out transmitters, people with burns on their whole body and their eyes, countless witnesses corroborating other witnesses. This is clearly not mass hysteria. It's so far beyond that easy cognitive dissonant dismissal of this entire situation going on in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. John Keel writes, I was disenchanted with the TNT area because of the crowds that were now streaming back there nightly to watch for the newest sensation, flying saucers. I started searching for a private place where I could carry out my observations quietly. Don, Dan, Mary, and myself had interviewed a number of people in the little community of Gallipolis Ferry, a couple of miles south of Point Pleasant on Route 2, and I had been impressed by their testimony. House lights frequently dimmed there, and television sets often acted up late at night. Great blobs of light had been seen on top of the wooded hills in the sparsely settled animal preserve called the Chief Cornstalk Hunting Grounds just south of the village. One resident was having trouble with poltergeist phenomenon, lights moving throughout his house, rappings on the doors and windows, the sounds of babies crying, and women screaming, telephones malfunctioning, the works. Ralph Lee, a farmer with a big spread in the area, confessed that he had seen so many UFOs over his land that he didn't pay attention to them anymore. Wow. Can you imagine having seen this phenomena so many times that it moves into the everyday mundane, where you just don't pay attention to it anymore? This is really insane, but it goes to show that the plethora of UFO sightings surrounding the Mothman events was not simply just a couple of lights in the sky that happened to coincide with a sandhill crane sighting or two. Officer Harold Harmon and I slipped away to Gallipolis Ferry on the night of March 31st, while nearly everyone else headed for the TNT area. We soon saw a number of bright star-like objects which flittered above the sky with rapid zigzag movements. Two local teenagers were sitting on a nearby hilltop next to a roaring bonfire, hoping to lure the UFOs down. I called up to them and asked them to put the fire out, knowing that the bright lights tended to repel rather than attract the objects. Harmon fiddled vainly with his police radio. He could get nothing but static. Later I learned that all the police forces for miles in both directions had constant trouble with their radios that week. Heavy magnetic interference totally disrupted communications among law enforcement while the UFOs carried out their mysterious missions. The destruction of Sheriff Johnson's transmitter was just one small part of the scenario. Telephones, too, went bonkers that week. It seemed as if half the phones in the valley were either out of order altogether or were dogged with crazy beeps and buzzes. Accompanied by the two teenagers, I left Harmon and hiked into the nearby hills in total blackness. As my eyes became acclimated to the night, I began to distinguish a number of vague purple shapes hovering over the woods on Ralph Lee's property. At first I thought they might be stars low in the sky, gleaming through the natural haze. But when I flashed my six-celled light at one of these purple blobs, it suddenly and jerkily moved to one side as if it were jumping out of my light beam. Fascinated, I repeated the experiment several times. Then I tried flashing the light at obvious stars to see if this wasn't just some trick of my eyesight. The stars didn't move, naturally. We sat on the hilltop studying the purple blobs for several minutes when suddenly the whole forest in the valley below lit up and glowed with a bright, eerie purple light. There were no houses or roads down there. It would have been a long hike in the dark, and the boys were reluctant to join me, so we just sat and stared at the glowing forest until the light faded. That's a very interesting account by John Keel. He went down to Point Pleasant, West Virginia to report on phenomena, and he ends up seeing this absolute bizarre phenomena. Now, the purple glow and the purple light, instead of the usual green or red or whatever, we're going to get into why it's purple in a little bit, as there are many more strange connections to be made here. The next night, Saturday, April 1st, Mary Heyer and I drove up to 5 Mile Creek Road below Gallipolis Ferry until we reached a hilltop which commanded a view of the hills and valleys I had visited the night before. There was a single farmhouse on the hill, and the people who lived there went to bed at 9:30 each night, being early risers, so the whole area was silent, deserted, and without lights throughout the night. A few minutes after we arrived, Mary pointed out a small reddish light low on a steep wooded hill south of our position. It appeared to be blinking on and off and bobbing up and down in a manner quite different from any of the stars on the horizon. While we watched breathlessly, barely speaking, it slowly circled the distant fields and woods and crossed in front of us, edging closer and closer. Now we could make out a dark form. The red glow seemed to be a window. It hovered about 50 feet off the ground. I thought I could see a shadowy human figure in the window, but Mary thought it was some kind of partition. This was the only point on which we disagreed. We sat transfixed for several minutes, fully expecting the object to land directly in front of us and asked to be taken to our leader. I finally got out of the car and flashed my powerful beam directly at the object. It responded instantly, quickly shooting straight up into the sky, the red light going out completely. I guess I blew it, I groaned, but there would be other nights and more funny lights. The following night, we returned to the same hilltop. The brilliant night sky was filled with stars, and things not on my star map. We could easily recognize the UFOs because they were brighter and more brilliantly colored than the normal stars. Some were red flashers, some were cold purple blobs, and some were multicolored. Mrs. Heyer confirmed that they jumped out of the way of my flashlight. I picked out an especially large object and flashed "Descend" in Morse code. Mary gasped as it began to lose altitude. "It looks like it's going down a flight of stairs," she noted. We were watching the famous falling leaf motion, which had been described by many UFO witnesses. About 12:30 a.m., Mrs. Heyer decided to call it a night. She drove off, leaving me alone in my car, sitting like an idiot, waiting for something to happen. And it did. 1 hour later, at 1:35 a.m. on April 3rd, 1967, I had my best sighting. A clearly defined circular object suddenly zipped down from the sky and passed parallel to my car. It was so colorful that it burned into my memory. The greenish upper surface was topped by a bright red light. There were reddish portholes or circular lights around the rim. The colors were so brilliant they were almost unearthly. It disappeared behind some trees to my left. I felt it was very close, perhaps only a few hundred feet from my car. Although it had been in full view for several seconds, I never even thought of picking up the movie camera on the seat beside me. I had 3 interesting physical reactions to the sighting. First of all, although I am used to prowling graveyards and TNT areas alone late at night, I was scared to death. My first thought was to start the car and get the hell out of there, but I managed to brace myself. I did lock the car doors. Second, while I was watching the object, I thought I heard a sizzling or hissing sound. Later, I realized I couldn't be sure if the sound had been real. Third, the next morning my eyes were sore and reddened. They felt like they were full of sand. I had a mild case of conjunctivitis and it persisted for several days. In my notebook, I scribbled at 2 a.m., drove to Turnaround Point, a driveway by a barn down the road, turned and returned to the original parking position, unable to see anything in ravine. No lights or signs of activity, still scared, not anxious to get out of car. Another note reads, no sign of moon which was supposed to rise at 1:59 a.m. This referred to something that had happened the night before. After the objects with the reddish window had disappeared, Mary and I sat in the darkness for a long time when suddenly a great glowing object appeared behind some trees on a distant hill. It was red and large, and we both thought we could see a human figure moving about on the hill. We really thought something had landed there. After a few minutes, the object slowly rose upward, and to our mutual embarrassment, we saw that it was the moon. I had never seen a moonrise exactly like that one, so I decided to deliberately watch the moon the following evening. I checked the papers for the time the moon was supposed to come up, but it never did. That night, as I said, was cloudless and star-filled, but the moon never appeared. I stayed in the area until 3:30 a.m., and the moon was still conspicuously absent when I left. The night after that, the moon appeared right on schedule. Sheriff Johnson, Deputy Halstead, Mary Hire, and I went back to 5 Mile Creek Road the next afternoon to look for my saucer. Deputy Halstead carried a Geiger counter. As Johnson followed my car up the hill, he was startled when his car radio suddenly sprang to life, emitting police calls from the adjoining county. The amazing thing was that his radio was turned off at the time. It had to be turned on with a key, and the key was not even in the lock. We searched for scorch marks, broken tree limbs, radioactivity, anything that could have provided evidence of my sighting. But as Halstead and I clambered around the ravine, I was chagrined to find that my estimates must have been way off. The object must have been further away from me than I thought, and therefore it had to be bigger than I thought. I estimated it was only 15 or 20 feet in diameter. In my favor was the fact that there were widespread UFO sightings on the nights of April 2nd and 3rd. South of Charleston, West Virginia, a large group of people, including several state police officers, watched a formation of 15 lights maneuver over a forest and descend. Every night I went to the hill at 5 Mile Creek Road, sometimes alone, sometimes accompanied by a few others, and every night I saw a variety of strange aerial objects. Only 2 airplanes passed over on regular schedule, one at 11 p.m., one at 2 a.m. Each night from 3 to 8, unidentified stars appeared. They were always in the same position at the beginning of each evening, and a casual observer would automatically conclude they were really just stars. However, on overcast nights, these unidentifieds would be the only stars in the sky, meaning they were below the clouds. While the rest of the night sky slowly rotated, these phony stars would remain in their fixed positions, sometimes for hours, before they would begin to move. But they would travel in any direction, up, down, clockwise, etc. They had a number of curious traits. When a plane would fly over, they would suddenly dim or go out altogether. As soon as the plane was gone, they would flare up again. It was always impossible to judge their size, altitude, or distance. Sometimes I thought they were relatively close, only to find they were actually miles away traversing the river. Boatmen on the river were obviously watching them also. Occasionally a searchlight from a riverboat would suddenly shoot into the sky, aimed straight at an object I was watching, and the object would skitter out of the way. I doubted that these funny lights were spaceships from Andromeda, and I made a strenuous effort to find rational explanations. Dr. Donald Menzel, a Harvard astronomer, advocates an air inversion theory, contending that these lights are ordinary lights reflecting off layers of warm or cold air and producing a mirage effect. This theory wasn't workable on 5 Mile Creek Road simply because there weren't enough light sources. A large radio antenna some miles down the river did provide some interesting effects. When there was a haze, the flashing red lights on the antenna were an eerie sight from my hill and never failed to excite first-time visitors to my lookout post. 3 or 4 days after my monumental UFO sighting, I was sitting in Mary's office when she became very thoughtful. You know, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, she began hesitantly. I don't know why, but it always seems to slip my mind. That night that I left you early, the night you saw the colored disc, when I got to Route 2 and started for Point Pleasant, I saw a big globe of light on the river. I couldn't figure out what it was, but I didn't stop. The funny thing is, I forgot it completely. I didn't remember it until a day or so afterward, then I forgot it again. I can't understand it. I've always had a good memory. Lacunal amnesia, loss of the memory of specific incidents or moments in time, is a common part of the phenomenon. In December 1967, Faye Carpenter, Connie's mother, had a more baffling attack of amnesia. The night that Jack Brown visited Connie, so this is referring to the Men in Black, Mrs. Carpenter had opened the door for him. He was in a shirt sleeves, no jacket or coat, although it was extremely cold. She was not going to let him in, but she did, and she had absolutely no memory of his visit afterward, even though she had been present when he talked with Connie, Keith, and Larry. In the days following Mr. Brown's visit, a poltergeist settled in the Carpenter household. Securely fastened pictures fell off the walls, small objects disappeared from shelves and reappeared in unlikely places. The manifestations lasted about 2 weeks. Okay, so these are the main UFO sightings from John Keel, Mary Hyre. Absolutely bizarre, as you can tell. What is going on in that valley? I mean, it's just some of the strangest ever. It's a shame he didn't film them. He brought his film camera, or maybe he did film them and didn't release the footage for whatever reason. But it seems like he was kind of mesmerized by the lights, or he could have also amnesia that he doesn't know about and cited even more, but that's what he remembered. So, very, very strange. Is this more strange than the Mothman? I don't know. They're both pretty crazy, but these are incidents where these lights or objects were viewed for relatively long periods of time by many people, but only in this window of time. How come nobody's seeing them a couple years later, a couple years earlier? You know, that's something you really need to think about. But was that the end of the UFO activity in West Virginia? No, it was not. There is more. John Keel writes, James Lilly stood on his lawn surrounded by reporters from Charleston and Huntington newspapers, Sheriff George Johnson and his wife, and a host of others. Hundreds of automobiles lined the Camp Conley Road, dark and silent except for the glows of cigarettes. Other cars cruised in slow streams along the rutted roads of the TNT area to the north. It's just about that time, Jim Lilly announced, glancing at his watch. It was exactly 8:30 p.m. They come over every night right about now. Horns suddenly began to bleat and excited shouts echoed through the trees. Right on time, Lilly chuckled. You can set your watch by 'em. My God, what is it? A reporter and novice UFO watcher cried out as a brilliant white light slowly glided into view. It arched gracefully overhead about 100 feet above the trees. Car doors slammed up and down the road as families scrambled out of their vehicles to watch. Newsmen floundered with the expensive cameras. What in the hell is the matter with this? The shutter didn't trip. The light passed slowly towards Point Pleasant, the ground below lighting up in its glow as it passed. Where's that guy Keel? Someone asked. He's probably up there riding in that damn thing, someone else answered. A light plane suddenly circled over the TNT area, all its lights ablaze. Here comes Doc Shaw again, Jim Lilly laughed. Who does he think he's fooling? But voices were crying out in the dark, there goes another one. The plane cut its engine for a moment and glided. George Johnson turned to his wife. Well, you wanted to see a UFO. It was like seeing a ghost, she shuddered. The air was filled with sounds of auto engines grinding away impotently and drivers snarling and cursing because their cars wouldn't start. The light traveled onto the ravine that passed behind North Park Road. Then it dipped down and moved low along the bottom of the ravine. Betty Kelly, 13, looked out the kitchen window of the Kelly house and screamed, Ma, it's back! The glowing thing was appearing nightly behind the Kelly home. It seemed to settle in their backyard at times, and the glow faded slightly so they could see a definite object. They even thought they saw a triangular doorway in it and what appeared to be frosted glass windows. Their neighbors had all been watching too, but had wisely avoided publicity. They didn't want their street to become another Camp Conley Road or TNT area. When Betty cried out, Bill Kelly, her father, grumbled in the living room. He was an electronics engineer and he had just taken the back off the family's brand new color TV set. The set had blown out the night before when the object had paid a visit. Somebody should do something about these things, he complained. The object began to glow more intensely and then it vanished. Where did it go, Mrs. Kelly asked her daughter. I don't know. It just went. She started to cry. She would be so nervous and upset that she wouldn't go to school the next day. The phone rang. Bill Kelly looked at it as if it were a snake. He picked it up slowly, listened, and scowled, then replaced the receiver. His wife glanced at him expectantly. Another one of those calls. A beep, beep, beep. He nodded. On top of a hill, east of Point Pleasant, Mary Hire and I stood by our cars looking down at the village. Where did it go, John? I was straining my eyesight through a cheap telescope. I think it went down that ravine by North Park, but I can't see it now. At least it was right on schedule. Flickering red and green lights suddenly appeared. A plane, I noted. Probably Dr. Shaw. He had told me he's been spooking the people at the TNT area. It's hard to mistake an airplane for one of those UFO lights. Look, she called out sharply. Something is following that plane. A few hundred feet behind the plane, I could see a large black object almost as big as the plane itself, but completely without lights. Mothman. Is it Mothman? I fumbled with my telescope. It's very difficult to zero in on an object in the night sky with a handheld telescope. I couldn't even locate the plane. The plane crossed the river and headed for the Kallipolis airport. The thing following him was quickly lost in the black sky. We returned to Mary's office and found all the phones ringing. People were seeing flying objects all up and down the valley. Some had probably just seen the good doctor's nocturnal sortie, but others described what sounded like genuine UFOs. That was April 5th, 1967, a Wednesday. I had collected and analyzed some 700 UFO reports from 1966. 700, wow. And discovered that the greatest number of sightings, 20%, took place on Wednesdays. I called this the Wednesday phenomena. The events of 1967 conformed to this curious pattern, as have the sightings of later flaps. The major events of October 1973 were concentrated around Wednesdays, particularly Wednesday, October 17th. So here was another curious contradiction. The entities professed to be ignorant of our time frame, yet the objects managed to fly to a rigid schedule that could be measured by our clocks and calendars. When I interviewed attorney Robert Wright in Sistersville, West Virginia, he told me the things had turned up every Wednesday throughout the summer of 1966 like clockwork. No one except the U.S. Air Force had attempted even a superficial statistical analysis of UFO sightings before, so my findings were greeted with howls of derision by the scientists who posed as experts on this phenomenon. Then Dr. David Saunders of Colorado University fed several thousand sightings into a computer and found the Wednesday phenomenon remained stable. That day produced the largest number of sightings, well beyond the laws of chance and averages. Okay, so what do we have here? Okay, John Keel, once again, connects dots in an incredible way. So Wednesdays, exactly on time, every Wednesday night throughout the summer, some witnesses report. This is clearly well beyond something that can be explained by mass hysteria or a sandhill crane or an owl. Well beyond. So what is Wednesday? So Wednesday is of course derived from Woden's Day or Odin's Day. It is the day of Mercury or Hermes, the messenger of the gods, Roman god of commerce, travel, and science. Woden was the ruler of Asgard and is able to shift and change into different forms. Also, Wednesday is associated with communication. Messengers, communication, these are the themes. Wednesday is also the day the sun and moon were created according to the Hebrew Bible. Very interesting. So UFO phenomenon are apparently scheduled on Wednesdays. Wednesday, a day of the week associated with the messenger of the gods and travel and communication. The color purple is also associated with this day. So these are all, of course, just more and more coincidences, I gather. Those who explain all these coincidences away as coincidences, I don't think they're thinking critically, because This is quite a few coincidences stacked on top of each other. I mean, it's just absolute mind-shocking insanity. But we're still not at the end of it. There is more. John Keel writes, in March 1967, Ralph Jarrett talked me into violating my low-profile policy, and I appeared with him on the Jackie Oberlinger show on WCHS-TV in Charleston. In the course of our discussion, I mentioned that the best time to see a UFO was 10 p.m. on a Wednesday. Mrs. Oberlinger, a vivacious blonde lady and very much a local celebrity, took me at my word. On Wednesday, March 29th, she and a group of her friends gathered at her backyard in Charleston, and sure enough, at exactly 10 p.m., 3 globes of brilliant white light passed directly overhead in a V formation. The Wednesday phenomenon works. I've been studying it for years, and I still can't say why it works. Researchers in other parts of the world have now followed my example and found similar time patterns in the sightings of their own countries. Soon after arriving in Point Pleasant and getting a handle on the scope of the situation, I phoned the Lockburn Air Force Base in Ohio and outlined what was happening to a Lieutenant Hoffman, the base UFO officer. He was very polite, but he was also disinterested, and it was clear the Air Force was not going to launch any kind of investigation. Perhaps an investigation was already underway. As I wandered around Main Street in early April, I noticed a surprising number of strangers who just didn't seem to fit in. They had the indelible look of federal officers. Conservative ties, square clothes, recent haircuts. There must have been 15 or 20 of them. I saw them in the local restaurants and drugstores everywhere. Is there a convention in town? I asked Mary Heyer. So you noticed them too, she smiled. Everybody's been asking me about them, but so far I haven't found out a thing. I decided to trap one of them into a conversation, but they all vanished before I could do so. One night, Roger Scarberry, Steve Mallon, and myself were driving around the TNT area when we came upon a large Cadillac parked in the shadows. I slammed on the brakes, got out of our car, and walked over to the other vehicle. A well-dressed, distinguished-looking man was sitting behind the wheel holding a microphone in his hand. I tried to engage him in a conversation, but he would only grunt. Obviously, he wanted to be left alone. I never saw him again. My days were spent tracking down witnesses, and in early evening I would cruise through the TNT area before going to 5 Mile Creek Road for skywatches that usually lasted until 3 or 4 a.m. Then I would drive back to Point Pleasant across the rickety old Silver Bridge into Ohio and grab a few hours' sleep at the Blue Fountain. 3 or 4 miles south of my secret hilltop, there was a heavily forested ridge. The object with the reddish window, which Mary and I had seen on our first night, seemed to have come from there. Each night at exactly 10 p.m., a bright red glow would appear on that ridge as if someone had just turned on a powerful light. Thinking there might be a house there or a road, and we were watching auto taillights, I returned in daylight but found it would have been a very long hike to reach it. No buildings were visible there. I drove through the roads in the Chief Cornstalk Hunter Grounds, hoping to find a road up that particular ridge, but apparently it was inaccessible. On Thursday, April 6th, Mrs. Heyer accompanied me to 5 Mile Creek Road, and we watched as the light came on, right on schedule. Suddenly, we saw an identical type light behind the trees north of our position in the very spot where I had seen the glowing disc descend. I knew there were no houses or roads in that direction. We divided our attention between the two lights. Both seemed to be moving through the trees very slowly. I got out of the car with my flashlight and flashed it 3 times in the direction of the southern ridge. An instant later, there were 3 extremely bright flashes. Mary nearly jumped out of her skin. "They answered you," she declared. The red light rose upward until it was 100 feet or so above the trees, and then it went out as if someone had turned off a switch. Then the light in the north dipped down behind the trees and disappeared. So they signed an affidavit to this. They wanted it legit. They wanted everybody to know they weren't making this up. This is the affidavit. To whom it may concern, I, Mrs. Heyer, of 219 6th Street, Point Pleasant, West Virginia, a reporter for the Athens, Ohio Messenger, hereby swear that I was present at the following event and personally witnessed it as described. On the evening of April 6, 1967, I accompanied Mr. John A. Keel of New York City to an isolated hilltop on 5 Mile Creek Road south of Gallipolis Ferry, West Virginia. Shortly after 11 p.m., I observed a pale red object of undetermined size moving in a controlled manner slightly above a treetop level over a hill about 500 yards south of our position. There are no houses or roads on that hill. The object appeared to move cautiously and slowly through the sky to the far end of the sloping field. The light flickered on and off in an irregular pattern. As the object drew closer, Mr. Keel got out of the car and flashed a powerful flashlight directly at it 3 times. The object immediately returned the signal by flashing a brilliant white light 3 times. Then it rose upward, and the pale red light went out completely. And this was done in front of a notary, June 12, 1977. On this day, personally appeared before me in my office, county and state, Mary Heyer, known to me personally, and acknowledged the above statement to be true, and that she personally signed her signature in my presence. Given under my hand this 21st day of June, 1967, my commission expires. Wow. Okay, what... This sighting is insane. It's basically an encounter where the UFOs are returning light flashes to what John Keel flashed, and in other cases he was doing some kind of Morse code and instructing the UFOs to descend, and they were interacting with him. So how bizarre is all this? This is one of the most well-respected ufologists conducting these experiments and investigations into the UFO phenomenon in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. I mean, the Mothman almost takes a back seat to this level of phenomenon. It's really, really insane. So unless he's lying about all this, and he got Mary Heyer in the lie with him, this well-respected journalist, and they got all these other people in with him, people who trust each other, like, do they have nothing better to do than to screw around like this? I mean, clearly something is going on. And once again, there's plenty more. Mrs. Mabel McDaniel and 2 other women went to the hill with me the following night. About 10:15, the usual reddish glow appeared on the southern hill. Then a second one popped up a short distance from the first. I flashed my light at them, but nothing happened. So I climbed a fence and walked into a field to try to get closer look. The 2 objects slowly came together. As I crossed the field, I suddenly noticed something new. A pale bluish ball of light hovering high in the trees of an orchard behind the nearby farmhouse. The light moved about from tree to tree as though it were following my movements. I flashed my light at it, and it flared with dazzling brilliance, dimmed, and vanished. Simultaneously, the lights on the southern ridge grew brighter for a moment, then also went out. I slowly made my way back across the field in the dark, climbed the fence, and returned to Mrs. McDaniel's car. I was surprised to find all 3 women in a frightened state. "I think we'd better leave," Mrs. McDaniel said nervously. They drove off quickly. 5 minutes later, as I sat alone in my car, the reddish glow flared up again on the ridge. For the first time, it changed color from red to a glaring white and rose slowly upward, bobbing like a yo-yo toward the river in the west. Apparently, some boatmen on the river saw the object also, for a bright searchlight suddenly shot up from behind the hills, aimed directly at the luminous thing. When the searchlight appeared, the object halted in mid-flight, dropped downward, and went out. The searchlight continued to scan the sky. The next day, I talked with Mrs. McDaniel and told her what I had seen. "Too bad you didn't stick around," I remarked. "We were pretty scared," she began. You'll probably think we were being silly. Did that blue light frighten you?" "It wasn't the light," she said hesitantly. "We saw that, and then we saw a tall man in the field. We all saw him climb over the fence and cross behind our car. We thought it was you coming back. Then your flashlight went on way out in the field, and we knew it wasn't you. We ran the windows up and locked the doors and waited for you to come back." I had certainly not seen anyone else in the field. Had their eyes been playing tricks, or were there phantoms on the hilltop? That weekend, I drove into Ohio to check out some of the many weird events happening there. One of my all-time favorites happened in the little village of Duncan Falls. Here is the verbatim entry from my journal. Sometime in late October 1966, a witness does not remember exact date, Mr. Leonard Shy Elmore, 72, Duncan Falls, Ohio, was taking a stroll around 4 a.m. when he encountered a strange building which frightened him badly. Like many elderly people, Mr. Elmore does not sleep well and often takes long walks late at night. On this particular morning, he was walking along a road 2 blocks from his home when he saw a strange L-shaped building that looked like a galvanized iron shed sitting in the middle of a large field. Since he had never noticed this shed before, he walked closer to take a better look. Something about it frightened him. Later, he could not explain why it had scared him, and he turned and started to hurry away. Although it was dark and he could see no windows or doors in the shed, he claimed that he distinctly heard a normal male voice come from it. "Don't run. Don't run," the voice called. "I didn't exactly run," Mr. Elmore told me, "but I walked pretty fast." He hurried home, got his rifle, and returned to the site. To his astonishment, the shed was gone. This incident upset him very much, and according to his wife, he was a nervous wreck for several days afterwards. He decided to call the sheriff and report what he'd seen. The sheriff promised to come out and take a look, but never did. Mr. Elmore told me his story in a direct manner without embellishment or wandering speculations. No men in black came around to bother Mr. Elmore. I was the first reporter to talk to him. When he showed me the field, I was perturbed to find that it was right next to the Duncan Falls Elementary School. An unusual number of sightings and 14 events seem to be concentrated around schools, and the largest percentage of witnesses consist of children between the ages of 7 and 18. Another statistical oddity is that the majority of adults who claim their autos were pursued by UFOs or monsters are school teachers, especially teachers specializing in abnormal children, the very bright or the mentally deficient. This is why I was so interested in the West Virginia census takers, who were mainly concerned with the numbers and ages of children living in the Ohio Valley. Covered that in the previous episode on the Men in Black. So, moving on. I mean, that's a really bizarre incident, of which, once again, there are many. These people have basically no advantage in coming forward with their story. I mean, unless they want to be viewed as crackpots or just insane people that are easily scared. So, obviously, things probably happen similar, they believe things happen similar to what they reported, whether they did or they didn't. So, we've gone through all of these different types of phenomena, but were there crop circles in Point Pleasant during the Mothman encounters in addition to UFO, Men in Black, and poltergeist activity? Well, if you guessed yes, you guessed correctly, because we are not done here with the amount of phenomenon in this case. So the next incident is one of the most bizarre crop circle cases and is not talked about for some reason in the midst of the Mothman lore, like some of these most interesting accounts and encounters, which are for whatever reason not really well known. But it is truly mind-shocking as well. John Keel is a smart man using smart tactics. Clearly he was being watched during his investigations and interviews of witnesses in West Virginia. He describes this as such. Someone, somewhere, obviously knew every move I was making, or so it seemed. I became very secretive, not even telling my closest friends where I was going or where I had been. Nevertheless, something seemed to be following me. I would drop in unannounced on a remote farm, and soon after I settled down to chat with the residents, their phone would ring and there would be no one on the line. Or a series of loud beeps would ring out. The farmer would act astonished. We've never had a call like that before. The phone would ring repeatedly until I left. This happened several different times in several different places. I used a system of spot checks, visiting homes in flap areas and talking with people who had never reported anything. Mrs. Heyer accompanied me on a number of these spot checks and was amazed at how much had been going on. Her name and face were familiar to everyone in the area, and her reputation as a fair, objective reporter was impeccable. People automatically loosened up when they saw her and talked freely. In the hills surrounding Point Pleasant, we heard many stories about footsteps on the roof, strange metallic clangings, the most common being the sound of a car door slamming outside the house when there were no cars in sight. One family showed us how the flap covering the entrances to their attic had been mysteriously moved. It was a hole in the ceiling of a bedroom and could only be reached with a high ladder. Others complained of gypsies marching across their property late at night, men in bright reflecting clothing and women in ankle-length dresses, all with long hair and dark oriental faces. This was well before the hippie explosion of the late 1960s. North of Gallipolis, Ohio, I impulsively stopped at an isolated farmhouse one afternoon, and when I knocked at the door, a grim-faced man answered with a shotgun in his hands. I started to show my credentials and explained who I was, but he cut me short. "I know who you are," he growled. "We don't want anything to do with you. Get out of here." Puzzled, I reported back to Mary and suggested that she visit the farm to see if she could find out the reason for the man's strange behavior. The next day we went back. I remained in the car while she talked with him for several minutes. Finally, they both came out to the car laughing. "You're not going to believe this," the farmer began apologetically, "but 10 minutes before you arrived here yesterday, I got a phone call. It sounded like a neighbor of mine, and he said he was calling to warn me about a crazy man, a real dangerous type with a beard, that had just been to see him. Said I shouldn't have anything to do with him. 10 minutes later, you showed up. After you left, I called him back. He was out in the fields, had been all day. His wife had to go get him. He said he hadn't made that call." I looked sternly at Mary. "Is this some kind of put-on?" "Absolutely not," she answered, turning to the farmer. "Tell him the rest of it." "Well, about a week ago, something scared my cows real bad," he continued. "You know, we ain't told anyone about this, Mrs. Heyer. You aren't going to put it in the paper, are you?" "Not if you don't want us to." "Come on, let me show you something." He led us into the field behind his barn. There was a 30-foot circle of scorched earth on the hillside. I had seen several of these fairy circles before. "That night our cows really acted up," he went on. "They stampeded. They were so scared they went right through the fence over there." He pointed toward a stretch of wire fence that had obviously just been repaired. "It's an electric fence. Now, you know that it takes a lot to make cows charge through an electric fence. Anyway, when I heard the ruckus, I ran outside and saw my cows scattering down the road, and there was a big red and white glowing thing sitting right in the field. I've got to say that it scared me half to death. I ran back into my house to get my gun. Didn't take me more than a minute, but when I got outside again, the thing was gone. The circle was all that was left. It took the rest of the night to round up my cows." "Were any of them lost or missing?" I asked. "No," he paused, "but Herc, that's Hercules, my big old collie dog, ran off that night, and we ain't seen him since." Mary had been with me when I had checked into the other missing dog incidents. She gave me a meaningful glance, and he caught it. "Say, you don't think the thing took old Herc, do you?" "No, it was probably just some kind of electrical phenomenon," I answered gently. "Herc will probably come back." "I hope so. We sure loved that dog." He looked thoughtful. "Electrical, huh? Let me show you something else." He led us into his barn and showed us a brand new circuit box. I had to have this put in the next day so I could run my milker. The old box was completely burned out. In fact, it was melted, like someone had put a welding torch to it. "See, it must have been some kind of electrical thing," I said lamely. I knew Ivan Sanderson had investigated an almost identical incident in New Jersey only weeks before, but in that case the cows had been in their stalls in the barn and were found dead. "Has anyone else been around to talk to you about this?" "No, I haven't told anyone, just some fellows from the electrical company who turned up the next day. They fussed around with a transformer on the pole by the road. I tried to talk with them, but they didn't have much to say." "Do you know them?" "Never saw them before. Come to think of it, they didn't have a regular electric truck, just a panel truck." "Would you recognize them if you saw them again?" "Sure would. They were foreigners, you know, Japs or something. Like I said, they weren't very friendly." "How were they dressed?" "Oh, you know, ordinary coveralls. I did notice their shoes, though. They had on funny shoes with very thick rubber soles. Guess when you work around electricity, you need insulation." Mary shuddered perceptibly. "Say, do you know these fellows?" he asked. "Well, I saw a man with thick-soled shoes like that once," Mary began. I cut in sharply, thanking the man, promising to keep him out of the papers, and reminding Mary that we had an appointment elsewhere. Back in the car, Mary could no longer curb her natural curiosity. "What do you make of all this, John?" "The more I find out, the more confusing it becomes." "That's the way I feel. That phone call sounds like someone didn't want you to talk to him." "It could work the other way, too," I suggested. "Maybe this whole thing was a setup so I would talk to him. I just picked his farm out at random. If he had just turned me away with a smile, I would have never bothered him again, but when he came to the door with a gun..." "But how did they know you were going to stop there? How could anyone have possibly known?" That's the real question. How could anyone have known? As if that's not bizarre enough, the intense strangeness continues, and Keel drops some really interesting connections next. Not that the previous ones weren't interesting, but there is more weirdness afoot. A few days before leaving New York, I called Gray Barker in Clarksburg, and he agreed to meet me the following Tuesday in Point Pleasant. As soon as he hung up, I dialed Woodrow Derenberger's unlisted number and spoke to his wife. "When are you coming to see us again?" she asked. "I expect to be in West Virginia next week," I replied. "I know. I hear you're having a secret meeting with Gray Barker on Tuesday." I was stunned. "A meeting with Gray," I admitted, "but it's not very secret. I didn't know about it myself until a couple of minutes ago. How on earth did you know?" There was a pause. "Charlie Cutler over in Ohio told us about it a couple of days ago," she finally said. "And how did he know about it?" I don't know. I suppose he heard it somewhere." When you enter the unreal world of contactees, predictions, prophecies, and a mysterious invasion of your privacy becomes commonplace. Contactees seem to develop heightened perceptions, ESP, and precognition. The changes occur almost overnight. In their meetings with the entities, they are served up platters of propaganda along with rumors and nonsense which they accept and repeat as facts. Many of the choicest tidbits in UFO lore were not actual events, but were put into circulation by contactees who had placed their complete trust in their contactors. The entities spun wild tales about crashed saucers being confiscated by the U.S. Air Force, farmers shooting and wounding spacemen, and so forth. Contactees repeated the stories to wild-eyed UFO enthusiasts, and so they spread in ever-widening circles until they appeared in articles and books. So, very, very strange, especially with the crop circle situation, the electrical van with those people. I mean, the links between the Men in Black and the possible alien astronauts or interdimensional entities or whatever, these things masquerading as humans. There seem to be a lot of them, and there's all these repeat incidents, from like guys looking at the gas lines and those UFOs to this incident here to plenty others. Clearly, there was something very, very strange going on. So it really seems like all the Men in Black and UFO activity really overshadowed the Mothman sightings. Why this is all swept aside and only the Mothman is focused on seems very strange. One of the most mysterious, most witnessed, including many credible witnesses and police officers, UFO researchers, UFO waves ever occurred in the Point Pleasant area over the course of 1966 and 1967. There is clearly enough evidence here to warrant serious investigations, perhaps more so than into the flying humanoid, although that definitely deserves its fair share, and is the main focal point of this podcast series. However, all of this does seem to be connected. Whether simply a vortex of paranormal happenstances, or a part of a greater web of events that actually has been going on since the beginning of mankind, and continues to do so behind the regular veil most of us can see, it is clear that strange events really did occur. Before we attempt to decipher the entire mystery, we will delve into another overlooked aspect of the Mothman lore: the poltergeist activity associated with witnesses and other people living in the Point Pleasant area. Thank you for joining us for another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Until next time, this is Bruce McGuire, signing off. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. This is MINDSHOCK. I'm your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Mothman series. This is Part 7, The Chief Cornstalk Curse. and poltergeist activity. Of course, for 13 months throughout 1966 to 1967, the Mothman terrorized the area of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Also present were ominous UFOs, men in black, as well as various poltergeist activity in the region. And, as John Keel has mentioned, and I've covered on the podcast extensively, there seem to have been quite a few unusual instances with witnesses and other people who have claimed to have encountered the Mothman. The paranormal phenomena did not stop at the sighting of this cryptozoological creature, if in fact it did exist. In previous episodes, I have extensively covered every single encounter that has been publicized and written about. I have covered the extensive UFO activity in the region and the men in black presence, which supposedly terrified the locals of Point Pleasant far more than the Mothman. So, as I've covered John Keel's theories on a lot of the issues surrounding Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and these 13 months of terror, he seems to believe that it might have something to do with ultra-terrestrials or types of trickster spirits and the information in one's brain being used to manifest this paranormal phenomena. So he believed in studying the observer or the witness far more than anything else, which is very, very interesting. And we will be going over those theories as well. But in this episode, we are going to tackle one of the least talked about aspects of the Mothman case. And that is, of course, the Chief Cornstalk curse. So, of course, the curse theory doesn't really add up with the Men in Black unless the Men in Black are some kind of government agency investigating poltergeist activity and not just UFOs or Men in Black. But the poltergeist activity reported in Point Pleasant seems to fit the theory of vengeful spirits exacting retribution a little bit more than some of this UFO insanity. And of course, this is the single most overlooked aspect of Mothman lore, particularly in the Point Pleasant Chronicles of the Mothman, is the poltergeist activity in the homes of Mothman witnesses and others in the area. We can only speculate as to the number of unreported incidents, but we can examine the reported ones. So this is from John Keel's book. I was disenchanted with the TNT area because of the crowds that were now streaming back there nightly to watch for the newest sensation, flying saucers. I started searching for a private place where I could carry out my observations quietly. Don, Dan, Mary, and myself had interviewed a number of people in the little community of Gallipolis Ferry, a couple miles south of Point Pleasant on Route 2, and I had been impressed by their testimony. House lights frequently dimmed there, and television sets often acted up late at night. Great blobs of light had been seen on top of the wooded hills in the sparsely settled animal preserve called the Chief Cornstalk Hunting Grounds, just south of the village. One resident was having trouble with poltergeist phenomenon. Lights moving throughout the house, rappings on the doors and windows, and the sounds of babies crying and women screaming. Telephones malfunctioning, the works. So he's definitely alluding to multiple people experiencing this so-called poltergeist activity. And it's not just one case, it's a number of people. And let's get into the Mothman witnesses that experience this. I mean, this must be absolutely terrifying. If you don't believe that these people are lying, so we're talking back in 66 to 67, these people weren't itching to go on radio shows and write books and have all this fame and fortune as a result of making up stories. They witnessed something, and I keep seeing
once again, skeptics, so-called debunkers, claiming this was just like a big owl or something. So, which is a very, very silly notion, because I'm sure there might have been some misidentified owls as Mothman during all this craziness, the height of this Mothman insanity. But a lot of these people, I mean, we're talking bird watchers, we're talking military personnel, we're talking over 100 witnesses that live in the area. They know what owls look like. They've seen owls, or at least the common ones in the area. There was even sightings that we went over of giant birds, and this is coming from bird watchers in daytime. So I guess people who believe the Mothman was just some owl are just calling all these people complete morons because they can't even tell the difference between a small owl and the Mothman. So yeah, it's a little bit silly. But let's go to the Mothman witnesses. And as I was saying, it must be very terrifying if you believe their story. They see the Mothman, and then it's the most frightening thing in their life. They make the police report. They go home. And now they're being kind of influenced by some kind of demonic activity, poltergeist activity. That's just beyond bizarre. I mean, their ordeal does not end. So John Keel writes, lacunal amnesia, loss of the memory of specific incidents or moments in time, is a common part of the phenomenon. In December 1967, Faye Carpenter, Connie's mother, had a more baffling attack of amnesia. And of course, Connie Carpenter is the one who had the daytime encounter with the Mothman. Very, very terrifying. We went over that. One of the most convincing, of course. And she had Klieg conjunctivis as a result of the sighting, which is eye burn. And I'm sure misidentified. When you see a bird in the sky, that's not going to burn your eyes. I mean, not quite a misidentified owl, is it? So the night that Jack Brown, and this is one of the Men in Black sightings, visited Connie, Mrs. Carpenter had opened the door for him. He was in his shirt sleeves, no jacket or coat, although it was extremely cold. She was not going to let him in, but she did. And she had absolutely no memory of his visit afterward, even though she had been present when he talked with Connie, Keith, and Larry. In the days following Mr. Brown's visit, a poltergeist settled in the Carpenter household. Securely fastened pictures fell off the walls. Small objects disappeared from shelves and reappeared in unlikely places. The manifestations lasted about 2 weeks. So, very, very interesting. So if she's making up, so if there's a misidentified owl, then she has eye burn, and then she makes up all the Men in Black encounters. And so she just made it all up. But now the whole family is making up poltergeist activity in the house, and then after 2 weeks, they stop making it up. I mean, it's kind of weird. If we think they're lying about all of it, why not continue lying and continue milking the publicity? I mean, these are people that have clearly suffered. I go over their accounts in the previous episodes. Some of them turned into sort of hermits, moving away from the public eye. They don't want to have anything to do with it. Their lives and mental health were pretty much ruined by these incidents. And you got people online saying, oh, well, they just misidentified an owl. I mean, it's this kind of cognitive dissonance is so extreme, where people are willing to just throw away all logic because they can't grasp that something other than an owl might have occurred. I have no clue what it is. I'm not pretending that I do. But for other people to just pretend it was definitely an owl or just a big bird that was misidentified and just pretend all of this torment and hardship that has ruined lives didn't exist, that's just plain silly. That's an extreme case of cognitive dissonance. Also, the Scarberries had quite a lot of poltergeist activity, which I mentioned before in the earlier podcast, but here it is quickly again. So the poltergeist activity in the Scarberry homes, and this is quite interesting. The Scarberry couple, they were one of the original witnesses of the Mothman, were living on their own in a rented trailer near Tiny's Diner at the time of their initial Mothman encounter at the TNT area on November 15, 1966. They began experiencing strange occurrences in the home. They are said to have repeatedly heard the sound of a sped-up phonograph record and other peculiar activity that are similar to reports of poltergeists. Linda and Roger later relocated when they moved in with Linda's parents, the McDaniels, but the strange activity seemed to follow them. In the Mothman prophecies, Keel wrote, Roger and Linda Scarberry were living in a house trailer at the time of their Mothman sighting. In the week that followed, they were suddenly plagued by strange sounds around the trailer at night. Beeps and loud garbled noises like a speeded up phonograph record. They could not locate the source of the sounds outside or inside the trailer. The couple later settled in the basement apartment in the home of Linda's parents, Park and Mabel McDaniel. So again, absolutely terrifying. I mean, we have what these basically young kids who had this frightening encounter. Now they have poltergeist activity in their home to the point where they have to move in with Linda's parents, and the poltergeist activity continues. And then I'm sure it stops at a supposed date. It's just beyond bizarre. Are these people all lying? Or are they all mentally insane? I didn't float this theory yet, but I'll get to it in a future episode. If this whole Mothman Point Pleasant incident was some kind of government experiment, now I'm not talking about the Mothman itself being an experiment, although that would be part of it, but the entire ordeal with some kind of simulated poltergeist activity or some kind of simulated waves to manipulate the mentality of people as a bizarre experiment. Some people are saying that's happening with the 5G cell network, that it's going to be able to manipulate your brain wave function, possibly to the point of some 10x Manchurian Candidate style, where people can just be manipulated that much easier. I don't know, but it's just, if it's not that, what is it? Is it real poltergeist activity, and is it connected to the Mothman? John Keel discussed the McDaniel family's troubles in his book, Strange Creatures from Time and Space. The McDaniel family had been living in the Twilight Zone ever since their daughter and others had first glimpsed Mothman. Odd lights appeared in the house, objects moved by themselves, and the heavy odor of cigar smoke was frequently noted, even though no one in the family smoked. I wonder if this Mothman case is the inspiration for the cigarette smoking man from the X-Files. Adding to the strangeness, the couple is also said to have encountered the Mothman on their roof. One night, at about midnight, Linda, her aunt, and her 5-month-old infant daughter, Danny, were all sleeping in her bedroom. Linda awoke and distinctly saw the shadowy form of a man in the room. The kitchen light had been left on and dimly flowed into the room enough to see. Linda said that the man wore a black and white checkered shirt with black pants. He had coal-black crew-cut hair and dark, unblinking eyes. He just stood there staring at her. Linda said she was numb and couldn't move. He then took a cigarette out of his shirt pocket and lit it. There was a gold crucifix, which Linda had hanging above Danny's bed. When the strange man lit the cigarette, the crucifix reflected the light and caught his eye. He turned to look at it, as did Linda. When she turned back, he was gone. Linda claimed that her aunt later woke up and said that she had dreamed the exact same events that happened in the room. The house was searched. All the doors were still locked. There was no sign of an intruder. Was that a man in black? Not quite the MO. And of course, we have, once again, I actually mentioned this in our recent Shadow People podcast. You can check that out if you haven't listened to that one yet, on how certain entities, possible ghosts or demonic spirits, supposedly they're repelled by just even invoking the name of Jesus Christ. Or, of course, symbols like the cross, going all the way back to vampires and things like that. And I made a few speculations as to what causes that, but we have that here as well. Is this some kind of demonic poltergeist ghost activity, which is why crosses or whatnot would repel them? Don't know. Are these interdimensional entities? Don't know. If they are, why would they be repelled by a cross? Strange. And then if Linda's making this all up, It's bizarre. It's definitely bizarre. Of course, all of this phenomena could be related or not. Without diving into black and white fallacies, all we can do is examine all these accounts and theories and muse on plausibility based on available information. So, what could be behind the poltergeist activity and even the Mothman itself? One such theory is that of Chief Cornstalk and the Chief Cornstalk curse. Chief Cornstalk was an Indian chief who lived in the Point Pleasant area in the 1700s. One day, the chief decided to make peace with the white soldiers, but when he went to their fort with a peace party, the soldiers put him in prison. While Chief Cornstalk was in prison, Indians killed a white man somewhere near the fort. Chief Cornstalk didn't have anything to do with the murder, but shocked and angry soldiers entered the prison and killed him. As he was dying, the chief put a 200-year curse on Point Pleasant. Chief Cornstalk died in 1777, and for 200 years it seemed like Point Pleasant really was cursed. Tragedy after tragedy hit the area until 1978, the year that curse ended. Some of the tragedies were the result of natural disasters like floods and tornadoes. There were also fires and explosions and terrible accidents. So when the Mothman appeared and Silver Bridge collapsed, some terrified people believed it was part of the curse. Was the Mothman part of the curse? Did it cause the collapse, or did it come to warn people about it? One thing is certain, the fascinating legend of Chief Cornstalk and the Mothman mystery will live on for generations. And that's kind of interesting too. See, some people think that the Mothman could have also been some kind of Thunderbird creature of Native American lore. If it was some kind of a spiritual manifestation as part of the curse wreaking havoc, although technically it didn't really kill anybody, that's a theory. Or another theory, since the Mothman has been spotted before, during, and after Point Pleasant, some people speculate it's the Angel of Death. Others that it's simply a kind of omen or watcher of sorts. And I will be doing a dedicated episode on that theory as well. But if there is a curse on this land or this area, or the descendants of these people who killed Cornstalk, the Mothman might have been an entity that was simply causing premonitions because the tragedy would be so great. Another possibility. Another iteration of the Chief Cornstalk curse goes like this. The original Native American inhabitants of the Ohio River Valley considered the area haunted long before John Keel investigated the Mothman phenomenon in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Nobody really knows the origin of the area's reputation for anomalous activity, but some believe it may be connected to a centuries-old curse cast on the land by an indigenous leader called Kaitugwa, which is translated as Cornstalk. Legend has it that by the late 18th century, Cornstalk had made peace with the white settlers that had moved down into the Kanawha and Ohio River valleys, but he was betrayed and killed by a garrison of soldiers when they misguidedly blamed him for an attack by local natives on two of their compatriots. As the story goes, Cornstalk looked on the soldiers that murdered him and said with his dying breath, "I was the borderman's friend. Many times I have saved him and his people from harm. I never warred with you, but only to protect our wigwams and lands. I refused to join your pale-face enemies with the Redcoats. I came to the fort as your friend, and you murdered me. You have murdered by my side my young son. For this may the curse of the Great Spirit rest upon this land. May it be blighted by nature. May it even be blighted in its hopes. May the strength of its peoples be paralyzed by the stain of our blood." That's ominous. Since that time, the area is supposed to have been cursed, suffering from a number of unusual disasters. Everything from coal mine collapses to fires to explosions to plane crashes have been blamed on Cornstalk's curse. It's only natural that some would ascribe the collapse of the Silver Bridge to the curse, although how the curse might fit in with Mothman, Men in Black, and the unusual UFO activity reported from 1966 to 1967 is anybody's guess, considering that the area's unusual reputation predates the purported curse. It seems unlikely that the curse is the cause of the eerie activity that plagues the land around Point Pleasant, but rather itself springs forth from the same source as the associated phenomena, be that the human imagination, superstition, or strange forces beyond our understanding. It exists as a compelling narrative to explain the human tragedy endemic to the Ohio River Valley, and not as a source out of which Mothman might have arose. Now that's an interesting take on it. If this is some kind of nexus, interdimensional nexus, or area of high paranormal activity, as John Keel also speculated, would it not also be conducive to increasing the efficacy of curses? If curses are somehow in the metaphysical, spiritual realms or paranormal realm, if they are real and if they can be manifested, wouldn't they work better in some kind of paranormal interdimensional nexus? Possibly, possibly not, who knows. But it is interesting that if all these theories are true, that they all kind of work together to create this highly strange incidence of the Mothman. And maybe it's all true, or maybe none of it's true. We don't know. On MINDSHOCK, we are not falling for black and white fallacies. A more in-depth account of this curse is from Ghosts of the Prairie, Haunted West Virginia, the Cornstalk Curse. Almost 2 centuries before the shadow of the Mothman reared its head in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the land around the Ohio River Valley ran red with blood. As the inhabitants of the American colonies began to push their way to the west and later fought for their independence from Britain, they entered into deadly combat with the Native American inhabitants of the land. Perhaps their greatest foe in these early Indian wars was Chief Cornstalk, who later became a friend to the Americans. But treachery, deception, and murder would bring an end to the chief's life, and a curse that he placed on Point Pleasant would linger for 200 years, bringing tragedy, death, and disaster. There is no denying that the southeastern corner of Ohio and the surrounding area of West Virginia is considered by many to be one of the most haunted areas of the country. West Virginia has long been thought of as one of the strangest parts of the country in regards to ghosts, legends, and strange happenings. This part of the country, which was originally a part of Virginia, was regarded by the Native Americans as a haunted spot, plagued with ghost lights, phantoms, and strange creatures. The town of Parkersburg, just north on the river from Point Pleasant, has more than its share of ghosts, and nearby is Athens County, Ohio, home to the most haunted city in the entire state. But how did this region gain such a reputation? Why are many people not surprised to find stories of the Mothman, phantom inhabitants, and mysterious creatures roaming this part of the country? There have been a number of theories to explain the large number of haunted happenings here, including that this area may be some sort of window between dimensions. This would, according to the theories, allow paranormal phenomena to come and go and vanish at will, just as the Mothman did after 13 months of appearing around Point Pleasant. Those researchers with a historical bent have offered their own solutions, though. They have traced the supernatural roots of the region back to a bloody event from the days of the American Revolution, and a great curse. As the American frontiersmen began to move west in the 1770s, 7 nations of Indians, the Shawnee, the Delaware, the Wyandot, the Mingo, the Miami, the Ottawa, and the Illinois, formed a powerful confederacy to keep the white men from infringing on their territory. The Shawnee were the most powerful of the tribes and were led by a feared and respected chieftain called Kai Tug Gwa, which translates to mean cornstalk. In 1774, when the white settlers were moving down into the Kanawha and Ohio River valleys, the Indian Confederacy prepared to protect their lands by any means necessary. The nations began to mass in a rough line across the point from the Ohio River to the Kanawha River, numbering about 1,200 warriors. They began to make preparations to attack the white settlers near an area called Point Pleasant on the Virginia side of the Ohio River. As word reached, the colonial military leaders of the impending attack troops were sent in and faced off against the Indians. While the numbers of fighters were fairly even on both sides, the Native Americans were no match for the muskets of the white soldiers. The battle ended with about 140 colonials killed and more than twice that number of Indians. The tribes retreated westward into the wilds of what is now Ohio, and in order to keep them from returning, a fort was constructed at the junction of the Kanawha and Ohio rivers. As time passed, the Shawnee leader Cornstalk made peace with the white men. He would carry word to his new friends in 1777 when the British began coaxing the Indians into attacking the rebellious colonies. Soon, the tribes again began massing along the Ohio River, intent on attacking the fort. Cornstalk and Red Hawk, a Delaware chief, had no taste for war with the Americans, and they went to the fort on November 7th to try and negotiate a peace before the fighting began. Cornstalk told Captain Arbuckle, who commanded the garrison, that he was opposed to war with the colonists, but that only he and his tribe were holding back from joining the side of the British. He was afraid that he would be forced to go along by the rest of the Confederacy. When he admitted to Arbuckle that he would allow his men to fight if the other tribes did, Cornstalk, Red Hawk, and another Indian were taken as hostages. The Americans believed that they could use him to keep the other tribes from attacking. They forced the Native Americans into a standoff, for none of them wanted to risk the life of their leader. Cornstalk's name not only struck fear into the hearts of the white settlers up and down the frontier, but it also garnered respect from the other Indian tribes. He was gifted with great oratory skills, fighting ability, and military genius. In fact, it was said that when his fighting tactics were adopted by the Americans, they were able to defeat the British in a number of battles where they had been both outnumbered and outgunned. Although taken as hostage, Cornstalk and the other Indians were treated well and were given comfortable quarters, leading many to wonder if the chief's hostage status may have been voluntary in the beginning. Cornstalk even assisted his captors in plotting maps of the Ohio River Valley during his imprisonment. On November 9th, Cornstalk's son, Elenipisco, came to the fort to see his father, and he was also detained. The following day, gunfire was heard from outside the walls of the fort, coming from the direction of the Kanawha River. When men went out to investigate, they discovered that 2 soldiers who had left the stockade to hunt deer had been ambushed by Indians. One of them had escaped, but the other man had been killed. When his bloody corpse was returned to the fort, the soldiers in the garrison were enraged. Acting against orders, they broke into the quarters where Cornstalk and the other Indians were being held. Even though the men had nothing to do with the crime, they decided to execute the prisoners as revenge. As the soldiers burst through the doorway, Cornstalk rose to meet them. It was said that he stood facing the soldiers with such bravery that they paused momentarily in their attack. It wasn't enough, though, and the soldiers opened fire with their muskets. Red Hawk tried to escape up through the chimney, but he was pulled back down and slaughtered. Elenipisco was shot where he had been sitting on a stool, and the other unknown Indian was strangled to his death. As for Cornstalk, he was shot 8 times before he fell to the floor. And as he lay there dying in the smoke-filled room, he was said to have pronounced his now legendary curse. The stories say that he looked upon his assassins and spoke to them. "I was the borderman's friend. Many times I have saved him and his people from harm. I never warred with you, but only to protect our wigwams and land. I refused to join your pale-face enemies with the redcoats. I came to the fort as your friend, and you murdered me. You have murdered by my side my young son. For this, may the curse of the Great Spirit rest upon this land. May it be blighted by nature. May it even be blighted in its hopes. May the strength of its peoples be paralyzed by the stain of our blood. He spoke these words, so says the legend, and then he died. The bodies of the other Indians were then taken and dumped into the Kanawha River, but Cornstalk's corpse was buried near the fort on Point Pleasant, overlooking the junction of the Kanawha and Ohio rivers. Here he remained in many years, but he would not rest in peace. In 1794, the town of Point Pleasant was established near the site of the old fort. For many years after, the Indian's grave lay undisturbed, but in 1840, his bones were removed to the grounds of the Mason County Courthouse, where in 1899, a monument was erected in Cornstalk's memory. In the late 1950s, a new courthouse was built in Point Pleasant, and the chief's remains, which now consisted of 3 teeth and about 15 pieces of bones, were placed in an aluminum box and reinterred in a corner of the town's 2 Endy Way Park, next to the grave of a Virginia frontiersman that Cornstalk once fought and later befriended. A 12-foot monument was then erected in his honor. And that is kind of weird. If you keep moving the remains, I mean, that's a recipe for some strange things. If you just keep digging up and moving around remains, I mean, that's as if this case didn't need more strangeness like that. And this is not the only monument dedicated to the period in Point Pleasant. Another stands 86 feet tall and was dedicated in August 1909, 1 month behind schedule. Originally, the dedication ceremony had been set for July 22nd, but on the night before the event, the clear overhead sky erupted with lightning and struck the upper part of a crane that was supposed to put the monument into place. The machine was badly damaged and it took nearly a month to repair it. The monument was finally dedicated and stood for years until July 4th, 1921. It's an interesting date. On that day, another bolt of lightning struck the monument, damaging the capstone and some granite blocks. They were replaced, and the monument still stands today. But what is this bedeviled obelisk that seems to attract inexplicable lightning on otherwise clear evenings? It is a monument to the men who died in the 1774 Battle of Point Pleasant, when Cornstalk and his allies were defeated. Okay, pretty interesting. Could the freak lightning strikes have been acts of vengeance tied to Cornstalk's fabled curse? Many believed so, and for years, residents of the triangular area made up of West Virginia, southwest Pennsylvania, and southeastern Ohio spoke of strange happenings, river tragedies, and fires as part of the curse. Of course, many laughed and said that the curse was nothing more than overactive imaginations, ignoring the death toll and eerie coincidences that seemed to plague the region for 200 years after the death of Chief Cornstalk. Many tragedies and disasters were blamed on the curse. In 1907, the worst coal mine disaster in American history took place in Monongah, West Virginia, on December 6th, when 310 miners were killed. 1944. In June of this year, 150 people were killed when a tornado ripped through the tri-state triangular area. In 1967, the devastating Silver Bridge disaster sent 46 people hurtling to their death in the Ohio River on December 15th. Many have also connected this tragedy to the eerie sightings of the Mothman, strange lights in the sky, and odd paranormal happenings. In 1968, a Piedmont Airlines plane crashed in August near the Kanawha Airport, killing 35 people on board. In 1970, on November 14th, a Southern Airways DC-10 crashed into a mountain near Huntington, West Virginia, killing 75 people on board. In March of that year, the town of Point Pleasant was rocked in the middle of the night by an explosion at the Mason County Jail. Housed in the jail was a woman named Harriet Sisk, who had been arrested for the murder of her infant daughter. On March 2nd, her husband came to the jail with a suitcase full of explosives to kill himself and his wife and to destroy the building. Both of the Sisks were killed, along with 3 enforcement officers. That's pretty dark. In 1978, in January, a freight train derailed at Point Pleasant and dumped thousands of gallons of toxic chemicals. The chemicals contaminated the town's water supply, and the wells had to be abandoned. Yeah, that's pretty weird because the whole TNT site was testing for explosives. So there was already a bunch of testing being done there even before the Mothman. So this seems to be a very unlucky area, to say the least. In 1978, in April of that same year, the town of St. Mary's, north of Point Pleasant, was struck with tragedy when 51 men who were working on the Willow Island power plant were killed when their construction scaffolding collapsed. And there have been many other strange occurrences, fires, and floods. Most would say, however, that the floods are a natural part of living on the river, although Point Pleasant was almost obliterated in 1913 and 1937. It might be hard to tie such natural occurrences into a curse, but what about the barge explosion that killed 6 men from the town just before Christmas 1953? Or the fire that destroyed an entire downtown city block in the late 1880s? Some have even gone as far as to blame the curse for the death of Point Pleasant's local economy, an event linked to the passing of river travel and commerce. That's pretty interesting, too. I mean, for such a non-populated area, it does seem to be going through quite a bit of tragedy over these 200 years. And also, it's interesting to note how nothing really seemed to have happened since. If it was a 200-year curse, I don't know, just pretty strange. So how real is the curse? Is it simply a string of bloody and tragic coincidence culled from 2 centuries of sadness in the region? Can it be used to explain why the area seems to attract strange happenings and eerie tales? Or is the area somehow blighted, separate from any curse, and an attraction to the strangeness that seems to lurk in the shadowy corners of America? The reader is asked to judge the validity of such curses for himself. For the most part, the deaths and tragedies seem to have waned over the years, perhaps dying out at the bicentennial of Chief Cornstalk's death. What a coincidence. Largely, the curse has been forgotten over time, and today Point Pleasant is better known for its connection to the otherworldly visitors like Mothman than for Indian curses and bloody frontier battles. Fact or coincidence, who can say? But I know that I hope for the sake of the people of the Ohio River Valley that Chief Cornstalk will finally rest in peace. You know what else is pretty interesting that I'd like to know more about, and it's very difficult to find solid information about this? But why did people, even before Chief Cornstalk, believe that area was haunted? Because if we're looking at UFO activity and other paranormal activities and strange creatures, if the natives knew about it well before Chief Cornstalk, then that really does point it to simply being a nexus, some kind of interdimensional nexus of paranormal activity that was known about even before Cornstalk. So I would definitely like to find out, if possible, just find more information on the paranormal nature of the area prior to Cornstalk. There's really not much out there about it, but I think that would definitely help shed some light on the validity of this theory. So is there more to it? Okay, let's go a little deeper. Let's examine Cornstalk himself and go a little bit deeper into all of this history. In attempts to mentally integrate the succession of alleged bizarre happenings, some have cited the unusual history of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, as a possible origin of the supposed events. Point Pleasant does appear to have an unusually rich and fascinating history. In relation to the Mothman incident, particular historical attention is given to Chief Cornstalk of the Shawnee Nation and the McClintock Wildlife Management area. So the Battle of Point Pleasant, or the Battle of Kanawha, took place on October 10th, 1774, on a heavily forested area that would later become part of the city of Point Pleasant. A confederation of Native Americans led by the Shawnee Chief Cornstalk ambushed a group of 1,100 Virginia militiamen under the command of Colonel Andrew Lewis. At the time, Cornstalk was allied with the British, and the battle was apparently provoked by settler encroachment on Native American lands. Once again, this took place a while ago, so there are varying accounts of historical accuracy. We'll see slight variations in what's going on. Much of the battle consisted of bloody hand-to-hand combat, which is said to have raged for hours. In the end, the Native Americans retreated after many of them were wounded, and 200 to 230 killed. According to various sources, 50 to 81 Virginia militiamen had been killed and 140 wounded. Although arguable, some consider the Battle of Point Pleasant to be one of the first conflicts of the American Revolution. Politics surrounding the battle seem to have been at least partially responsible for a breakdown of alliances between the British and Native Americans. If the two forces had continued their alliance, the outcome of the American Revolution may have been different. Chief Cornstalk, who had survived the Battle of Point Pleasant, returned to the area with 3 other Native Americans, including his son, Elenipsico, in the fall of 1777. This journey was a diplomatic one in which Cornstalk was attempting to maintain peace, yet the entire envoy was apprehended and jailed within the local stockade. On November 10th, impassioned militiamen seeking revenge broke into the stockade and murdered Cornstalk, his son, and their 2 companions. Local lore claims that the appearance of the Mothman, the collapse of the Silver Bridge, and other instances of Point Pleasant adversity can be traced back to a curse which Cornstalk pronounced on the area as he lay dying. Yet there are no official historical records which mention this curse. Many skeptics think that there would not have been time for Cornstalk to utter the curse, as it was reported that he had been shot multiple times. You know what's weird about that? The skeptics of the curse, okay, let's say it's not a curse, but are you really gonna reach and say you knew the exact circumstances of some guy that got shot over 200 years ago? Like, you get shot by a musket, obviously it depends on where you got shot. If he wasn't shot in the head or in the heart, he may have time to have said quite a few things. I mean, it only takes, 30 seconds to say what he allegedly said? Even if it's a minute? He could have laid dying for 5 minutes and been able to speak. It's just so strange how some people's cognitive dissonance, that they're so desperate to discredit a curse or any kind of paranormal phenomenon, they have to just convince themselves that, oh, he was shot multiple times, so that means he couldn't have had time to say it. He could have had time to say a whole bunch of things. That doesn't prove the curse. So, it's just strange. The origination of the Curse of Cornstalk urban legend is unknown. According to a segment of the Eyes of the Mothman documentary, interviewee John H. Sauer states that there was a play performed in the area in the early 1920s which mentioned the Curse of Cornstalk. It is possible that this is where the curse myth was introduced. And we're actually going to go into accounts of descendants of certain Native Americans that were orally going over the history of this curse, so I will get into that in a little bit. So, more about Cornstalk and the strangeness after his death. So, Fighting Chief Cornstalk was born in 1720 and became a prominent leader of the Shawnee Nation just prior to the American Revolution from 1775 to 1783. His name, Hokalesqua, translates loosely into stalk of corn in English and is spelled Kolesqua in some accounts. He was also known as Ketugqua and Winnepushsika. Cornstalk opposed European settlement west of the Ohio River in his youth, but he later became an advocate of peace after the Battle of Point Pleasant in 1774. His murder by American militiamen at Fort Randolph during a diplomatic visit in November 1777 outraged both American Indians and Virginians. Some claim that he spoke a curse on the land just before he died, but there was no way to verify it. Many connect this to the legendary Mothman creature. Bob Roach, who also built the Mothman statue, built a statue of Cornstalk that is located in the town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Cornstalk's early years. Historians believe he may have been born in present-day Pennsylvania and with his sister, Nanhelema, moved to the Ohio country near present-day Chillicothe when the Shawnee fell back before expanding white settlement. Stories tell of Cornstalk's participation in the French and Indian War from 1754 to 1763, though these are probably apocryphal. His alleged participation in Pontiac's rebellion from 1763 to 1766 is also unverified, although he did take part in the peace negotiations. Dunmore's War. Cornstalk Monument located at Logan Elm State Memorial in Pickaway County, Ohio. Cornstalk played a central role in Dunmore's War of 1774. After the 1768 Treaty of Fort Stanwix, settlers and land speculators moved into the land south of the Ohio River in present-day Kentucky. Although the Iroquois had agreed to cede the land, the Shawnee and others had not been present at the Fort Stanwix negotiations. They still claimed Kentucky as their hunting grounds. Clashes soon took place over this. Cornstalk tried unsuccessfully to prevent escalation of the hostilities. Attempting to block a Virginian invasion of the Ohio country, Cornstalk led a force of Shawnee and Mingo warriors at the Battle of Point Pleasant. His attack, although ferociously made, was beaten back by the Virginians. Cornstalk retreated and would reluctantly accept the Ohio River as the boundary of Shawnee lands in the Treaty of Camp Charlotte. Cornstalk's commanding presence often impressed American colonials. A Virginia officer, Colonel Benjamin Wilson, wrote of Cornstalk's speech to Lord Dunmore at Camp Charlotte in 1774. I have heard the first orators in Virginia, Patrick Henry and Richard Henry Lee, but never have I heard one whose powers of delivery surpassed those of Cornstalk on that occasion. The American Revolution. When the American Revolution began, Cornstalk worked to keep his people neutral. He represented the Shawnee at treaty councils at Fort Pitt in 1775 and 1776, the first Indian treaties ever negotiated by the United States. Many Shawnee nevertheless hoped to use British aid to reclaim their lands lost to the settlers. By the winter of 1776, the Shawnee were effectively divided into a neutral faction led by Cornstalk and militant bands led by men such as Blue Jacket. In the fall of 1777, Cornstalk made a diplomatic visit to Fort Randolph, an American fort at present-day Point Pleasant, seeking as always to maintain his faction's neutrality. Cornstalk was detained by the fort commander, who had decided on his own initiative to take hostage any Shawnees who fell into his hands. When, on November 10th, an American militiaman from the fort was killed nearby by unknown Indians, angry soldiers brutally executed Cornstalk, his son, Elenipsico, and 2 other Shawnees. American political and military leaders were alarmed by the murder of Cornstalk. They believed he was their only hope of securing Shawnee neutrality. At the insistence of Patrick Henry, when the governor of Virginia, Cornstalk's killers, whom Henry called vile assassins, were eventually brought to trial, but since their fellow soldiers would not testify against them, all were acquitted. The Legacy and the Curse. In 1840, Cornstalk's grave was rediscovered and his remains were moved to the Mason County Courthouse grounds. In 1954, the courthouse was torn down and he was reburied in Point Pleasant. A local legend claims that he took his revenge in the 1960s by sending the mysterious Mothman to terrorize Point Pleasant. Legends arose about his dying curse being the cause of misfortunes in the area. Lore has it that Cornstalk spoke, saying, "I came to the fort as your friend and you murdered me. You have murdered by my side my young son. For this may the curse of the Great Spirit rest upon this land. May it be blighted by nature. May it even be blighted in its hopes. May the strength of its people be paralyzed by the stain of our blood." That doesn't take that long to say. If you've been shot a bunch of times and you're bleeding out, You might have time to say that if you can speak. This event was later supplanted by local Mothman stories, although no contemporary historical source mentions any such utterance by Cornstalk. In Rosemary Ellen Guiley's Monsters of West Virginia book published in 2012, it is said that recently the curse was debunked as fiction for an outdoor play written in the early 20th century presented at Point Pleasant. The book goes on to say a man taken by surprise and shot multiple times at point-blank range and who was not killed instantly probably would not be able to muster much consciousness for anything in his final moments, let alone the dramatic pronouncement. Some still believe that the fictional play could be based on an already existing oral storytelling or even a true event. Once again, I mean, what is the basis to say that someone who's shot wouldn't have time to do 2 or 3 sentences? I don't see it. That's just a strange way to try to debunk it. Because once again, even if he did say it, how does that prove a curse? It's just strange. Okay, so this is from the Charleston Gazette newspaper, September 21st, 1954. Fighting Chief Cornstalk's remains laid to rest again. The last page of a sad chapter of American history was written at this Ohio River community today, September 21st, 1954. Chief Cornstalk, the Shawnee Indian leader who was taken hostage and murdered by white men to whom he had come to talk peace, was given a final resting place in a small park near the field of his most famous battle. His oft-moved grave now lies beside those of colonial soldiers killed in that struggle in the Battle of Point Pleasant, October 10th, 1774, and frontier heroine Anne Bailey. In a lengthy ceremony at noon today, Cornstalk's last remains, 3 teeth and 15 bone fragments, were sealed in an aluminum box in the center of a 4-ton stone monument bearing the simple inscription, Cornstalk. You know, it is very strange though. You're gonna dig up this guy's grave multiple times and then lay him to rest next to his enemies in a battle where they killed his own men. It's just really strange. It's really weird. You keep messing with this guy's remains, and if there is a curse, I mean, does that give extra ammunition or extra negative energy to carry out a curse? I don't know. I'm not an expert in curses, but although that would be an interesting podcast to go deep into the origin of curses. But yeah, it's just very, very strange how this guy was treated, and if, in fact, that could have something to do with the curse or making the curse more powerful, who knows? The monument and remains had been removed from the grounds of the old Mason County Courthouse, which is being torn down today to make way for a new court building. It was at least the 3rd time the chieftain's body had been interred. After his death in 1777, he was buried near Fort Randolph, the colonial outpost at which he had been killed. Then, in 1840, street builders here unearthed his grave, and the remains were moved to the courthouse grounds. This year, 1954, with a decision to raise Mason County's old courthouse and erect a new $700,000 structure in its place, it was decided to move the grave to historical Two Endy Way Park at the junction of Ohio and Kanawha rivers. Amateur archaeologists began digging last Saturday morning, and after 10 hours of fruitless labor, it was feared that the chief's remains might not be found. But early Sunday, persistent diggers came upon rust stains from the metal box in which Cornstalk had been reburied. In loose earth, they found the teeth and bone fragments, which were decidedly to be undoubtedly those of Cornstalk. The reburial today was directed by members of the Point Pleasant chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. The story of Cornstalk's seizure and murder is one of the dark spots in American history. Born about 1735 in what is now Ohio, the future chieftain was named Kaigtugawa, meaning maize plant, hence the English name Cornstalk. Little is known of his early life, but by 1763 he had become a Shawnee tribal chieftain and led war parties against several white settlements. In 1764, soldiers raided his tribal town and took him captive. He was carried to Fort Pitt as a hostage but escaped the following year. In the following years, he became Sachem of all Shawnee tribes and finally king of the Northern Confederacy of Indian tribes, composed of the Shawnees, Delawares, Mingos, Wyandottes, and Cayugas. On October 10th, 1774, he led 1,100 of his braves against an equal number of colonial troops at Point Pleasant, and after a violent battle, was defeated. Following his defeat, Cornstalk pursued a peace policy and forbade his braves to molest whites. But in 1777, with the American Revolution at its height, he returned to Point Pleasant with 2 companions to warn settlers that the British were trying to incite his tribesmen to attack them. Fearing an attack, colonial soldiers seized Cornstalk and his companions and imprisoned them in Fort Randolph as hostages. A month later, Cornstalk's son, Alanipsico, came to the fort to see his father. During his visit, a soldier walking near the fort was killed by an Indian, and other soldiers rushed to Cornstalk's quarters to kill him in revenge. Cornstalk, who is described by historians as a handsome, intelligent, and highly honorable man, stood calmly in the doorway to his room and faced his slayers. He was fallen by nearly a dozen rifle shots. The soldiers then entered the room and killed Cornstalk's son and 2 companions. The murder of their chieftain turned the Shawnees from a neutral people into the most implacable warriors who raided Virginia settlements for 20 years after the incident. The Cornstalk Folktale, The Curse of Chief Cornstalk by Chester Funkhauser. In evening, when the sun sets low and bathes the hills in its afterglow, a sadness spreads across the land like a melancholy curtain drawn by unseen hand, and sometimes a death chant fills the air and seems to linger there like an aged echo of a long time ago, when the old chief shook his fist and swore to bring death and disaster to every white man's door. Death and disaster for them and kin forevermore. When I was a boy, I heard the old folks talk, the deadly curse of Chief Cornstalk that come in peace to end terrible war, that had killed Indians and white men all the score. He rode into fort, a group of trappers, whiskey made mean, jumped him, stabbed the chief and his son. The son lay dead on the courthouse floor. The bloody old chief rose and staggered out the door. He shook his fist at the heavens, and this else he swore: "You and all your sons and kin will pay for this deadly sin. Death, disease, and disaster shall follow you all, forever and hereafter. This land was once ours for miles around, now becomes your dark and bloody ground. Do not think that you have won, for this land is cursed from this day on." Then he yelled a final battle cry and fell into the dusty street to die. Shortly thereafter there came a flood that buried half the town in a sea of mud. Strange sickness began to spread, and when the epidemic was over, 16 were dead. There up in the sky, vultures swarmed overhead as though in celebration of the dead. In later years, the village people called their home the Village of Tears. They expected the worst and surrendered their fate to a dead man's curse. I remember being there during an Indian summer and heard the tout beat of a distant drummer. It was a real pretty day in early November. This is the way it happened, I remember. I was watching horses in the field below as the horses' tails swished to and fro, as they slowly grazed across the valley floor like I had seen them there many times before. Suddenly the horses stopped and just stood there. The horses raised their heads and sniffed the air. First one, then two, and four stood like statues along the valley floor. I sat on the hill watching in silent wonder as I observed the spell that they were under. I heard a distant thumping as though someone were softly drumming like I'd never heard before. Then it stopped and all was still, except for a puff of smoke rising from the hill. First one, then two, and four, as though they released from a hidden door. I watched the horses rise above the trees, carried by the evening breeze. Then the horses turned as one and galloped into a fast run, as though escaping from some unseen horror. They raced toward the open bar door, the drumming softly, drumming, echoing across the valley floor, repeating like a huge heartbeat, with each beat a little louder, with rumble overhead. The soft groaning of lost souls moaning. The curse of Chief Cornstalk and his band of warriors. Very interesting. Okay, so a lot of skeptics point to the fact that none of this is historical, might have been made up for a play in 1920. Well, I found an interesting post. This was posted October 14th, 2013. The Mothman, the Thunderbird, and the Curse of Chief Cornstalk. Since it's getting close to Halloween, and it's also Columbus Day, which of course is when the problem started between the white man and the Native Americans, I thought I'd discuss the famous Mothman of Point Pleasant and its connection to the curse of Chief Cornstalk. A movie called The Mothman Prophecies was released in 2002 starring Richard Gere, and it was pretty popular. According to the movie, the Mothman was trying to warn people prior to the collapse of the Silver Bridge on December 15, 1967. On that fateful day, after hundreds of Mothman sightings and similarly strange events spanning a little over a year, the Silver Bridge over the Ohio River, which connected West Virginia and Ohio, collapsed due to undetectable structural failure during 5 o'clock rush hour. There were 37 vehicles on the bridge at the time, and 31 of them fell with the bridge. 49 people lost their lives either in the ice-cold river below or due to falling on the Ohio banks. 9 people were seriously injured. After the collapse of the Silver Bridge, people stopped seeing the Mothman, which is why the sightings are attached even today to the bridge collapse. Many people here absolutely believe in the Mothman and have no question in their mind whether it actually existed. The question, which is still the subject of heated debate in the area, though, is whether the Mothman was here to warn us of impending disaster or whether the Mothman caused the disaster. Despite the story in the movie, I was always taught that the Mothman had nothing to do with warning us about the Silver Bridge disaster. I was taught by one of my family elders, who was of pure Shawnee descent, that the collapse of the Silver Bridge was the vengeance of Chief Cornstalk, who in 1777 placed a blood curse upon that very area. She believed that so strongly, in fact, that she kept a framed photo of the Silver Bridge on her wall to remind herself of what happened. I remember she would sit us kids on the floor around her, light up her old corncob pipe, sit back in her old creaky rocking chair, and regale us with tales of her Native American ancestors. One of those ancestors, although I was never sure to what degree he was related, or if she just believed they were related because they came from the same tribe, was the famous Chief Cornstalk. What follows is the story as it was relayed to me. For millennia, the abundant Ohio River Valley around Point Pleasant was home to multiple Native American tribes, including the Shawnee. Their leader in the late 1700s was Chief Kittigawa, translated to Cornstalk, and their rock drawings exist even today. Among those drawings are depictions of a large bird-like creature with large saucer-like eyes, known as the Thunderbird. So the Mothman wasn't a new thing at all, really. It was actually something known to Native Americans for hundreds, if not thousands of years, long before the Mothman ever appeared. The Thunderbird was a servant of the Great Spirit, and it lived atop the hills and mountains. It was huge, and according to legend, could cause wind and the sound of thunder with its wings, and lightning by blinking its huge eyes. It is said that the Thunderbird could change its appearance to that of a man by pulling back its beak and removing its feathers. It was a very dangerous and wrathful spirit, and its power could be summoned through the Great Spirit to avenge the Native Americans against their enemies. Multiple people at the time of the Mothman sightings described very strange men dressed in ill-fitting black suits who knocked on their doors pretending to be every imaginable type of official in order to get inside. They acted very strangely, even being described as very clearly not human. These strange men scared people so badly, in fact, that they contacted the police and started bolting their doors. The descriptions generally described them as having very strange eyes and speaking in a weird sing-song voice. Witnesses also relayed that these men seemed amazed by common everyday items, as if they'd never seen them before, so they understandably made those who encountered them extremely uncomfortable. One of the people who had such an encounter with these strangers was a local reporter. People also described interference with electrical objects. They described televisions losing their signal and showing colors they'd never seen before. Most televisions back then were black and white, so those televisions shouldn't have shown any color. They also described cars suddenly losing all their power and dying in the middle of the road for no apparent reason while they were being driven. There were over 100 witnesses to the Mothman phenomena, and most were considered to be credible. They would talk of being chased by a large, approximately 7-foot tall, bird-like creature with large glowing red eyes, sometimes at speeds of over 100 miles per hour. They would also talk of this same creature appearing before them on remote roads or even in their own yard, sometimes peering with its large red eyes into their homes. Many of those people were so frightened by what they had seen and so sure what they had seen was real, they went straight to the police station to report it. Many also reported being paralyzed by the sight of its blood red eyes, including one woman who actually dropped her baby as a result. Though the baby was crying and possibly hurt, she was paralyzed and unable to respond to her baby's cries for several minutes. Nothing reported about the Mothman, from electrical failures to a bird-like creature to strange inhuman men in black to paralysis, fails to be explained by the Native American legend of the Thunderbird. For that reason, many believe that the Mothman was actually the Thunderbird, especially since paralysis related to the color of blood is actually mentioned in the curse of Chief Cornstalk. In the late 1700s, Chief Cornstalk tried to keep peace between the Native American tribes and the white man intruders, though the Native Americans had been driven to the Ohio side of the river by the white man, and so many Native Americans were killed in that bloody battle that the Ohio River and its banks turned red, an event which my grandmother said was 200 years to the day before that bridge fell down. Chief Cornstalk was often successful in convincing other tribes to allow the white man to live within their fort at Point Pleasant without being attacked. Eventually, the other tribes decided to attack the fort and take back their land, however, and when Chief Cornstalk couldn't convince them to not attack, he went to the fort with his young son as proof that he had peaceful intentions in order to warn them. Though he went to the fort in peace, the chief and his son were taken captive in the belief that it would stop the Native Americans from attacking the fort. However, that changed when a group of soldiers were out hunting and one was killed by Native Americans due to the fact that they were holding Chief Cornstalk and his son hostage. When the other soldier returned with a dead body, his fellow soldiers were enraged. They burst into the room where Chief Cornstalk and his son were being held and murdered them both in cold blood. Legend has it that with his dying breath, Chief Cornstalk placed a curse upon Point Pleasant, calling upon the Great Spirit to avenge their deaths. The curse of Chief Cornstalk, as I was told, the story is as follows. I was the white man's friend. Many times I have saved the white man and his people from harm. I never made war with you except to protect our land. I refused at the peril of my own people to join your enemies in the redcoats. I came to this fort as your friend, and you have murdered my young son who harmed no one, and you have murdered me when I came only to save you. For this may the curse of the Great Spirit rest upon this land and its inhabitants. May it be blighted by nature, and may it be blighted in its hopes. May the strength of its people be paralyzed by the stain of our blood. The curse of Chief Cornstalk is something taken very seriously in this area, by the way. I was taught from a young age that the Native American really do have supernatural power due to their close relationship with nature, and that a Native American curse is something to be taken very, very seriously. Do I believe that Native American curses are real? Well, let's just say I'd completely go out of my way to never make a full-blooded Native American angry, especially one who still practices their ancient culture. Perhaps that's out of respect, or perhaps that's out of fear, but most likely, given what I was taught as a child, it's a little bit of both. Belief in Native American legends, including a belief that they could place curses upon you, is very common in West Virginia. As a result, many here believe that the Mothman was really the Thunderbird, and that it arose to extract the vengeance of Chief Cornstalk. When you think about it, it actually makes more sense to believe that the Mothman was the vengeful Thunderbird than that it came to warn people of impending disaster. Truth is, the Mothman never warned anybody about anything. It just scared people half to death. Some claim they had nightmares about bodies floating in the river, surrounded by Christmas presents, and that was in the movie too, but quite conveniently, those people never told anyone about those dreams until after the disaster. Well, I'll examine that as well in a premonitions episode because there's a couple of varying accounts on that. So the Mothman never gave any hint that a disaster was coming, much less where it would occur, even when it appeared in human form and could have done so very easily. Of course, no one really knows for a fact what the Mothman was, or if it even really existed at all. It could have been a very large bird. We have some really humongous birds in the state, seen in darkness and at an angle so that it looked much larger than it was. Once again, this wouldn't cover the daytime sightings or the Clyde conjunctivis eye burn. The eyes could have been a reflection from headlights or flashlights, which made them both appear red and extremely large. It could have been a case of mass hysteria, especially once the stories started circulating. Maybe the strange men were just visiting from another country. Maybe the electrical problems were caused by overhead electrical wires or a bad batch of automobile batteries being sold at a local store. The number of possible logical explanations for the various Mothman phenomena are nearly endless. Are they really that logical, though? Every single battery was purchased at a local store? I don't know about that. So did the Mothman try to warn us about the collapse of the Silver Bridge? Was the Mothman actually the wrathful Thunderbird which caused the collapse of the bridge as part of the curse of Chief Cornstalk? Or was the Mothman just a figment of people's imaginations? In West Virginia, you'll find plenty of people who believe in each of these theories so strongly, they'll argue with you about it all day long. Either way I look at it, the simple truth is that we'll never know the truth about the Mothman of Point Pleasant. It sure is interesting to think about it, though. So that's a pretty interesting account. So if her story is to be believed, so one of her family elders, who was of Shawnee descent, told her this story when she was a little girl. Where did this story come from? So that would predate some kind of 1920s play if her grandmother was retelling the story from her mother or whatever Shawnee elders from before. It would be interesting to see if anyone could locate any current Shawnee descendants in the area to verify this particular story, to see if what Native Americans thought about this and if there was any definitive information regarding this alleged curse. But another interesting site in the area is Lake Shawnee. So it's 160 miles southeast of Point Pleasant. Lake Shawnee is an unincorporated community in Mercer County, West Virginia. Lake Shawnee is located along U.S. Route 19, 3.5 miles northwest of Princeton. Lake Shawnee Amusement Park was abandoned in 1966 and has been decaying ever since. The park was built on the site of a desecrated native burial ground, which was the site of the 1783 Mitchell Clay settler farm. 3 of the Clay children, Bartley, Tabitha, and Ezekiel, were killed by a band of natives. Mitchell Clay led a band of settlers in bloody retaliation, killing several natives. In the 1920s, businessman Conley T. Snido purchased the site of the Clay farm for development as an amusement park. At least 2 amusement park patrons were killed while the park was in operation. A little girl on the circling swing set hit after a truck backed into the path of the swing, and a boy drowned in the amusement park's swimming pond. Over the years, several unfortunate events have occurred at the amusement park, and it was revealed that 13 bodies, mostly of children, were found in the burial ground. The park structures and rides are still standing, abandoned, and in disrepair. Tours are offered in the days leading up to Halloween, in which the site is described as cursed or haunted. So that's pretty dark. I mean, is this really, this whole area, if this is some kind of nexus of paranormal activity that predates even Chief Cornstalk, I mean, we don't know what's going on here. There's 13 bodies, mostly of children, in a burial ground. How were they killed? Like, we don't know any of this information. It's all very strange. We don't know the date of the bodies. It's all very, very strange, and there seems to be no shortage of haunted locations surrounding Point Pleasant. And all the tragedies that have occurred over the years, I mean, are these all coincidences? So there's definitely a little bit more to go on than just the bridge collapse as a result of an old curse. I mean, there's quite a few mysterious coincidences and strange happenings in the area. Could a supernatural curse really be the cause of the Mothman in Point Pleasant? Or is it just a negative energy that permeates the entire area and allows interdimensional creatures to cross over, which in turn could possibly gain the attention of governments and men in black? And while all of this is going on, is it also possible that trickster ultra-terrestrials took the opportunity to have some extra fun on top of it all? Would that explain everything in the Mothman case? Maybe it would. Maybe. But since we don't know for sure, all we can do is speculate. Once again, thank you for joining us for another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast of the Mothman series. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, feel free to share it across social media platforms. If you have questions, comments, or any thoughts at all, feel free to leave a comment. And you could also check us out on Facebook, Twitter, Patreon, Reddit. Make sure to like our Facebook page. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. See you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Mothman series, the most definitive and comprehensive podcast on the Mothman Cryptid. Myth, legend, or real beast is what we are covering, as well as the plethora of other paranormal, UFO, Men in Black activity that occurred in Point Pleasant, West Virginia in the 13 months surrounding the 1967 Silver Bridge collapse. This is Part 8, Premonitions and Precognition. Now, it's been long reported that certain residents of the Point Pleasant area had premonitions about the collapse of the Silver Bridge. Most of them have not gone public, and there are very few specific accounts, but apparently more than one individual had either frightening dreams or bizarre flashing images or just a sense of foreboding that kind of seemed to emanate from the town itself in that area, not just and many people's perception of that. Now, depending what you believe the Mothman is, would dictate how you interpret some of this information. So we'll be diving deep, including, as always, talking about various factors that no one else seems to talk about. But that's what the MINDSHOCK podcast is for. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description and make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button if you like the podcast. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. We are also on Anchor. If you want to just listen to the podcast and you don't need the accompanying imagery and videos on the YouTube channel, you could also like our Facebook page, and you could check us out Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority in requesting topics or true crime cases to be covered on the podcast. Any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, leave them in the comments section. So let's get into it. Obviously, the Mothman was popularized by the Mothman prophecies, the 2002 film directed by Mark Pellington starring Richard Gere. But one thing, the film, if you haven't seen the film, definitely check it out. It is a very atmospheric horror movie, and what it really captured well was that sense of dread just permeating everything, anything and everything in the Point Pleasant area. Now, what a lot of people don't know is John Keel himself, the author of the Mothman Prophecies, the 1975 book about the account, which also goes into all of this other strange activity, which makes the Mothman creature itself probably the least fascinating aspect of this whole case.
And a lot of people don't know that. They just quickly, so-called skeptics, just quickly look at this Mothman case and say, "Oh, it's probably a big owl," completely discounting everything as mass hysteria, as if all of these all of these longtime residents can't tell the difference between an owl and any other creature, and none of this, and pretending all this other bizarre activity with men in black and vehicles, strange phone calls. You did one of the biggest UFO waves ever recorded. I mean, they pretend none of that happens. I mean, it takes a strong kind of cognitive dissonance to write off all of these other factors, the Mothman of which is probably even the least mysterious when you look at all of this case as a whole, neutrally, objectively, scientifically, and logically, without taking any sides. Some people are afraid to do that. They are simply afraid to live in a world where there are unexplained phenomena. And of course, the unexplained, the paranormal, the supernatural is simply tomorrow's science. When there is an explanation, then it will no longer be a mystery. But for the time being, it has not been completely explained. But we are attempting to do so here on MINDSHOCK. And so John Keel himself had a premonition. Now, what's strange is this isn't talked about. Now, on johnkeel.com, you can actually find the original correspondence letters and typed up papers from John Keel to various individuals, organizations, and anything and everything that has to do with his research. So, this includes the Mothman case as well as many other cases. Now, what I found buried in this archive is one of his letters to Mary Hyre, of course, the famous journalist who first brought the Mothman story to the public eye. And this is a journalist and news reporter who has never covered anything else controversial. Nothing paranormal, nothing related to UFOs or strange creatures. And she was, of course, witness to some activity herself. If you haven't checked out the first 7 episodes of the Mothman podcast, please do so. They are riveting, fascinating, and cover every aspect of the case and are a good prerequisite before we dive deep into these correspondence letters. So they corresponded back and forth as Keel was in New York as well as researching in other areas and coming out to West Virginia here and there to research this case. So this is one letter in full. This was typed November 3rd, 1967. Dear Mary, thanks for your letter. It is hardly a secret that I am extremely concerned with what has been happening in Point Pleasant, and I often feel very helpless in the midst of these rapidly developing situations. So much is going on everywhere now, and so very little of it is being reported in the general press. Sometimes I despair and fear that I am fighting a one-man battle against time and some monstrous unknown group. I believe that UFO bases have been directly established somewhere in the Ohio Valley. I further believe that more and more UFO people are being brought in to man those bases and prepare for a military-like buildup. In the meantime, these people, in quotations, I'm assuming he's either referencing extraterrestrials, men in black, or interdimensional entities of some sort, possibly ultra-terrestrials, his label for them. But here he's calling them people, in quotations, are engaged in a complicated program to keep everyone confused. Now, that's quite interesting because he has referenced fairy-like entities, which I've gone over in the previous podcasts, where they kind of manipulate the observer using information in the observer's own mind, or the experiencer of any said paranormal activity, whether it be UFO or otherwise. And he's one of the first paranormal researchers who theorized this possible explanation for the paranormal. And so here in this letter, he's basically saying that it's almost like a disinfo campaign or some kind of obfuscation, intentional confusion and obfuscation being unleashed upon the manipulated people of this area so that they don't know what's going on. And this can lead to yet another theory, if we're just going down the gauntlet of possible theories. If this West Virginia, Point Pleasant area and the Mothman, there were Bigfoot sightings in the area, which I've gone over in the first episodes, UFO activity, Men in Black. If this is all some kind of weird, bizarre experiment, possibly also factoring other supernatural phenomena or not, by the government or some other group, would that explain all of this activity? Because there's far too much to write off. But back to the letter, these people are engaged in a complicated program to keep everyone confused. They contacted Derenberger and probably many others to spread word that they are peaceful, etc., and to mislead the believers into thinking that this is all a harmless operation. The, quote, monsters, which have been appearing in West Virginia and many other places, are probably meant to add to the confusion and distract reporters, the Air Force, etc., as well as to make the situation seem ridiculous to outsiders and skeptics. These monsters are probably operations of the UFO people and are carrying out weird missions in the Point Pleasant area, spreading fear, spying on specific individuals, etc. Mabel told me that Mrs. Thomas has been seeing many colored people in the TNT. So I'd better tell you a few things in the strictest confidence. Do not breathe a word of this to anyone. I could be mistaken, although I'm sure I'm not, and it would be senseless to start any kind of panic. Many of the UFO people are dark-skinned and look like Indians or Negroes. There are two types. One type wears black clothing and are dangerous. Another type wears gray clothing and they are friendlier and more reasonable. Another type wears a green coverall type of garment and has usually long silver white hair. Mrs. Bowen saw such a person. So did Mrs. Lily's daughter. There are still other types with pale complexions. They often have to wear thick lensed glasses. One of these probably visited you in your office a few months ago. And of course, I've gone over these in the Men in Black episode in the Mothman series. And I'm just also reading all of this. It makes it, if we're talking interdimensional or extraterrestrial, ultra-terrestrial visitors of some kind, would it be possible that if there was a so-called malevolent group, or let's say a group with unauthorized activity, would another separate ultra-terrestrial group, either a different race of ultra-terrestrials or extraterrestrials, or a different government in this alternate universe, would they, if this activity was frowned upon, are there multiple types that are unrelated to each other, all kind of keeping tabs on what's going on in the Point Pleasant area, or possibly trying to interfere with this experiment, if this is some kind of bizarre experiment on humans in the area? All things to ponder in this Mothman realm, where we have no clue what's going on, but we know that there's a whole bunch of different types of paranormal activity in the process. Be alert for stories about any of these, and be particularly alert for any increase in the dark-skinned people in your area. They may turn up wearing ordinary sports clothes. At first glance, you might mistake them as Negroes, but their facial characteristics are quite different. As if this isn't bad enough, there is still another type who have normal complexions and normal features, but usually they have blonde hair, sometimes crew cuts, and black or gray eyes. They are often tall, over 6 feet. They dress normally and drive ordinary cars. There are both men and women in all types. They may speak broken English, and they may have slight accents like East Indians from India. Many of them speak in biblical terms, thou, etc., and have apparently memorized the Bible and are able to quote freely from it.
They sometimes convince the devout that they are angels or messengers from God. All right, we have another big twist here. I did not go over this in the Men in Black episode, but there appears to be quite some more individuals, not just the Men in Black, that were out of place and contacting local residents of the descriptions that John Keel has outlined here, and it's all quite bizarre. But he's also saying another tidbit here that has never been released as far as I know, that some of these entities, human-like entities, or maybe they are humans, they've memorized the Bible, can quote freely from it, and use biblical, basically Old English type terms like thou or thee and things of that nature. Oh wow, what to do with that information? That is as if this whole Mothman case couldn't get even more bizarre. We now have this extra piece of information here. Yes, it's tough to make sense of it, but the other thing that I just came up with now trying to connect these dots is if there is, let's say there was some kind of a portal or a nexus that enabled different creatures, possibly like the Mothman, or different ultra-terrestrials or interdimensional entities to move freely among Point Pleasant, so it's almost like a tourist attraction for different types of ultra-terrestrials. Where you have anyone and everyone, like, or what if they don't know they're from a different dimension either? I mean, this is so bizarre. If there's certain agents from either other governments or other Men in Black, if the Men in Black are an agency of the U.S. government. By the way, if you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK episode on Men in Black encounters, so this is outside of the Mothman case, there are 2 episodes. Check those out. We go in depth on many Men in Black encounters and speculate upon who the Men in Black are and what they are doing. In many cases, people just believe that they want to silence UFO witnesses and things of that nature. But if this Point Pleasant nexus or portal was opened for a brief period of time, would other government agencies want to kind of go see what was up? Is that why they speak broken English? Is that why some of them memorized the Bible because that's the only thing they had in their dimension that could be relevant to that area to communicate with humans? We really don't know. I mean, it could be any number of explanations. It's just another just bizarre piece of the puzzle here. I urge you to follow my example. Act interested and get people to talk about what they have seen, but do not try to give them any clues, or we might start a flood of rumors or worse, panic. Don't let people know that you have heard of these odd characters before. The best plan for you to follow is to write only about the UFOs, not about the people, in quotes. Play up an occasional monster story, however, since they, in quotations, probably expect these monsters to receive some publicity. If there is an open contact in your area and the witness comes to you freely with the story, I would appreciate if you check with me before printing the story. They, in quotations, might be trying to get more lies into circulation, or they might be setting up some kind of hoax. Things are terribly complicated now. So John Keel is telling Mary Hyre here that basically, I mean, some people think that he went completely paranoid, but it's kind of, if you were John Keel, and if these things happen to you, not just in Point Pleasant, but the other UFO activity, the strange phone calls, I mean, people were breaking into his apartment. I mean, there's no shortage of bizarreness that John Keel has experienced in his life as a result of being a paranormal researcher. So all of this is happening. This is what he's suspecting, that this is controlled in some way or another, and that there's all these different types of entities posing as humans that may or may not be human. So that'll set the stage. Now here we're getting into something critical. Here's the next point. Mary, I have good reasons for suspecting that may soon be a disaster in the Point Pleasant area, which will not seem related
to the UFO mystery. A plant along the river might either blow up or burn down. Possibly the Navy installation in Point Pleasant will be the center of such a disaster. A lot of people may be hurt. If this should happen, notify me as soon as you can and write the story normally. Don't even hint to anybody anything about this. Okay, so once again, he's typing this up November 3rd, 1967. The Silver Bridge disaster happened December 15th, 1967. So this is a little over a month prior. And obviously he got it wrong. It wasn't the plant, it was the bridge. But once again, I'm gonna read this line again. Mary, I have good reasons for suspecting that may soon be a disaster. I guess he forgot the word there. That there may be soon a disaster in the Point Pleasant area which will not seem to be related to the UFO mystery. And some people do think that the Silver Bridge collapse was a coincidence. So there was the Mothman, there was the Men in Black, there was all this crazy activity, and the Silver Bridge collapse was just one piece of the puzzle that was a coincidence. I've gone over this in true crime cases, usually, and how some detectives, they usually say in any case there's always one thing that doesn't make sense and can't be explained. It's not really related to solving the case. They can solve the case. There's just always one thing they can't quite figure out in the periphery. And so I've kind of, in researching a lot of paranormal cases, that seems to be true. It's almost like it's sort of a red herring, possibly not exactly a red herring. It's something that they never find the reason to, but it might not be related to solving the case. So this is also speculated, where if we take the Silver Bridge collapse out of the equation, what do we have? But I think writing it off completely is also not logical, because the Mothman is actually, in some mythologies, it's kind of a harbinger of doom. Some people believe it was witnessed before Chernobyl, the Chernobyl disaster. Other people have cited it in various other disasters. Obviously, this is not corroborated in any way. We're talking myth and legend. But the Angel of Death angle, or the Grim Reaper, these things are pervasive through history in mythology. So if it is related to a disaster, then yes, the connection is there. But if it's not, then it might be a red herring. But let's continue here. One of my major concerns in all of this is to protect the innocent people who become involved and to keep them from becoming overly upset or frightened. We are now fighting for time, and if they realize that we suspect anything, they might be forced to speed up their plans, whatever those plans might be. The name Ralph Manchin does sound vaguely familiar now. He may have been one of the many persons I met at the convention. I don't think you need to worry about him. About the store owner, Mabel told me some things which lead me to suspect that he might be involved. Very much so. I suggest that you try to find out a little about him, but do so very carefully. Don't make him suspicious. He could be dangerous. Gray B has been behaving rather strangely ever since the convention. Be most careful in what you tell him. Discuss only the routine UFO sightings and run-of-the-mill monster sightings with him. But be friendly as usual and don't let him know that I'm troubled about him. As for Dan D, I have told him many things and have tried to help him with his television project, but he is not a trained investigator and has been using the info I've given him to show off. He likes to act like an expert even though he doesn't really understand most of this. And what's worse, he has let a lot of things slip when he interviewed people. I've tried to impress upon him the need for a conservative, non-committal approach, but he is flying off in all directions and getting wrapped up in aspects of the mystery which he cannot possibly film or use on his program. Because he doesn't really know much about all of this except for what I've told him, he tends to have a meddling effect rather than helping me in what I'm struggling to accomplish. I respect him very much. He is both intelligent and sincere, but I'm worried about his meddling in cases like Henderson. About the only thing we can do at this point is to reassure people that the UFOs are apparently harmless. even though that might be a lie, and that nobody really knows what it is all about. Shortly after I returned from my last trip to Point Pleasant in May, I was directly contacted by one of the UFO groups and have been in almost daily touch since then. I am also constantly watched by more than one group. I have been given a great deal of information, some of it nonsense and some of it very valid. I have asked about you repeatedly and have been assured that you are in no danger. If anything unusual should happen to you, such as another encounter with the black cars, notify me immediately and I will take certain special steps to protect you. The same goes for all the others, Mabel, Park, Henderson, Connie, etc. In case of real trouble, I can probably get help to you very quickly, although of course I cannot guarantee it. Again, let me repeat, don't tell anyone about this letter or what is in it. I'm sure you can now understand some of my problems, etc. Perhaps you can place this in your safety deposit box or strong box for future reference. I hope I haven't shaken you up too much. There are weird and perhaps frightening days ahead for all of us, but I think that we will entangle all of this soon, and that my worst fears will never be realized. Take care of yourself, wear the gold cross all the time, and please keep in touch with me. I am leaving on another trip south next week and will be gone for about 2 weeks. If I can manage it, I will try to swing up into West Virginia on the way back. Best to everyone, John A. Keel. Okay, well, this is quite a troubling letter. He does not reveal the so-called good reasons for suspecting that may soon be a disaster in the Point Pleasant area. Okay, so that's the part of the letter that stands out. It is very, very bizarre. Alright, so before we get into the details of the Silver Bridge collapse, I want to go over Mary Hyer's premonitions and dreams. So this is I just read the John Keel letter, and so now I'm going to reference the Mothman prophecies. So this is what John Keel writes in the Mothman prophecies, chapter 18, something awful is going to happen. I had flown to West Virginia after a trip to Atlanta and had a quick tour through the Carolinas investigating some UFO landings. Mary Hyre had picked me up at the Charleston airport, and as we drove to Point Pleasant, she told me about her own dreams. Just before I got your letter, she said, I had a terrible nightmare. There were a lot of people drowning in the river, and Christmas packages were floating everywhere in the river. Maybe you were just picking up my thoughts somehow, I suggested. Maybe, but I've covered a lot of drownings in that river, but never anything like this dream. There were so many people. I've been feeling uneasy ever since, and everybody else feels the same way. You can't really put your finger on it, but it's like something awful is about to happen. Perhaps it was only suggestion and an emotional hangover from all I had been going through, but when we reached Point Pleasant, I could feel a heavy atmosphere of foreboding. I wandered around the village under an oppressive cloud. One by one, old friends confided in me. You know, Keel, something is wrong here. I just don't know what. Ever since all that flying saucer business last spring, things just haven't seemed right. We don't get many UFO reports anymore, Mary told me, and except for the thing Mrs. Thomas saw, Mothman seems to be laying low. Everything is quiet. Too quiet. Toward midnight on November 19th, Mary and I were cruising through the TNT area. The sky was heavily overcast. It had been raining earlier and no stars were visible. The cloud ceiling was probably below 5,000 feet. Don't look now, Mary, I said lightly, but there's one of our friends straight ahead. A brilliant light was bouncing around in the blackened sky over a row of hills far to the east. Mary stopped the car and we watched it silently for about 10 minutes. It dropped down, then shot upward again. It slid from side to side, moving several degrees and then returning to its original position. Finally, Mary started her car again and drove slowly along the dirt road, hoping to find a better vantage point. We passed through the wooded section, and when we reached another clearing, the object was gone. You know what's interesting is people who simply just ignorantly write off every single UFO sighting or any kind of paranormal encounter, they would be inclined, without investigation, which is of course the height of ignorance, to just say, oh, well, they just saw a plane in the sky and it was a light. I mean, that's kind of silly. Now, not to discount the many, many UFO sightings, which are probably just planes, but in certain sightings, like this one, if it's to be believed, if the object is just dashing back and forth across the sky and then returning to its original position where it was floating, especially if we're talking 50 to 100 years ago, it's probably not a plane. Just a thought. Well, what do you think? She asked laconically. It definitely wasn't a star or a plane, I observed. It was so low, somebody else was bound to have seen it. Let's wait and see if we get any reports. We didn't have to wait long. At 12:45 that morning, Mr. Albert Brown, a shift superintendent at a mine near Elmwood, West Virginia, was driving home from work when he, too, noticed an unusual light weaving around the sky. He stopped his car and watched. It seemed to turn colors, he told us later. First it was white, then blue, then orange. Then it looked like it was going down on top of a hill. Mr. Brown was northeast of the TNT area on Route 35, approximately 20 miles from our position in a straight line. After watching the object for a few minutes, he tried to find a road that might lead him into the hills where the object seemed to be playing. But he couldn't find such a road, so he simply parked and watched, enthralled. Finally, he went home and called the Civil Defense in Charleston. They told him to call the state police. A police car was sent to the area, but the thing was gone by the time they arrived. Who or what was on that remote hilltop, I wondered? Was some little cabin being bathed in an eerie light? Was some lonely person there, staring fixedly, paralyzed into the night? Keel goes on to outline some happenings in New York, strange and bizarre paranoia type things with different interviews, people knowing information they couldn't have known, possibly bugged phone calls, a lot of paranormal activity regarding to that. The other thing that was quite bizarre, when he returned to New York in December, he said this: I found that my entire stable of contactees was mourning my passing. So people have convinced them that he came to an untimely end in a mine cave-in. He also goes into other paranormal issues with a lot of contactees. He also goes into how he actually visited the New York Telephone Company and to verify that his line wasn't tapped. And keep in mind, this is in the 60s. But I'll be going into all of the bizarre phone activity in a later episode. So back to the book. A security officer for the Transit Authority and an old friend of mine, Joe Woodvine, happened to drop by my apartment late on the afternoon of the 15th, and he's talking about December 15th, 1967. I hadn't seen him in a long time, and he knew nothing about UFOs and my capers. I didn't mention the blackout until Dan Drazen dropped in. Joe listened in open-mouthed amazement as I explained to Dan that I expected the nation to blow a fuse the moment President Johnson pulled that switch. Dan was as far gone as I was. He glanced nervously at his watch and decided that if there was going to be a blackout, he preferred it to be in his own apartment. Joe became very silent, probably wondering if we were dangerous. Dan left at about 5 p.m. I switched on the television. At 5:45, the brief White House ceremony began. I broke out my candles and flashlights. Joe watched me worriedly. President Johnson delivered the customary little speech to the crowd on the White House lawn, reached for the switch. Arid, the Christmas tree blazed with light. The crowd oohed and awed as if they had never seen a Christmas tree before. My lights did not go out. Joe studied me silently. Suddenly, an announcer's voice came over the crowd noises. We interrupt this program, he announced flatly, for a special bulletin. A bridge laden with rush hour traffic has just collapsed at Gallipolis, Ohio. Further details as soon as they become available. I fell back on my chair. There was no bridge at Gallipolis, Ohio. The only bridge in that stretch of the river was the 700-foot Silver Bridge at Point Pleasant, the bridge I had crossed 1,000 times. "They've done it again," I finally muttered softly. "Those lousy bastards have done it again. They knew this was going to happen, and when. And they gave me all that bilge about a power failure. They knew, they just didn't want me to be able to warn anyone." "They? Who's they, John?" Joe asked gently. The phone rang. It was Dan. "Did you hear?" "I heard. I guess that's what it was all about, Dan. That's what it was all about." Chapter 19, Where the Birds Gather. 13 months to the day, November 15th, 1966 to December 15th, 1967, the year of the Garuda came to an end. Like some evil specter of death, Mothman and the UFOs had focused national attention on a quiet little Point Pleasant and lured scores of reporters and investigators like myself to the Ohio River Valley. When the Silver Bridge died of old age, many of these same reporters returned once again to the village to revisit old friends and to share the pain of that tragic Christmas. Wherever you were, you watched the agonized aftermath on national television and read about Point Pleasant on the front pages of your local newspapers. The Silver Bridge was constructed in 1928 and was an engineering marvel in its day. It became an artery from West Virginia to Ohio, but had not been designed for the heavy traffic of the 1960s. Huge trucks lumbered across it continuously. People on both sides of the river crossed it daily to shop, to go to work, visit friends. The next nearest bridge was almost 50 miles upriver. On the Ohio side of the river, at the little cluster of shops and dwellings called Canoega, the stoplight at the mouth of the bridge was malfunctioning that afternoon. It was stuck on green, and the rush hour traffic along Route 7 was creeping past in confusion. Traffic was backing up in both directions, and at 5 p.m., the bridge was laden with slow-moving lines of cars and trucks in both directions. The light on the Point Pleasant side had always been recalcitrant, remaining red for so long that many regular bridge users had learned to ignore it. Running the light was a common practice. Frank Wamsley, a 28-year-old truck driver, was on his way home to Point Pleasant, riding in a gravel truck with a friend. They found the traffic backed up on the Ohio side. It was to be a black day for the Wamsley family. On the West Virginia side, Frank's cousin, Barbara, and her husband, Paul Heyman, were starting across the bridge in their 1955 Pontiac, and his uncle, Marvin Wamsley, was also on the bridge with two friends in a 1956 Ford convertible. Bill Needham, 27, of Asheboro, North Carolina, was muttering under his breath because he had been caught in the 5 o'clock rush hour. He inched his loaded tractor-trailer forward in a low gear. His partner, R.E. Toe, sat beside him in a patient silence. "The old bridge is sure bouncing around today," Howard Boggs, 24, commented to his wife, Marjorie, 19. She was holding their 18-month-old daughter, Christy. There were several small children on the bridge, riding with their Christmas shopping mothers. "The bridge was shaking, but then it always shook," William Edmondson, 38, of King, North Carolina, said later. His partner, Harold Cundiff, was sound asleep in their tractor-trailer. The traffic jam worsened. The streams of cars and trucks ground to a halt. The old bridge shuddered and squirmed under the weight. Frank Wamsley spotted his cousin Barbara and her husband and waved to them. Just ahead, he saw Marvin and his two friends. Suddenly, the whole bridge convulsed. The time was 5:04 p.m. Steel screamed. The 700-foot suspension bridge twisted, and the main span split from its moorings at either end. Electric cables strung across the bridge snapped in a blaze of sparks. 50 vehicles crashed into the black waters of the Ohio, tons of steel smashing down on top of them. It sounded like someone moving furniture upstairs, and then the lights went out, State Trooper R.E. Odell said. He was in an insurance office a block from the bridge. "When the lights went out, I guess they really just flickered for a minute. I knew something was wrong. I thought maybe it was a wreck, so I ran outside. Mrs. Mary Heyer was in a drugstore on Main Street waiting for the traffic to ease so she could cross the bridge and pick up the daily notes from the Gallipolis Hospital. There was a sound like a jet plane or a plane going through the sound barrier, she said afterward. A rumbling roar that hurt your eardrums. Then the lights flickered. My first thought was that something had blown up. I thought, my God, John was right. Something is exploding. I ran outside and someone yelled, "The bridge went down." The bridge went down. A Christmas tree salesman in Conwega, H.L. Huambri, dropped the tree he was holding. The bridge just keeled over, starting slowly on the Ohio side, then following like a deck of cards to the West Virginia side. It was fantastic. There was a big flash and a puff of smoke when the last of the bridge caved in. I guess the power line snapped. I saw 3 or 4 people swimming in the water screaming. I couldn't do anything. I just stood there and watched. Then I saw a city ice and fuel boat come and pick them up. Frank Wamsley saw the bridge in front of him tilt sharply, and suddenly there was water all around him. I went all the way to the bottom with the truck. For a minute, I didn't think I was going to get out. Finally, I got out and came to the surface and caught hold of something and held on and was soon picked up. When a boat pulled alongside, he found he could not move his legs and had to be helped aboard. His back was fractured. Howard Boggs found himself on the bottom of the river outside his car. I don't know how I got out of the car or how I got to the surface, but all at once I was on top and caught hold of something like a big cotton ball. His wife and child didn't make it. Bill Needham's truck also sank to the bottom, but he somehow managed to force a window and reach the surface. You could see and hear people screaming for help, Mary Heyer described the scene. I saw a tractor trailer that floated a little before it sank, and a car and merchandise floating on the water. People on the West Virginia side of the river were so upset they could hardly realize what was going on. You could hear people saying, "This can't be true. You read about things like this in the paper, but it can't be happening here." Like Howard Boggs, William Edmondson suddenly found himself on the surface of the water, clinging to a truck seat. He had no idea how he'd escaped from his vehicle. His partner didn't surface. "When I got there, I could see this truck floating in the water," Trooper Odell explained. "There was a fella hanging out the side of it. Then they sank. I don't know if he got out." People came running from all directions, silent, ashen-faced, knowing their friends and relatives could be there in the icy water, now covered with debris and soggy, gaily wrapped Christmas packages. Boats of all kinds crisscrossed the river picking up survivors. On both sides of the river, people who had been waiting in lines to drive over the bridge were crying. Some had to be treated for shock. Night was closing in quickly. Boats with searchlights turned their beams onto the bridge and the surrounding water. A horrible silence fell over Point Pleasant. Sheriff Johnson's tall, spare figure stood on the water's edge. "Put out a general call for rescue units," he told a deputy softly, "and get everyone here. Block all the roads. Don't let anyone but rescue units into town." Mary Heyer pulled her coat around her pudgy frame and walked slowly to her office, tears running down her face, her years of experience overriding her emotions. She pushed open the door and walked to her phones. They were dead. She switched on the teletype machine and started to peck away with 2 fingers. At 5:04 p.m. this afternoon. Sirens wailed outside and the crowds grew. A girl was screaming hysterically in front of the office. "I almost got killed. I could have been on there. All those people dead. I could have been killed." Now, the other thing he goes over in his book here, which I'll go over in a moment, is the UFO activity immediately following the bridge collapse, which is also not reported on. And then there's another aspect of the case where supposedly some witnesses have said that they saw the Mothman on the bridge before it collapsed. Now, this might be one of those urban legends that kind of rose after time, because I couldn't nail down who said it when. It's just kind of a comment that said some people saw it right before it collapsed. So, yeah, we don't know what the deal is with that, but John Keel writes about a flashing red light type UFO. 2 miles north of the bridge, Mrs. Jackie Lilly was in a grocery store waiting for her teenage children. They were planning to go bowling in the alleys on the other side of the river that night. Her husband, Jim, was away working on his boat. At 5:20, Gary and Johnny Lilly rushed breathlessly into the store. "The bridge just fell in the river," Johnny declared. "That's not very funny," his mother replied. "It's true, the old bridge just collapsed," Gary said grimly, "and it was full of cars." Johnny, who was married, drove them home to their little house on Camp Conley Road. Mrs. Lilly headed for a phone. It was dead. As Johnny drove off, dashing back to Point Pleasant to be with his wife, Gary, 18, turned on the television set and searched for a news program. So it looks like the phone lines were dead, but the TV still worked. Okay. A few minutes later, Gary glanced out of the picture window in the living room and gasped. "There's something out there," he exclaimed. Mrs. Lilly looked out and saw a flashing red light disappearing over the trees. "Do you think those things are back?" Gary asked. "It was probably an airplane," she answered, but she turned off the lights in the living room so they could see better into the darkness outside. A few minutes later, a second light appeared, moving in the same direction as the first. It was one of those glaringly bright prismatic lights so familiar to the residents of Camp Conley Road. They went outside to watch it. "It wasn't an airplane," Mrs. Lilly assured me later. "It was one of those things, bobbing up and down like they do. There wasn't any sound." For the next hour, Mrs. Lilly, Gary, and daughter Linda divided their attention between the TV set and the eerie aerial activity outside. "We counted 12 of them," Mrs. Lilly reported. "Most of them were just above the treetops. They seemed to be coming down from up around the TNT area and moved south towards the town." The hundreds of people milling around the streets of Point Pleasant did not see anything in the skies that night, however. Perhaps the objects followed their old route, dipping into the ravine behind North Park and cutting eastward to the hills. "I was getting scared," Mrs. Lilly recalled. "We'd never seen so many of these things in one night. I kept trying the phone, wanting to get somebody to drive out and pick us up and take us out of there." Finally, around 9 p.m., she got a dial tone and was able to call to a neighbor who drove over, picked them up, and took them to the home of Mrs. Lilly's mother in Point Pleasant. A few months later, James Lilly moved his family away from Camp Conley Road. Good choice, perhaps. Around 2 a.m., I finally got a line through to Point Pleasant and was very much relieved when Mary Heyer picked up her phone. She spoke very slowly, obviously exhausted. "It's the most terrible thing I've ever seen," she told me. "But I was kind of prepared for it. You know those dreams I had." "Well, it was exactly like that. The packages floating in the water. The people crying for help. Those dreams came true." "Is everyone all right?" I asked anxiously. "The McDaniels, Connie, the others." "I think so. It'll be a while before we know who was on the bridge. There could have been as many as 100 people. Some of them were rescued, but an awful lot of them are trapped under all that metal." After a month of brutally hard work, divers and rescue teams recovered 38 bodies. Several other people in Ohio and West Virginia were never heard from again, and it was assumed they also went down with the bridge. A number of UFO witnesses were among the dead. "I talked to one woman who lives right by the bridge," Mary continued. "She says that 2 days ago, she saw 2 men climbing the bridge." Climbing on it? Yes, they weren't walking across, they were climbing around the sides of it. Was she able to describe them? They were wearing checkered coats and black trousers. She couldn't see their faces too well because they were so far away, but she did notice their shoes. They weren't wearing boots, just ordinary shoes. She thought it was odd because of the weather we'd been having. "You'd better have the police talk with her, Mary," I said. "I will, there's just so much to do. People are coming from all over. And as soon as my phone was working again, I started getting calls from newspapers and radio stations all over the country. You'd better try to get some sleep." "I know, but I just can't leave the office now. Ambulances and rescue trucks are coming in from all over. They'll be working all night. I've got to be there." Later, the bridge was lifted from the water piece by piece and reconstructed in a field near Henderson. Engineers finally determined the collapse was due to metal fatigue and structural failure. John, Mary began hesitantly, do you think this had anything to do with UFOs and the bird? There's no answer to that, Mary. Maybe there were people on the bridge that could have told us something. I knew the condition of the bridge, and I'd have warnings about something terrible that was going to happen. If I could have put things together sooner, maybe we could have saved all those lives. It's not your fault. Some things are just meant to happen. You can't change the future, even when you know what is going to happen. Later on, he mentions this, people ask me still if I know what the future holds. But just as I used Socratic irony in my investigations, I can only admit, like Socrates, that the more I learn, the less I know. My glimpses of the future were all secondhand and were frequently garbled by accident or design. And this is the end of the book here. All of the generations before ours were infested with false prophets, workers of wonders, and signs in the sky. In a sense, each generation is truly the last generation from their microscopic viewpoint. But our modern electronic communications and sophisticated press agentry have given present-day prophets tools the ancients lacked. Ideas, no matter how bizarre or fallacious, can span the world in a flash. And there are always people ready to rally to any banner, no matter how absurd. In recent years, we have seen a worldwide revival of interest in psychic phenomena and the supernatural. Stern, no-nonsense scientists now drag their beards to Loch Ness to search for the monster, while others comb the woods of the Northwest seeking the Sasquatch. And still others soberly discuss robots from outer space with Mississippi fishermen. But gradually, all these men are being drawn closer and closer to ontology, to an examination of the question that lies beyond the simplistic, can these things be? The real question is, why are there these things? After spending a lifetime in Egyptian tombs among the crumbling temples of India and the lamaseries of the Himalayas, endless nights in cemeteries, gravel pits, and hilltops everywhere, I have seen much, and my childish sense of wonder remains unshaken. But Charles Fort's question always haunts me. If there is a universal mind, must it be sane?
So that's the general explanation for the premonitions. We have not only John Keel, who had his own premonitions of foreboding doom, and we will be covering even more wackiness and strangeness and just bizarre oddities that had to do with his telephones, strange phone calls that were going across the country that somehow related to UFO activity. There's so much more than meets the eye or the eyes of the Mothman in this bizarre case that does not seem to be confined to Point Pleasant, West Virginia. But we also had Mary Hyre with her own bad dreams where she saw floating presence in the river. And both of these things can be corroborated through original letters. And you can see these on johnkeel.com. And then, of course, the more rumor mill speculation of other citizens who had supposedly had premonitions and bad dreams about impending doom and disaster, which was just a certain vibe, an undercurrent throughout the daily activity in the Point Pleasant area. Very disturbing to say the least, but if we can confirm John Keel and Mary Hyre, then perhaps some of these other people with their premonitions or bad dreams of impending doom, perhaps they weren't lying, and they did have this, as well as, there's over 100 sightings of the Mothman. Even if most of them are hysterical, that still leaves quite a number that could have been legitimate. Same thing with UFO sightings, same thing with the Men in Black encounters. There's just a lot of craziness going on in this area. We will continue delving deep into this Mothman case. There is actually a lot more to cover. And this Mothman series, which is the most comprehensive on this cryptid creature and paranormal case,
will keep going. If you like the podcast, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, theories, leave them in the comment section. Like our Facebook page, and you could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. And Patrons do get a priority in case or topic requests. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.